JavaScript, the hottest programming language today. From full-blown websites to mobile apps to programs like Slack and Spotify, JavaScript is everywhere. It's the modern programming language every developer needs to know. If you're brand new to web development and you don't know where to begin, look no further. This course is absolutely for you. In this course, you will learn everything you need to know to get a strong understanding of the fundamentals of JavaScript. It doesn't matter if you're already super skilled in web development or you're brand new to coding. This course was designed for you. JavaScript is one of the world's most popular coding languages, and it's super fun to learn. In this course, you will learn the basics of JavaScript, variables, web page interactivity, data types and data structures, conditional statements, functions, JavaScript quirks that make it different from all other languages, objects, classes, and object-oriented programming, APIs and Ajax requests, and everything in between. There's also 5 mini projects for immediate practice and 1 final project to test your overall knowledge. Join today to become a JavaScript developer. Hello and welcome to JavaScript for Beginners. Alright, I think we should actually start off with saying what JavaScript is, where it's available, and furthermore, what it is not. So let's just start off with number 1. What is JavaScript not? JavaScript is not Java. There's a big distinction between Java and JavaScript. Java has been around longer than JavaScript. JavaScript was only named JavaScript so that it could leverage some of the popularity behind Java back in 1995, and they're actually not related at all. In fact, Java is strictly a server-side language, and JavaScript is almost strictly a front-end language, although it can be used as a server-side language now because it's been adapted to work that way. But the key takeaway here is Java is not JavaScript. So whenever you're talking about JavaScript, please don't just call it Java because that's going to confuse other developers. Number 2, every web browser uses it. 100% of all web browsers use JavaScript. Now, you as a user on, let's say, Chrome or Firefox, you can decide to disable JavaScript if you want to, but your browser comes with it. So whenever you download a browser, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Edge, even Internet Explorer comes with JavaScript support. In fact, JavaScript is actually the only language that you can use on the front end. So let's put that in there too. JavaScript is the only coding language that you can use on the front end. It's the only one. There's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and that makes up the entire front end stack of any website. HTML and CSS are not languages. JavaScript is a coding language, and it's the only one out there. And that actually contributes to its massive growth and popularity because there are no other choices. You have to know JavaScript to be a front-end web developer. Okay, number 4, as a developer, you're going to hear lots of words. You're going to hear things like jQuery, React, Vue, Angular, libraries, and frameworks. There is a difference between all of these, and we will get more into this as the course goes on. But behind the scenes, behind jQuery, React, Vue, and Angular, it's just vanilla JavaScript. It is all written in plain, boring JavaScript. A library is a JavaScript file or a set of functions that allows you to make shortcuts. So, for example, jQuery is a library, and that's because it doesn't really come with all the extra things that a full framework does. And a framework is like React, Vue, or Angular, where it comes with more than just binding event listeners. It comes with a certain way of writing things. It comes with a certain style, a coding style that is, on how you actually write your code. And it does almost everything you need. So that's the difference between a library and a framework, but we'll talk more about those in the future. Number 5, can you use JavaScript online or offline? Yes, the answer is yes. You can use JS offline. Now, why do I say that? Or how do I say that rather? Is JavaScript, whenever you hit a website, whenever you view a website, your browser downloads a bunch of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript along with images and maybe a few other files. And your browser tries to cache those so that it doesn't have to reload it over and over and over again. Once you have a JavaScript file, you can execute that file in your browser even if you don't have internet. So even if you don't have internet throughout this entire course, guess what? You can simply open up your browser and you can type code right in here, which is something I'll show you in just a little bit, and it will just say, "Hi world." And that is JavaScript, so you don't need internet for it. With that said, a lot of websites still have some sort of API out there, and you're going to still need internet to actually leverage the full usage of JavaScript. However, you don't necessarily need it all the time. JavaScript files end in .js. So just like in HTML, when you were learning HTML, it was .html, or CSS was .css, or .python, .py, right? So it's the same thing, so .js, and you're going to see this all over the place as well. So all JavaScript files end in .js, and last but not least, you can create entire programs using JavaScript these days. So it started off, once upon a time, you could only create programs in certain languages like C or C++. And then it sort of shifted towards things like Python, where you can make entire Python programs for an operating system. And now you can actually do the same thing with JavaScript. And the nice thing about that is it's one language to rule them all. So what you can do is you can create an entire program, and it can be on multiple operating systems. It can work on your mobile devices. It doesn't matter if it's iOS or Android or Windows or Mac or Linux or anything else. It's one system to rule them all. And a good example of this is Spotify and Slack. These are two huge applications that have, for a very long time, been using something called Electron. And what this does is it basically compiles all of your JavaScript into an actual program, and then you can go and send it to people to download on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Android, iPhone, you name it, it has support for it. And so now JavaScript, let's actually write this out. JavaScript is used to create entire programs. So that is sort of 7 fun facts about JavaScript. We're going to get into a lot more of this stuff as time goes on. To finish off this video, on the left, you see my editor. I am using VS Code. It is made by Microsoft. It is completely free, and you can get it by simply downloading it. You're going to need a text editor like this, so if you don't already have one, I would suggest VS Code. On the right, I simply have Google Chrome open. It's a browser, and in fact, all I did here was I went to About Blank, so brand new page, right-click, Inspect, and if you go into your console up here, and let's make that bigger, you can actually write JavaScript right in here as well. Hello, hi, just like that, and we have some JavaScript. So you're going to see that my screen is split up into two, so I've got my editor on the left, and then I've just got a browser on the right. Something like that. If you have 2 monitors, you can use 2 monitors. You can just flip between full screen on VS Code or your text editor and Chrome or whatever browser you want to use. It doesn't have to be Chrome. But this is how I have it set up in the video so that you can see all of it just laid out in front of you. With that said, let's jump to our next lesson where we are going to create our first JavaScript script. All right, let's jump directly into JavaScript. At this point in time, you should have a text editor like VS Code, Atom, Sublime, something like that. And all we're going to do is create a new file, and I'm just going to save this as a .html file. And I'm going to call this your first script.html. So at first it looks like we're creating an HTML file, and in fact we are. So I'm just going to create, make that smaller. I'm just going to create a quick little HTML5 layout here. And the first thing I want to do is I want to create a JavaScript. And so inside of my HTML, usually at the bottom of your page, just before the body tag here, the ending body tag, we put a tag called script in here, script and /script. And that's how we pretty much do anything with JavaScript inside of the page. Now, if you're following along with this course, really, you don't actually need this stuff. You just need doc type, HTML, head, body, and then put script inside of your body. I'm just going to leave that in there just, for reasons, because VS Code automatically puts it in there for me, so I'll just keep it in there. Let's call this your first script. And where we have our script in here, all I'm going to do is type alert, bracket, quotation mark, hi, my name is Caleb, and then I put an ending quotation mark and an ending bracket or parentheses, and then a semicolon. And so if I save this file and I go into Chrome and I simply hit Command O or Control O, you can also go into File Open. And if I just open up that file, it will automatically execute my JavaScript for me. And so there's an alert in here, this little annoying box that pops up says, "Hi, my name is Caleb." And anytime I refresh the page, it says, "Hi, my name is Caleb. Hi, my name is Caleb." Let's do it again. "Hi, my name is Caleb." What happens if I click it once more? It will say, "Hi, my name is Caleb." And that's because everything between this tag here, this opening script tag and this closing script tag, all this JavaScript is going to run. Now at this point, we don't know about things like syntax, which is like the structure of the language. Why do we have a semicolon? Why do we have a parentheses? Why do we have a quotation mark? What is an alert? We don't know that stuff yet, and that's actually okay. But for now, what I would like you to do is just create a little script like this. So if you need to, feel free to pause the video and just create a script. It says, "Hi, my name is," and then whatever your name is, and just make sure it's an alert. Make sure it looks a lot like my code here. The important part is line 15 to line 17 here. You don't have to worry too much about this stuff. We're not looking at creating a responsive website, which is what basically this is doing. We just want some JavaScript to run, and then open it up in your browser. There is an alternative to doing this. If you want to, you don't have to do this in a file. You can also do this right in your browser. So if you open up any page, right-click Inspect, and you're going to want to click on the tab that says Console. And in here, this is just your JavaScript console. You're able to write any JavaScript you want. So for example, I could say, "Alert, JavaScript for beginners," if I could spell it right. And there we go, it says JavaScript for beginners. And you notice that it looks like the exact same code as what I wrote over here. The text is different inside of it. We'll talk about that later. But basically it looks the exact same. So you could do it that way, or if you wanted to, you could use codepen.io, which is a tool for basically sandboxing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and I'll show you that one in a couple of videos from now. But these are the two main ways that we execute JavaScript. Basically, your large scripts go in here, and if you ever need to test anything, hey, just open up your browser, right-click Inspect, go into your console, and you can write any JavaScript you want. The next thing to be aware of is how do we link to JavaScript files? Well, if you're familiar with HTML and CSS, in CSS, it's a link element. In JavaScript, we do script, src instead of href. Src is equal to, let's go, scripts, and your first script.js. We could do type is equal to whatever type we want it to be. And we basically just close the script. And what this is going to do is try to load from the scripts folder, and it's going to look for your first script.js. Now this does not exist, so this is not going to work, but that is how you would use an external file. So if you have multiple HTML files that you want JavaScript to run on, you don't have to copy and paste it. You can simply use an external file, and that is something you should have learned in CSS and HTML as well. So your task for this video is to basically just create a script, an open script tag, a closing script tag. Make sure it's just above your body. You don't want it up in the head like I wrote up there. Let's get rid of that. You want it just above your /body tag. And you'd have all your HTML in here. And then just alert to the world. "Hello, my name is," and then whatever your name is. Once you've done that, let's head on over to that next lesson. All right, let's talk about a brief history of JavaScript. I know this is not the most important thing in the world. I also know this is not the most interesting thing in the world, but it is, in my mind, a fundamental of learning a language. You sort of want to understand where it was coming from in order to project where it is going. And JavaScript to me has a fairly interesting history. So first things first, JavaScript is a relatively new programming language. In fact, it's called JavaScript because it was a scripting language. It wasn't actually a full programming language until recently. It was developed in the year 1995, and it was made entirely in 10 days. Now, the JavaScript that we write today is significantly more complex and has taken way more than 10 days to create, but the original JavaScript prototype only took about 10 days. Throughout the late 1990s, going into the early 2000s, a lot of people actually thought JavaScript was a fad because you had to write a programming language to make a website work, and you actually had to write a programming language on the back end so that you could do things like accept payments, and you had to write a programming language on the front end so that you could have small little interactions, and it couldn't do very much back then. So it's understandable to think why it would have been a fad. But then as more people came online and more people wanted interactions, JavaScript actually didn't really take off. Not super well anyways. Flash became the default animation language. Now, as most of us know, Flash is not really around anymore, and it's basically all JavaScript. And that's because Flash had too many security problems, and JavaScript, well, as it was maturing slowly in the background, it was able to do more and more things that Flash was able to do, and eventually just completely replaced it when one day Google and a bunch of other people said, no more Flash. This is a major security problem, and Flash basically was given a timeline, said like, hey, you've got a couple years to live, and then we are cutting your support. We are cutting off your life support, and we are going with JavaScript. So everyone be prepared for that. And that's what ended up happening. And so throughout that period, while Flash was sort of on its last legs, JavaScript really took hold. People really started to adopt it and make it better, and make all sorts of libraries and frameworks that we use today. I had mentioned a few videos ago that JavaScript is the only front-end programming language out there. And, well, that was true at one point and is not entirely true. There are other programming languages you can use on the front end, but they're not really for websites more than they're for programming languages. And the biggest threat to JavaScript's success is this one called WebAssembly, or WASM for short. It actually didn't even get proper browser support until late 2017, early 2018. Now, WebAssembly is basically an actual programming language, a real programming language that runs very, very, very fast. It is much more efficient than JavaScript for your browser. However, it hasn't really taken off. And I think it hasn't taken off because JavaScript grew so quickly through just a few years, really, about a decade. And WebAssembly was late to launch. They were supposed to launch way before 2017 originally. JavaScript simply grew too fast for WebAssembly to catch up. That being said, if WebAssembly did become a standard, that would be a great leap forward for basically every website or any program that's running through a browser. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But hey, that's neither here nor there because we're learning JavaScript, and JavaScript has huge demand today. But it's just good to know that if one day JavaScript was to be replaced for front-end web development, it would probably be by WebAssembly. And so fast forwarding a couple of years, we now have server-side JavaScript called Node.js, and it's massively popular frameworks like React, created by Facebook, and Vue.js. There was another one called Angular, created by Google, and basically Vue.js ate up the entire Angular community, and React is king of JavaScript frameworks. But touching back on that Node.js, basically there is an engine that can read your JavaScript and break it down into very performant code. And so you can write JavaScript, and your computer basically, you can think of it as a way as it compiles your JavaScript into C, and then as it's executing your C code, I'm doing air quotes here, but your C code, it is actually way faster. And so this is server-side JavaScript, meaning that you can actually write JavaScript on a Linux machine and actually have it connect to a database and all those things. So that's fairly new. It's fairly popular too these days. And the nice thing about that is you can write one programming language on the front end, one programming language on the back end, and you can write basically any program that you ever need that needs to be connected to the internet. You have JavaScript down pat, and you can do so many things with it. That said, when it comes to server-side languages, it's still not as powerful as languages like Python. Python can do significantly more. For example, a lot of AI, artificial intelligence, and ML, machine learning, is written in Python. It's not written in JavaScript. So that's a brief history on JavaScript. Where it's going to go, nobody really knows. I sort of suspect JavaScript is going to keep taking off. Again, it's the only front-end programming language out there for a website. And so as more and more people come online, it becomes more and more popular. There's no choice. It has to grow. And you can think of it like this. JavaScript is the only child in a family, and so it gets all the attention. Whereas when you talk about other programming languages like C or Kotlin or Java or Python or any other programming language out there, you can basically hot swap most of those. In a sense, you can write an entire program in C. You could also write an entire program in Python. Whereas you don't really have that choice when it comes to front-end web development. And so we always use JavaScript, and I think because of that, JavaScript is really going to take off a lot more than it already has in the coming years. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about variables. Now, if you're not very interested in math, if you don't like math, maybe you're not good at math, and you're hearing the word variables and you're freaking out a little bit, don't worry. It's actually not as complex as it seems. A lot of people think of variables as, hey, we're going to be writing calculus. And to be totally honest, me, myself, like as my person, I don't know calculus. And I work with variables every single day. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of them. And variables basically are just a way to store little pieces of data on your computer and then use them later. You can manipulate them, you can check them, you can tell your computer to execute a certain command based on a particular type of variable and the value that that variable holds. So let's take a look at what a variable looks like. And so I'm just going to create an HTML5 website here. And you know what? I don't need all that stuff. Let's call this variables. And because we're not going to have any HTML in here, I mean, we would put it in here generally, but we're not going to. We're just going to write some basic JavaScript for now. So we're going to stick with a script tag, and down here, we're going to put another script tag. And so when we start talking about variables, really all we mean is a piece of data that we can swap in and out. And we do that with var. And this is very interesting that it's saying Django template. So let me quickly change that to regular HTML. There we go. And so we have a var declaration. This stands for variable. And var basically says, hey, JavaScript, just so you know, we're about to declare a variable. And then you give it a name. So whatever you want that name to be, is equal to, and then there's different ways of declaring different types of variables. And we'll get into this over time, so we're going to keep it simple for now. So I'm just going to say, my name is Caleb. And let's make that a little bigger here. So I have a variable, it's called name, and the value is Caleb. And so we know of this alert function already. We'll talk much more about this down the road. If I just simply said alert name, and I open this page in Google Chrome, you can actually see that it just says Caleb. That's all it does. And if I wanted to swap this out at any time, I could say Caleb Tallinn, save. I'm going to go over here, hit refresh. It says Caleb Tallinn. You could even do more than that. So let's create another variable, and let's call it course. What course are we currently taking right now? We are taking JavaScript for beginners. And you can see that it wrapped onto a new line. That's actually okay. It's just because my font is a little too big here. Then underneath you could say alert course. And let's go ahead, refresh our page. And it says JavaScript for beginners. And so this is really all a variable is. Now you can reassign a variable at any time. So we're not using name anymore. I did mention earlier, semicolons are a thing. Generally, this tells a computer that, hey, this is the end of the line and whatever comes after this is a new statement. So just as an example, we would not want to put these both on the same line like this. Because if we did that, and hit refresh, we're not going to see anything. In fact, you can actually right-click, inspect, and you can see that we have an error in here. And let's open up our console, and you can see we have an error in here. It says something that is too hard to read. There we go. Uncaught syntax error, unexpected token var. And it tells us right exactly where it is. So if I click it, it says line 11, and it's showing me right here. So that's pretty cool. So that's a debugging little pro tip there for you. And so even my editor is saying, hey, something's not right here. And so what we want to do is, usually we just put that on a new line and put a semicolon at the end. This is the simplest way of maintaining this. And if we click refresh again, it alerts us as expected, and there's no error in our console. And by the way, anytime you run into a JavaScript error, always open up your console and take a look at what that error is, because it can tell you as a JavaScript developer what the problem actually is. Maybe it is something that the user did, maybe it's something the developer did. By the end of this course, you'll be able to know exactly whose fault something is. Usually it's the developers, they didn't implement something properly. Okay, so we have variable name and course, and we're just alerting this. Let's go ahead and overwrite our variable. Now we could simply do var course is equal to Python for beginners. And as I save this and go to refresh this page, it will now say Python for beginners. And so that works. So basically we've created one variable, we didn't use it at all, and then we overwrote the entire thing with a new value in here. Now, because this variable has already been declared as a var, this gets into hoisting, a thing we'll talk about later down the road. We don't need to declare var again. It's already there. So we really only need to declare var once on a particular variable. And after that, we don't really need to do that anymore. So let's go ahead and save this and hit refresh. And it says Python for beginners. Console didn't complain. Things are looking good. All right, one more thing that we should go over is what is with this. So you see these quotation marks around there? There's two other ways to do this. So we could do, for example, var age. How old am I? Well, I'm 30. We could do this, and if I alert age and refresh this page, it says 30. And if I go in here and type age, it already seems to exist. It also gives me 30. And if I type in course in here, it already exists. So my browser understands that there are variables in here that are accessible to the console. And so now we're sort of starting to interact with JavaScript in a script tag or a .js file if we were to move it to an external file. And over here, we can access some of these variables as well. So we're sort of starting to connect our editor and our browser's terminal or the console. So we see here age does not have quotations around it. It can have quotations around it. You can also see that the semicolon was basically optional. I didn't need it, and that's okay because I was putting all my code on new lines, and JavaScript is smart enough these days to understand that. For a good practice, let's go ahead and put that semicolon in there and refresh our page. And it still says 30, looks no different. But if I type in age here, you can see it has the quotations around it. This is a fundamental difference between different variable types. We will talk all about this down the road, but it is important to sort of get the idea right now that a variable, let's call a variable, actually let's call it var1. Anything that has a sentence or spaces in it, any sort of spaces like what you see in here, that needs to be in quotations. So we can't just put 30, 30, 30, 30, 30 with spaces in there and alert var1. This is going to give us an error. There we go, unexpected number. But if we put quotations around it, give this a refresh, it works. So at this point, you should be a little bit confused if you're brand new to JavaScript about what all this is about. So when we use quotations, this is called a string. So this is a string. And this is a type of variable that basically says, hey, this is a sentence. And then we have, let's say var2 in here is equal to just the number 30, or any number, or 30.5, something like that. And this is called a number, or in other programming languages, it's sometimes called an integer. Actually, in this case, it would be a float, but that's neither here nor there at this moment. We will get into that a little down the road, and JavaScript actually sums this up nicely, and they say, oh, we don't care if it has a decimal point or not. We just care, is it a number, is it not a number? And so when you're dealing strictly with a number, you do not need quotations around it. There are no spaces in there, you just have numbers and decimal points, and that's it. No commas, no dollar signs, nothing like that. It is simply numbers and a period. So now if I go ahead and say, let's alert var2, and what I want to do here is get rid of these. Refresh our page, it's going to say 30.5. And in here, if I type var2, you can see 30.5 has no quotation marks around here. Let's make that bigger. Has no quotation marks around it, but var1 does. And that's because this is a string. And var2 is a number. So why is that important right now? Great question. Well, as we're learning JavaScript right now, it's not important to us, but it will become important to us very, very soon. And I think the earlier people understand this sort of difference in a variable type, the better your programming is going to be down the road. So that's all there really is for this particular video. In the next one, let's go ahead and start merging some variables together so that you can actually see sort of how a variable is supposed to work. Because right now, these variables, I mean, we're hard coding them, so they're not really variables. We're just saying, hey, assign course is equal to JavaScript for beginners and then immediately overwrite it. So that's no use. A variable needs to be something that can change. And hey, if you don't fully understand this entire video, don't worry about it. Move on to that next one anyways, and eventually this will all just click into place. It becomes a lot easier once we actually start writing more JavaScript together. Hello and welcome back. In the last lesson, we learned a little bit about variables. In this lesson, we are going to learn how we can merge them together. Now, merging variables together, like combining sentences, is called concatenation. See that word here, concatenation. You'll often see it just as the word concat as well. Why is it called concatenation? I don't know. We could just call it merging, but hey, developers like their fancy words, so hey, we call it concatenation. Now in this video, I am going to actually do most of this in the console. So I go to the console, and let's go ahead and make Chrome bigger because we can. And so on my left, I just have merging variables.html open. That's just the source code in here. There's currently nothing in there, no JavaScript. And it looks like a blank page, and we have a terminal in here. So I could say alert, hi, and this will work. Hello. Let's go ahead and clear this. Clear console. And let's create a couple of variables together and then concatenate them. So let's create an age and an introduction to who I am. So let's say var intro is equal to, hi, my name is Caleb, and I am something, something, something years old. So this is my intro, and if I type this, you can see that it just spits out exactly what I had written already. Now, if I type in var age is equal to 30, type in age again, we can see that age doesn't have quotations around it, so we know it's actually a number. And we want to inject that number in here. So how do we go about doing this? Well, we sort of went about this backwards because we defined this first. We defined intro first, and then we defined our age. But guess what? We can overwrite variables. So we can say intro, and it tells us what the intro is already, is equal to. Instead of just having this blank in here, what I can do is I can actually quit the sentence by putting another quotation mark in there, put a plus sign, and then the variable, another plus sign, and then a quotation. And there are different ways of doing this in more modern JavaScript, but you're going to see this all over the place. So we're going to learn this way first. And so basically this is saying, hey, intro, you're already defined, so we don't need to use var. It says, hi, my name is Calbo, good old Calbo Tavlian. My name is Caleb, and I am, and then it quits the sentence and says, hey, also add the age in there. Whatever that value is, put it in there. And then, oh, hey, start that sentence back up again with another plus sign and then another quotation and just put the rest of the sentence in there. And so if we hit enter, we can see, hi, my name is Caleb and I am 30 years old. And honestly, that's all there is to concatenation. Now the problem gets into when you try to concatenate numbers. So if I create another variable called number 2, I guess, and we'll make that 40.123. We can see in here, num2 is equal to 40.123. Now what happens if I wanted to say 3040.123? So the number should look 3040.123. How are we going to concatenate that? That is trickier because these are numbers. And when you do a plus sign with numbers in most programming languages, it simply adds the numbers together. And that's not what we want. So if we did age plus num2, look at that, it gives us a number. We don't want 70.1229999. This is a funny little thing in computer science where there is actually no whole number. And JavaScript occasionally runs into this. This is actually a pretty cool example. But instead of saying 70.123, it says 70.12299999999, infinity, and so on. But this is not what we want. So how do we merge these together? Well, we can do this by concatenating a string in here. So remember that last lesson when I said strings and numbers are a little bit different? It's kind of important to know. Well, already we need to know the difference here. So we can do this. And all we said was, hey, take the number 30, add it to an empty string, an empty sentence, and then add the second number to it. And so if we hit enter, we can see this is no longer actually a number. This is a string. And we can tell it's a string because it has quotations around it. And so this is saying this is a string of 3040.123. Also note how it says .123 and not 122999999. It's because it's not a number. The computer doesn't have to work out a rounded number like that. It only has to say, oh, this is a string. So yeah, I understand that there are numbers in here, but we don't have to perform a bunch of math and stuff behind the scenes to make that work. This is just as if it was regular English letters. I guess it doesn't have to be English letters. It could be any letters, really. But yeah, just the difference between letters and numbers here. And so this one now thinks that these are all basically letters instead of numbers. So let's go ahead and add one sentence with two cats. So let's say var cat1, his name is going to be Zephyr. And var cat2 is equal to Henry. So these are my two cats. By the way, you're going to see this undefined whenever you use var. This gets into hoisting. This is a more complicated JavaScript feature to sort of tackle right now. We'll tackle this a little bit later, but if you see undefined like this, don't worry, nothing is wrong. It's just sort of JavaScript's way of registering a variable and then registering the value of the variable. That's called hoisting. Again, we'll get into that in the future. And so now I want to say var sentence is equal to I have two cats. And the first one is going to be cat1. And the second one is going to be cat2. And we can just leave it here, just like that. And so what we're saying here is, hey, I've got a sentence, but I also want to put the variable of cat1 in there. So whatever that is going to be, it happens to be Zephyr, but it could be any other name in the world. And maybe it's been overwritten 100 times. We don't know. Whatever that end result is, we're going to put it in here. And then we're going to concatenate another piece of the sentence, just the word and then using the plus sign, we're going to concatenate Henry, which is cat2. So let's go ahead and type sentence, and you can see I have two cats, Zephyr and Henry. Furthermore, we could actually get even deeper into this as well. We could do var age 1. So let's say the age of cat1 is going to be 4. And var age 2, that's cat2, whatever that age is going to be. We know it's Henry. I know his age is currently 2. So we've got a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old cat. And now we want to actually concatenate into another concatenated sentence already. So sentence has already been defined. And as you can see, I can type this into my console and it tells me sort of in faded out text, I have two cats, Zephyr and Henry. Let's go ahead and say sentence is equal to sentence plus, so it's going to take this value and we're going to concatenate something on top of that. So we want to put a period at the very end here. And let's say, and they are something years old. So something and something years old. So 4 and 2. This is what we want to get into here. So it's always helped me too when I was learning how to concatenate, is just put like underscores in there and then you can simply do your funny concatenation kind of style in here where you have closing quotation, plus sign, and then in here we could put age 1, plus sign, quotation, and you can see it's in opposite order. So it goes quotation plus sign, and then to get back in, you do plus sign quotation. And we're going to do the same thing over here. And this is just going to be age 2, and let's go ahead and hit enter. Oh, and by the way, we can put semicolons at the end of this, but we don't necessarily have to because our console, or Chrome in this instance, knows that every command is its own command. So we don't have to do this semicolon thing, but again, it's just a good practice to get into. As JavaScript gets older, we use semicolons a lot less. And cool, you were probably screaming at the screen saying, Caleb, age 2 does not exist. It is called age 1. You can see that here. I didn't call it age 2, I just called it age. And so let's go ahead and redo this. We could also just redefine or just define a variable called age 2 and this would fix it. But let's go ahead and change this to age. And there we go. And so now it says, I have two cats, Zephyr and Henry, and they are 4 and 2 years old. And so if I go ahead and clear this and type sentence again, let's make that bigger. I have two cats, Zephyr and Henry, and they are 4 years old. So I've got age in here, We know age is 2. We've got age. Age 1 is 4. We know that. We have cat1. We've got cat2. And then we've got sentence. So we have done a bunch of variable declarations in here. We've defined variables and we have merged them together in a sentence. And then we merged it into that sentence one more time. So that's basically all there is to concatenation. Now you're going to see this all over the place because JavaScript is a language where you can modify your web page, your HTML, and even your CSS. And you're going to want to eventually take a variable and replace some text on your page with whatever that variable value is going to be. And so this is how we do concatenation. Now, if you're interested in giving this a shot, you can do exactly what I did in this variable and just say, hey, my name is whatever your name is. I have a cat or a dog, or I have, how many books do you have? Maybe you have 1,000 books. You could do something like that. It's always good to go in there and give this a shot. Don't forget, if you ever have questions, I am here to help you. You can always leave a comment or a question down below. Okay, welcome back. In the last lesson, we talked about concatenation. In this lesson, we are going to talk about not concatenation. We are actually going to look at a better way to print variables to our console instead of using alert. So up until now, we have been saying alert, test, and then when we refresh our page, it just annoys us with this. And every time we hit refresh, it annoys us with this. And you know, at first when you're starting JavaScript, that's not a big deal, but you don't really see this functionality in the wild. People don't use alerts too often anymore unless it's like, oh, you started to write a post and then you hit the back button. Are you sure? Because like, do you really want to leave? And that's a totally different thing, actually. It just sort of looks the same. So in here, what we want to do is just log something to our console in here. And so whatever JavaScript we write in here, anything, it could be literally anything, we just want to put it into the console so that we can see what it is. And this is a very, very useful way of debugging your JavaScript. So let's go ahead and create a variable. And I'm going to put my name is Caleb Tallien and var profession. I am a teacher by trade. That's actually not entirely true because I'm also a web developer. So teacher and web developer. And let's get rid of this alert. And let's say you just have to put on your imagination hat here for a second. But let's say we have 10,000 lines of JavaScript and we don't know what the value of name currently is. And so we have a ton of code. And what we're going to do is we're just going to pretend that it's way up here somewhere and we can't really access it easily, but we want to see what it is. So yes, we could do alert name. And when I go over here, it'll tell me what it is. But that's annoying. And if you happen to be in a loop, we'll talk about loops later, this could execute for 100, 1,000 iterations. It'll just keep alerting you just over and over and over and over and over. Your browser might even crash from it. Who knows? That's not a good way to live your life. A better way to live your life is, let's go in here and let's say console.log, and then we could just put anything we want in here. So let's say name, and then a comma, and let's put the name variable in here. So let's actually put name colon. And so you can see this is a string and this is a variable. Let's go ahead and refresh our page here. And I'm gonna have to make that a little smaller, I think, yep. So we can see name, Caleb Tallien, and it executes on line 29 of the file called 60_console_log.html. And if I click it, it'll tell me exactly where this is being executed. So this is a great way to debug your code. In fact, this is actually just a really good way of sort of figuring out what's going on in code in general. So let's go ahead and type profession in here. And again, I just added a comma. And we can see in here, it says my name is Caleb Tallien and teacher and web developer is my profession. So moving forward, we are probably going to use console log a lot more often than we're going to use alert. Alert is just a little obnoxious and it sucks sort of having to click into it all the time. And it's like, hey, here's an alert. Okay, here's another alert. Click OK. Here's another alert. Click OK. And just, it gets a little monotonous, a little too much, especially as you start writing more and more code. And the bright side about this is when you're writing code that goes on a live website, it's only going to show up in your console. So if I get rid of this console here and I just refresh, nothing happens, or at least it looks like nothing's happening. But if I right click inspect, go into my console, this continues to happen. And so really only a developer is ever going to see this. And so if you're testing something out in production on a live website, you can always use this method. Now there's a couple other ones you can use too. So we could do console.warn. Warning, stranger danger. That went lowercase and I want uppercase. Aha, this one goes yellow. Warning, stranger danger. And we could also do console, let's make that lowercase, console dot error, and we'll just paste that over and over again. And because these are all on the new lines, they don't need a semicolon, but let's throw it in there anyways. And now we're going to see a warning, a regular console log, and an error. And there it is. We have warning, stranger danger. My name is Caleb Tallien. I'm a teacher, a web developer, and also error, 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 error. And also the respective lines that they're all taking place on line 28, line 29, and line 30. So that's a better way to live your JavaScript life, is to use console log. You're not going to use console warn or console error too often. Generally, we just use console log. Now, if you come from another programming language, this is very similar to the print function. So if you use Python, for example, this is like print. If you come from a PHP background, it's like saying echo something. And the JavaScript way is simply console.log. So again, moving forward, we are going to be using console log a lot more. So you're going to want to make sure you know how to open up that console in your page. Again, that's just right click inspect. It'll generally open up your elements first, and you'll just have to click console. Sometimes you have to go in here and click console depending on how big your screen is. But there's always a console tab in there, and you can always just open that up and see what the code is doing if it's giving you any warnings, logs, or errors. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to get into some of the actual reason why we're learning JavaScript, and that's to modify HTML elements. And so the first thing we want to do is we want to create a script tag. We always need the script to be just above the body. Oh, by the way, the reason that it's above the body and not in our head, well, we used to put JavaScript in the head, but now we put JavaScript at the bottom of our page so that all the extra HTML can load first. We put it at the bottom of the page so that, for example, if we have an H1 in here, hello world, and we just refresh our page, we see hello world. And basically, if we're going to be using any elements in JavaScript, this needs to exist first. The HTML needs to be there before the JavaScript is loaded. And in some cases, if you put JavaScript above this, the JavaScript will load. It will then try to look for an H1 called hello world or has some hello world text in it, and it won't find it because it hasn't been loaded. And yes, one line can make a difference. So in most programming languages, generally a program runs from the top to the bottom. JavaScript is no different. It runs from the top to the bottom. And so we're going to put hello world in here, and let's give this an ID. So this is just some basic HTML, and I have an HTML course if you need a quick little HTML refresher called the Ultimate HTML Developer. And so let's just give this an ID of test. Now, when we save and refresh this is not going to do anything. It's not going to do a single thing for us. And so what we need to do is we need to learn how to actually select this element and then be able to modify it a little bit. And so JavaScript is largely known for working with HTML and XHTML markup. Basically anything that has tags like this, JavaScript is pretty good at working with. Almost like it was designed to work that way. So there are many different ways to select an HTML element or a group of elements or like all the H1s on a page, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to stick with something basic called getElementById. And so it looks like this. Let's move that up. Document.get element by ID, and then we just put the ID in here. And so this ID matches test, and that's up there. And if we save this again, we're not going to see anything happens. Doesn't matter how many times we refresh, all it's doing is grabbing this element node. So this is called a node. We need to actually store this in a variable. So let's go ahead and put this in a variable called test. And again, if we refresh our page, nothing's going to happen. But what happens if we go into our console and type test? Oh, look at that. It says H1 with an ID of test, and it's actually selecting it for us. Look at that. So move down, nothing, move up, and it has selected it for us. Now we can do things. So if we hit dot, we can see all sorts of different things in here. And this is where JavaScript gets to be a very, very big world. There are so many things. Actually, so far, we are looking at event listeners, more event listeners, more event listeners, more event listeners, and it just keeps going and going and going. We can change the style. We can change the title tag if we wanted to. We can animate it. We could give it a class name or remove a class name. We could do all sorts of things in here. But let's go ahead and figure out what the text is. And this is just .inner text. And that's just going to give us the text. We could also do this with HTML. We could do .inner HTML. And so we can see that this now says hello world. Knowing that, we can now go in here and say test.inner HTML. And this is if we want to write HTML. So we could say, let's do an underline, although that's deprecated. Let's do an underline tag anyways. And let's do hello/u world. And let's go ahead and save this and see what happens. Bam, look at that. It underlined it for us. But if we go and actually view the page source, there's no underline. That's all JavaScript. So what JavaScript did was said, hey, grab that node, grab this H1 element, this one right here, and change the inner HTML. Now what we could do is we could store the old stuff too. So we could say the inner HTML is going to be, hi, welcome to JavaScript for beginners. But let's go ahead and store the old stuff. So let's do var old text. Let's make that camel case. Is equal to test dot inner HTML. And that's just going to grab that inner HTML and store it in a variable, and we'll be able to access it through our console. So let's go ahead and save this. Hi, welcome to JavaScript for beginners. And if we try to access this variable in here called old text, we should just be able to write, let's make this bigger, OLD. Hello, there it is. That's the old stuff. We stored the old stuff in a variable before we changed it. And now we can actually change it back as well because we still have access to test as a node. Let's go ahead and change the inner text to the old text. And so now we're using variables pretty efficiently at this point. And at the same time, we're also grabbing this entire HTML element, this node, and we're saying, hey, yeah, I understand that you want it to say hello world, but hey, when the page loads and it gets to the JavaScript, actually work some magic and change that for us. And that's what JavaScript did for us. Now, again, there are a lot of different things we can do on a HTML node. So we can type in test, hit dot, and then we could literally just scroll through this for days and days and days and days and days. And you can see this list just goes on and on and on and on. And so JavaScript is a really big world. In all honesty, we're not going to learn about every single thing in here because we are going to be here for a very, very long time. And my teaching methodology is to teach you how to learn efficiently so that if down the road you're working at a company and they're using something called scroll to, well, you know how to access scroll to and you know how to figure out what that is, even if we don't learn it in this course. Now, we're going to learn a lot in this course, but there's just no possible way we can learn every single thing. So what I would like you to do as a little test, a little bit of hands-on experience, create a new HTML file and just create any tag. It does not have to be an H1. Give it an ID of something. It doesn't really matter what that ID is as long as it matches this value here. Not this one. This is the name of our variable, but this one right here. And this one here, those two need to match. So create that element and then select the node with getElementById. Remember, we use document.getElementById. We'll talk more about what that dot means down the road when we get into more advanced JavaScript. And then just change the inner HTML. Maybe give it underline, maybe italicize it, maybe make it bold. You can do anything you like with it. You can write any HTML you want in there as long as you use inner HTML. And if you're ever just going to change the inner text, you could always just do inner text, and then your browser doesn't have to parse and render a bunch of JavaScript, or not JavaScript, HTML. It could just do regular text, which is actually a lot more efficient. Go ahead, give that a shot. If you get stuck, leave a question down below, and I am happy to help you. Otherwise, let's head on over to that next lesson. Okay, let's talk about a way for you to share your code that's relatively simple. So if you don't use Git, if you don't know what Git or GitHub is, I'm not going to force that on you right now. It's good to know, but right now, if you don't know that, just know that there's a better way to share HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And that is in the form of CodePen. So if you go to codepen.io, and you can click a button that says just start coding, and really all this is going to do for us is create 3 sections where we have HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And we can literally write any HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in here that we want. And then we can save all of this code, and then we can share it with someone else so that they can see the code as well. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to put an H1 in here and say, hi, my name is Caleb. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to JavaScript this a bit. Put ID span is equal to name. So the HTML doesn't look any different. The CSS, let's change the span. Let's change that span to have a text decoration of underline. And in the JavaScript, let's go ahead and select name as an ID and change it. So we're going to create a variable. We're going to call it name is equal to document.get. Actually, let's change this view. I don't really like this view. Let's do, yeah, this one's a little better here. And we can also make that a little better. We don't need to see the CSS anymore. Okay, that looks a little better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, document.get element by ID. It's camel cased, so every word that's not the first word has a capital letter. We want to get name. That matches this ID in here. Name.inner text is equal to, and let's say this has been hijacked by my cat named Zephyr. And let's go ahead and give this a save. And oh no, it's asking me to log in. You can totally log in, create an account. It's completely free. Okay, so I just logged in and here we go. We just want to change the text. So we save it and you can see in my URL, it says codepen.io/CalebTallien/pen and then some hash. And you can actually just copy and paste that entire code to someone else. So if I open this up in a new tab, it's going to save all my code in here. That's pretty cool. And so that's a great way to share your code. You can also change it. So name changed by my cat. And when I refresh in here, it'll also change the name there. There it is. Now, if at any point in time you're working with console log, you can also just open up that console in here and you could console log really anything you want. So we could do console.log test. And it shows up in there. Cool. So you can click save at any point in time. You can even take someone's code and fork it, which means basically you're going to create a copy in your account of their code. So it doesn't change their code at all, but it gets saved in your account. And you can like it and you do all sorts of things. You can change your view. But most of all, you can take that URL and you can copy and paste it to friends. You can ask a question with a URL with your sample code in here, like, hey, Caleb, why doesn't this work? And you can put all your code in there. That's a super great way of sharing code and asking for feedback and asking for help. And lastly, when you are creating a project, if you want to, you can always use CodePen and just share the final screen. You can take a screenshot of the final screen and share the CodePen URL in your Skillshare project. Of course, if you don't want to use CodePen, if you don't want to create an account, you don't have to. You can continue to use HTML files and JavaScript files and take screenshots. That's totally okay too. Just again, don't forget, you can always share your project with the rest of the group. And most importantly, me, I will take a look at your code and your final product. And, you know, if you want any feedback, I can also give you feedback. But you have to make that project on Skillshare first. And moving forward, it's definitely a good idea to put any of the code that you're writing in here in a Skillshare project so that I can actually give you feedback on it. I'm not going to use CodePen too much throughout the rest of this course. I just thought this would be a great way to show you how you can share your code in a nice and clean way. All right, let's take a look at our first mini project. It's time to start putting some of the things we've been learning to practice, because what better way to get hands-on experience than to actually experience it? So we've learned quite a bit so far, and we're going to use just a few of the pieces that we have learned. And what we want to do is we want to, in this mini project, concatenate a string and a variable together. And then I want you to output that string to the page, or that final variable. I want you to output that to the page by selecting an element and changing the inner HTML. So let's quickly write that out. Number 1, create a script to concat a string and a variable together. Number 2, using .inner HTML and get element by ID, change the inner HTML of an element to be what your variable is. So that's really it. It doesn't seem like a lot at first, but you are going to do this over and over and over and over again in your web development career. And so this is really, really good practice right off the cuff. Now, if you want to see the solution, just keep watching this video and I'll show you exactly how I do it. Otherwise, if you want to give it a shot, now is the time to pause the video and try doing this on your own, which I strongly urge you to do. Definitely try to do this on your own first. But you know what, if you don't feel confident in doing all that just yet, hey, that's okay. You can watch my solution and then you can give it a shot after if you like. So I'm going to create an H1 in here, just some large text. And I'm going to say, my favorite cat is, and then in here I'm going to put a span of cat name, has an ID of cat name, and it's going to start off with the name Zephyr. And when I refresh my page in here, you can see my favorite cat is Zephyr. Now what I want to do is I want to exchange Zephyr for something else. Now I'm going to take a slightly more complicated route here, and well, I have to start with my script, right? So I'm going to start with an opening and closing script tag, and I need to select cat name. So variable cat name is equal to document.get element by ID cat name. And if I save and refresh, you'll see, hey, nothing's happened. That's expected. All we did was put a node into a variable. And if we do this, if we type in cat name, you can actually see that it's being selected here. So let's change this, cat name, and it's just selecting Zephyr. That's it. So now the goal is to basically take a string and concatenate to that string. So let's go ahead and actually do this a little more complicated method, and let's call this a variable called Zephyr, and we're going to get the cat name dot inner text. And if we do console.log Zephyr and refresh our page here, hey, it says Zephyr just like that right in there. It's a little squishy, but hey, that's okay because this is just for debugging anyways. So we have Zephyr in there, and that's the current text. That's the current inner text. But for this mini project, we want to concatenate a string and a variable. So we have a variable in here, so let's concatenate the string to it. So let's actually change this. Let's overwrite it. Let's do Zephyr is equal to Zephyr, and let's concatenate a string to it. So it's going to say my favorite cat is Zephyr is equal to Zephyr, whatever that currently is. So it just happens to be this text in here. And Henry. Now the sentence is not going to make sense because I'm pluralizing it, but that's okay. We don't have to make it make sense right now. We just need to make this work. And so let's go ahead and type cat name dot inner text or inner HTML is equal to Zephyr. And so this gets a little messy, but hey, let's give this a refresh. And it says my favorite cat is Zephyr and Henry. Now, actually, a better way of doing this is not necessarily overwriting this. That was just an example. We would probably want a new variable for this. So let's call it cats, and we would change this to cats as well. So we're going to create a new variable called whatever Zephyr is. It has Zephyr's name in there, plus and Henry. So if we work through this backwards, we have cats is equal to Zephyr. What is Zephyr? Zephyr is equal to the cat name.inner text. Well, that's using a variable called cat name. We know that that's this element up in here, and it's getting that inner text. So we know Zephyr is basically this value right here. That's pretty much what it is. Actually, that is exactly what it is. And so it's kind of like saying Zephyr concatenate and Henry. And when you put those together, it looks like this. And so that's what inner HTML is going to be. Your inner HTML is now going to be Zephyr and Henry. And so that's sort of how it works. And if you ever need to replace variables with hard-coded like strings or other values, that's totally okay. Honestly, whatever helps you learn this in your own way is okay. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh, and we can see that cat name is still in here. Cat name, and it selects all of it. Cool. And that is how we replace it. Now, if we wanted to double check this, we could always view page source. And in our view page source, it says my favorite cat is Zephyr. However, when you actually view it with JavaScript enabled, it says my favorite cat is Zephyr and Henry. Okay, so that's how we would go about doing that. Don't forget, you can always create a code pen and you can share it on Skillshare in your project, or you can just basically take all of your code, you can copy and paste it in there. You could take a screenshot of how this works. You can sort of do like Visual Studio on the left and then the final output on the right. You can take a big screenshot of this and just save that in your project. And I can take a look at it and, give you some feedback. And hey, if you get stuck on this, don't forget, you can always leave questions, comments, and concerns down below, and I will get to them as soon as I possibly can. Hey there, I hope you enjoyed that mini project. We're going to do a few more of those down the road, and we're sort of going to learn a bunch of stuff in between them so that we can, learn a little, practice a little, learn a little, practice a little. I think that's a really good way of learning JavaScript. And so in this video, we're going to learn about string manipulation. And it sounds fancy, but really it's not. It is actually super, super common in JavaScript too. So string manipulation is basically, we take a variable that's like a sentence or maybe a number, and we manipulate it, we change it. We force it to be something different, and there are several different ways of doing this, but in this video, we're just going to go over a few of them. So we're going to go over to lowercase, to uppercase, split, join, slice, and substring. There are way more of these, but I think this is a really, really good way to sort of just get used to how we can manipulate some data. So first and foremost, let's create an H1 with an ID of sentence. And let's go ahead and put some lorem ipsum in here. And so when I save this, it's just going to look pretty boring. And that's okay. We're not trying to make this look nice right now. We are simply trying to do some JavaScript. JavaScript does not necessarily mean things look nice. CSS means things look nice. JavaScript means things are functional. And so let's go ahead and create a script in here. And we want to grab all of this text in here, all this lorem ipsum. So we could do, var sentence is equal to, and then we could paste our lorem ipsum in there, or we could do it the JavaScript way and say document.get element by ID sentence, and let's call this sentence node. And I'm gonna have to make that smaller. Hopefully that's still okay to see. And then let's do var sentence is equal to sentence node dot inner text, and let's go ahead and just console log this. Console.log, the sentence is going to be sentence. And when we refresh and right click inspect and go to our console, there it is. We see all this gross text in here. And this one might actually be better if we change the view to, let's change it to bottom. And so we have a sentence in here and it says a bunch of lorem ipsum stuff. So we can go ahead, get rid of that console log. We know that it's working and that our sentence is in fact a string. Now, how do we know that it's a string? Well, we could always do type of sentence. That tells us it's a string. That's pretty cool. We can also just type sentence. And because it has the quotations around it, it's a string. So let's just clear that out and let's put sentence back in there, and you can see that it's sort of highlighting itself there, but it's not actually doing anything yet. So cool, we have our sentence text. Now, what if you wanted to make this all uppercase? So let's do var upper sentence is equal to sentence dot to uppercase. That's literally all we have to do. And we can actually test this out in our console too. So we could do sentence dot to upper, and you can see that it's autofilling for me, and then opening and closing bracket. And what this says is, this is a function. We'll learn more about functions down the road, but basically this is going to actually take our sentence, the lorem ipsum text, and it's going to do something with it. And that's what this means. These opening and closing brackets or these parentheses means it's going to do something with it. So let's go ahead and hit enter. And look at that, it's all uppercase now, all of it. So we know that works, and we can simply keep that in there. We can also do var lower sentence, and let's go ahead and do sentence dot to lowercase. And by the way, we are creating new variables here based on whatever this string is, this variable. So we're not overwriting sentence over and over again. We're taking the same sentence, which is this value in here, the lorem ipsum, and we're saying, hey, make it uppercase. That's not going to work either. Hey, make it uppercase. And then also, hey, make it lowercase. And so basically we're just copying the data over and over again without actually overwriting it. So if you ever want to see this actually work, we could go ahead. Let's just copy that, grab that whole thing, copy, paste, and let's type lower sentence. And we can see that it's all lowercase. The first L should be uppercase. It's not, it's lowercase. R right here should be uppercase. It's not, it's lowercase. And so that worked. What if we just wanted to get like the first 10 characters of a sentence? For whatever reason, we just want the first 10. And this is actually strangely useful. You wouldn't think you would use something like just get the first 10 or the first 4, but yeah, we use it quite a bit in JavaScript. So let's go ahead and create a substring. So we're going to call this first 10 chars is equal to, that stands for characters, sentence.substring. And this is going to take 2 optional parameters here, really, although the first one's not really optional. So let's just do 10, and let's not do this in here. Let's go ahead and do it right in here where we can experiment. So we can actually see what it's returning here. It says $sit emit. So $sit emit. So what this is doing is saying, hey, start at character 10 and grab everything else. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it took those first 10 characters and completely disregarded them. And it started here at $sit emit, probably butchering that Latin, by the way. And we can actually see that that's what it returns here, $sit emit. Cool. And so that's how we use substring. This is pretty cool. I didn't actually know that the console would do this, but it gives me from and an optional length. How many characters do we want? So we can start at the 10th character. And let's say we just want the next 10 characters. There's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We could do the next, let's say 30. There we go. So we have between character 11 and 30 showing up in here. And so that's what substring does. And that's actually really useful because sometimes, maybe a user inputs a URL and they don't put www in front of it. And maybe your website requires that, or HTTP in order to turn it into a proper link. This is where we'd use something like that. So let's go ahead. This is gonna be first 10 characters. Let's do 0 and 10, and let's do 0 and 10 in here because this is basically a live preview. 0 and 10, we see lorem ipsu. Let's do 11, lorem ipsum. First 10, and because that variable says first 10 characters, let's do first 11 characters. Okay, these next 2 are going to introduce a new data type. So we know about strings and we know about numbers. We haven't really used numbers too much, but we know about them. Now, what happens if we wanted to get all the individual words in here? Well, in JavaScript, we have this method called split, and basically we can tell it to split anything. So split anything in here, and we can tell it what to split on. So we say split on every sentence. What this is going to do is take every single space in here, like what we have here. So it's just going to match whatever's in there. And it's going to turn this into a list. It's going to turn it into an array. So let's go ahead and let's do a live example. So let's do sentence.split, and let's split it on every single space. And let's do words is equal to. And look at that. We have all the different words in here. And if I make this bigger, we have all the different words, and we can actually open and close this, and it's going to show us all the words. So we have a list now. Now these are called arrays. In JavaScript, this is called an array. Let me type that out. It's called an array. Hooray, array. And so really all an array is a giant list of numbers or strings or objects, which we haven't learned about, or all sorts of other different types of data types that we haven't learned about yet. And it can hold all of them in a list, and it will maintain that order. So we can see lorem, ipsum, dolor, sit, emet, so on, and so on, and so on. So now we can go in here and we can say var all words is equal to sentence dot split, and split it on every single space. And let's go ahead and do console.log all words. Let's go ahead and give this a refresh. And this console logged for me, and this gave me all the words. Now, where is this useful? Well, right now to us, this is not very useful. But down the road, this can be very, very useful. We can use a thing called a for loop and loop through every single one and perform an action on them. We're not going to get into that just yet because that's a little more complicated than what we generally like to do at the very beginning of JavaScript. I just feel like that might overwhelm some people. It certainly overwhelmed me when I was learning JavaScript way back in the day. And so I'd like to keep this, nice and simple, learn step by step. But okay, so we have all these different words in here. And let's say for whatever reason, we wanted to piece those all back together, but we didn't want to piece them back together using a simple space. We don't want the sentence to look like a normal sentence anymore. Maybe we wanted to put parentheses around every single word. Well, we could do that. Let's do var. We're going to bracket the words here, and we are going to join all of these together. So we're going to take all words, not sentence. We want to take this one because this is the list. All words dot join, and then it takes a string. What do we want to join it by? Well, if we do this, and let's actually just save this, and let's see what bracket words looks like. Hey, look at that. Bracket words has all the different brackets around it, to the exception of the first one and the last one. Well, guess what? We can do some string concatenation here. So we can add a bracket there, and we can do a bracket here, and refresh, and let's do bracket words, and haha, look at that. All of our words have brackets around them now. And just for fun, what if we did sentence node dot inner text is equal to bracket words? Hey, look at that. So now we're actually doing something with our page. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to remove that because I don't want to change that yet. And there's one more that I want to talk about. And so really when we're looking at this and this, we have split and join. So split is going to take a sentence and split it based on whatever you want to split it by. In this case, we used just a regular space. And then we took whatever that list of words was, and we said, actually join them all together with something else. And so this looks a little weird. We don't actually need to use opening and closing parentheses like this. We could, if we wanted to, use a bunch of spaces. Let's go ahead, refresh, and type bracket words, and look at that. So we could do that as well. And so join and split usually work in tandem together. And there's one more in here. What if, let's go ahead, actually refresh this, and let's do all words. We have this list of words in here. What if we just wanted the first 3 words? So let's go ahead and type all words dot slice, and it's going to say, this is a function, that's what the F means, it's a function. Where should it start and where should it end? Let's start at 0, because when it comes to computers, we start counting at 0. As humans, we start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Computers don't. Computers go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because to a computer, 0 is a number. To a human, 0 means nothing. There's literally nothing there. So number 0, and let's go to number 3. And that's going to give us the first 3 words, lorem ipsum dolor. So and then we can go ahead in our code and we can say var first 3 words is equal to sentence. No, that's not right. I already fooled myself. All words dot slice, and just take the first 3. Just grab a slice of it. So we just want to slice this. We say, hey, if this was a giant pie, we want 3 pieces. Alternatively, we could also do all words dot slice. And what happens if we just said start at this one here? So 6. I went 1 too many, I guess, on that one, because I didn't count them. But it says all words dot slice, start at number 5, and go to the very end. So you can see here, there's 20 items in this list. Now, again, we'll talk more about lists down the road. They're super, super useful, and they're actually not super complicated either. But it's going to start at number 5. So it's going to start on 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's the one we told it to start on. Start on consecutor. I probably should have used words that I can actually read. But yeah, there it is. It starts on consecutor. And now what we can do is we can say, hey, we actually just want every word between the 5th word and the 10th word. We want all of them, and then we want to put it into a sentence. So now we can actually do something kind of neat with this. So let's go ahead. Let's grab var middle words is equal to all words dot slice, and we want to grab number 5 to number 10. And then we can do var, I don't know, call it make sentence, middle words dot join, and let's join them with just a regular space. And then let's go ahead and do sentence node dot inner text is equal to make sentence. And let's just give this a refresh and watch how it's going to take probably from here to here-ish, I'm guessing because I'm not counting the words, and it's going to replace this text with those middle ones. Ta-da! Just like that. It just replaced them for us. And again, one last time, if we go and view our page source, look at that. We have all of it in here, but hey, JavaScript said, no, grab the sentence node, grab that inner text so that we can work with this as a variable. And so we've got a copy of sentence here, a copy of sentence here, a copy of sentence here, here. And then with these, we can do different things if we wanted to. And like at the end, where basically we took that sentence, we took this sentence, we took all of those words, and we broke it apart based on spacing. And then we turned all of those words into bracketed words. So there were no more spaces, just brackets all over the place. And that's sort of where it leaves off because we didn't do anything with that. Then we said, actually grab the first 3 words. So we said, okay, well, there's a list of words in here broken apart by the space. That's what split is here. And we said, just grab the first 3. So we grabbed lorem ipsum dolor. And that was the first 3 words. And then we said, we're not actually going to do anything with that. Let's take the middle words. Let's take all the words. Again, that's all of these. Split on the space. Grab number 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then grab up until the 10th word. So 1, 2, 3, or 8, 9, and then 10. And then we said, hey, you know what? Grab those 10 words and put it back into a sentence. So we don't want a list of things. We just want a regular sentence. And then we said, change that text. Change it to be whatever those 5 words are. And there it is. We have those 5 words, just like that. So this is a base introduction into string manipulation. Now, at this point in time, you're probably thinking, hey, that's not useful at all. But in the coming lessons, we are going to make use of quite a bit of this. So it's really, really good to know that these exist. Even if you don't use them every single day, it's good to know that they exist. Now, me as a developer, as a full stack developer, that includes the front end, I use these almost every single day. But hey, if that sounds like a lot of pressure, you're still learning JavaScript. Just remember, you are still learning. You are a student of JavaScript. You don't need to be the very best. You don't need to know all of this off the top of your head. You can always Google it. Pro tip, all of us senior developers, we Google things nonstop all day. So don't feel bad if you ever have to Google it. And then lastly, just don't feel like you have to remember all of it because frankly, you don't. You just need to know that these types of functions exist. So it's like if you wanted to take all of your words and make them uppercase, you don't really need to remember that it's .to uppercase. You just need to remember how to access it. And so, for example, we could do sentence dot, and I just type UPP for uppercase, and look at that. It gives me to uppercase, and all I have to do is add parentheses around it, and it does it for me. And so it's like a little reminder all the time. It's always there, and you don't have to feel the pressure of knowing all of it right away. Now, I would really, really appreciate if you could give this a shot. Just go through each one of these. Write it out by hand. I know it can suck writing things out by hand, but if you write it out by hand, you're going to create muscle memory. And one day when your brain gets stumped and you can't really remember all of it, you know what? Your fingers are just going to start typing away and they know what they're doing. You're thinking about something else and your fingers are just doing the work. And it does actually work like that. So go ahead, give that a shot. And then we're going to head on over to that next lesson whenever you're ready. And let's learn about accepting some user input and making use of that. Hello, welcome back. Hopefully I didn't lose you on the string manipulation video. I know it was a little long and there was a lot to learn in there, but it's also very, very important stuff to know. In this video, we are going to learn how to accept user input in the form of a prompt. And so when we open a page, it can ask for your name or an age or something like that. And then you can actually work with that. And then you can like turn it into uppercase or lowercase or anything like that. So I just have an HTML file here and I'm going to create a new script and let's move this sort of in the center of the screen here. And let's create a new script. And we are going to use a brand new function. It looks a lot like alert, but it's not alert. It's called prompt. And this is just going to prompt someone for some input. So we could say prompt, and what is your name? And when I refresh this, it says, what is your name? I'll type in Caleb. Nothing happens. And that's because all it did was ask for my name. I didn't store it in a variable. I didn't force the HTML to change. We didn't update the document object model. We didn't do anything. We just said, what is your name? And that's it. So while that's a cool function, currently it's not useful. So let's go ahead and make it useful. So let's say var name is equal to prompt, what is your name? And then let's go ahead and console log that. Console.log your name is, and name. Refresh. I'll put Caleb once more. Aha! Your name is Caleb. Just like that. And so that's how you ask someone for really any sort of data. Now the big thing to take note of here is that whenever you use prompt, the input always comes back as a string. So if you're trying to add numbers together, so if you have two prompts like enter number 1 and then enter number 2 and then maybe enter number 3, you might not get the results you're looking for. And as an example, let's go ahead and type name, and we can see that it has quotations around it, so we know it's a string, but we can also type type of name. And that tells me it's a string. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And let's inject this. Let's change these underscores here from custom input to whatever the value was that someone put in there. So when I say, what is your name? And I type in Caleb, these underscores should change to Caleb. So first things first, we need to grab this node, this h3. So let's go ahead and create a new variable. And let's call it h3 node, I guess. Document.get element by ID. And we're just going to use custom input. Again, that just matches up here. And then we could say h3.node.inner text is equal to whatever the name is. So let's go ahead and refresh and say, what is your name? Well, my name is going to be Caleb. Aha, look at that. Your name was, or is, Caleb. Let's change that to is, because I am not past tense, I am present tense. Now, what if we wanted to do some sort of string manipulation on this? What if I wanted to make sure all the input, all of it, is always lowercase? Well, we could do two things. If we know that it's always going to be lowercase, we could change it right away. We could say name is equal to name.to lowercase. And whenever we reference name down the road, such as in here, it will always be lowercase. So let's give this an example. Caleb in all caps, and I hit OK, and it shows up in lowercase. That's what we're expecting. Now, if you don't want this to always be lowercase and you want to preserve whatever the user inputs and you just want it to be lowercase just once, you could do .to lowercase here. And then we could also do like a console log, and we can log the original name. And so what we're doing is saying, hey, what is your name? Store that in a variable. Then we grab the h3 node, that's this custom input. And we say, hey, let's grab that inner text and change it. Let's change it to whatever the user has inputted, but let's actually make sure that it's always lowercase. And then let's console log the name. Now at this point in time, do you think the name is all going to be lowercase? When we do a console log, will the name be entirely lowercase because we set it to lowercase here? Or do you think it's going to be not lowercase because we only changed it this one time? Now that's actually a good question because different programming languages operate differently in this respect. So let's experiment with this. Let's go ahead and put Caleb in all caps. And we can see all lowercase, but when we console log, it's all in caps. So this did not actually change it at all. So what we did here, name.to lowercase, it didn't actually change the name value. It just changed it this one time. It just changed the value this one time, but it didn't actually change the entire name forever. And so this is where we get into a lot more variable manipulation, string manipulation, things like that, because now we can preserve the user input, that's the name, And we can say, actually, just in this one case, make it lowercase. But in every other case, keep it the same, because we might want to do something with it. So this is a very simple way of accepting user input. And in the wild, in a live website, you don't see this used. You see text fields being used. You see text areas, drop-downs, things like that. And we're going to get to all of that. But we need to learn how to manage user input to begin with. And this is a really good stepping stone for that. So we've learned how to accept someone's input, save it in a variable, grab a node, and then change the value of that node to be whatever the prompt was, whatever the user input was. And this sort of prepares us for a thing called event listeners. Event listeners are how we can basically say, hey, anytime someone types in a text area or changes a select field, we can do something based off of that. And it's at this point that our code actually becomes quite dynamic, because up until now, we haven't been able to accept custom input. We've had alerts that tell us things, but we've never actually been able to inject any sort of text or variable information onto the page. And now we can. And so I think for the next couple of videos, we're going to learn how to sort of work with this a little bit. And that's going to really prepare us for the more future JavaScript when we deal with like event listeners and more user input and how to manage all of that. And just as a refresher, let's go ahead and let's say name, and let's do alert name. What is your name? My name is Caleb. And then when I click OK, it's just going to alert, my name is Caleb. My name is Caleb, just like that. And that's all there is to prompt and alert. And now you're a prompt and alert pro, to be totally honest. Okay, so I just undid that. Now, what happens if you want some default text in here? Let's say you're tinkering around and you're experimenting, you're learning, you're playing with JavaScript, as you should be. But every time you refresh the page, you have to type in the name. Well, eventually you're just going to start typing in stuff like this. That's not super useful. Let's give it a default. Let's go ahead. And the second parameter of prompt is going to be, I'm just going to put my name. What is your name? Caleb. And when I refresh, it's automatically filled in for me. And another thing to note in here is when we refresh, let's get rid of this. And let's click OK. And let's go in here and say, what is name? Name is an empty string. There's nothing in there. Now, what happens if I hit cancel instead of leaving it empty? Well, it says my name is null. So let's go ahead and see what name is. Name is a string called null. Or so it seems. Let's double check. Let's use type of name, and it is a string. And so basically, there's nothing in here. In the next video, we are going to learn about these things called comparison operators to make sure that our input is actually what we're expecting. And if it's not, well, do something else. And this is how we give computers commands based on user input. So let's jump over to that next video where we learn about comparison operators. And this is really where everything we've learned so far turns into real programming. Okay, let's take a look at comparison operators. Operators are the little pieces of logic in a program that tell us to do a certain thing or tell us not to do a certain thing. Basically, it's how we take an action based on a variable value. And this is where variables really become super important. It's not just about alerting things or console logging. It's about giving a program a particular task to do or maybe not to do. And so a comparison operator basically looks like this. Let's go ahead and make some room here. It basically says, if your name is Caleb, do something. Otherwise, or else, do something else. That's basically all it is. And in fact, in the world of Python, it actually looks a lot like this. Very, very, very similar. JavaScript has a different type of syntax, so the way we make it look. So let's go ahead and create a script tag here. And let's take a look at our first if statement. So we're going to hard code this, and then we're going to turn it into a prompt where we can actually accept user input. So let's do var name is equal to Caleb. And we're going to have to make this a little smaller here. And then we could say if parentheses, because it's doing an action, right? If it's going to do an action, you're going to need some parentheses in there. If name equals Caleb, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket, just like that. And this is an if statement. So you're saying, hey, if a variable is equal to whatever you're expecting it to equal to, alert, do something. And let's go ahead and refresh, and it says do something. Now, why did it do that? Because you can really see that name is equal to Caleb, and if the name is equal to Caleb. Now, there's one caveat here is we're using two equal signs. One equal sign means this is the variable. Variable is equal to whatever this value is. That's one equal sign. Two equal signs means, hey, is the name Caleb? We are checking to make sure that it is actually the right name. So this one is called an assignment operator, and this one is a comparison operator. Now, there are several other comparison operators out there, but we're really just going to learn about this first one for now to keep it nice and simple. So now let's change this to prompt, what is your name? And now I can refresh. It's going to say, what is your name? And if I type in any other name, I'm going to be my cat for a moment. His name is Zephyr. I'll type in Zephyr. Nothing happens. And that's because if we go in here and we type in name, we can see it's Zephyr. And we're saying, hey, if the name is equal to Caleb, do something. It's not. Currently, it's saying it's Zephyr. But if we refresh and I type in Caleb with a capital K so it matches this value right there, it says do something. Cool. So now we actually have something to work with here. We can say, hey, ask the user for some information. And if that information matches what we're expecting, we can do something else. So now let's make this a little funner. Let's make an H1 in here. ID is equal to, let's just call it welcome. And let's turn this into a node. So var welcome node is equal to document.get element by ID. It autofills for me. That's nice. Name. Make it smaller so it fits on one line. And now we have this in here and we can say, hey, if the name is Caleb, welcome node dot inner text is equal to welcome to your website, Caleb. And before we give this a shot, I just noticed that we have document.get element by ID. It's not the name. It's welcome. In my fit of excitement, I got a little too ahead of myself there. And, fun fact, that happens to all of us. So now I'm going to hit refresh, and it's going to say, what is your name? I'm going to say, my name is Caleb. And now it says, welcome to your website, Caleb. And if I say any other name, if I said my name is, no, not Zephyr, let's be Batman. My name is Batman. It does nothing. Batman's not supposed to be here. And so now we have some logic and something happening based on the fact that my name is Caleb. Now, what if we needed this to be a little more accepting? Because right now you need a capital K. If I type in Caleb with a capital or a lowercase k, nothing happens. Okay, well, now we need to actually change this. We need to say, if name is equal to Caleb with a lowercase k, well, that's not going to change for that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Those are all the different variations, and mix and matching them, of course. So what we can do is we can say, if name.to lowercase, so we're going to take whatever the name is, turn it into lowercase, and then compare the lowercase value. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's do all uppercase Caleb. And then let's say, okay. It says, welcome to your website, Caleb. And that's because we said, hey, if the name, all capital letters, Caleb, and then we force it to be lowercase, is equal to lowercase Caleb. And now it's going to match on every single one. We could say K-A-L-O-B. Bam, it still works. And this is where string manipulation gets very, very useful. So now at this point, we need to take a look at the actual if statement itself. What is making this trigger? Well, it's not just the fact that it does match Caleb. Yes, it's looking for a match, but the logic behind it is saying, is this statement true? Does name.to lowercase equal Caleb? Well, if someone were to type in Caleb like this, would that match? No, those are different to a computer. But we said to lowercase, which is the same as saying, is Caleb equal to Caleb? And if yes, this would be true. Your computer then says, yep, this is true. Logically, beep, 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 yep, this is true. Make it do something. And so your if statements should always return true. And then what happens if they don't return true? How do we handle something that is the opposite of true? How do we handle something that's false? Or how do we handle multiple scenarios? Well, those are things we're going to get into in just a little bit. For now, I think we should just practice a simple comparison operator just to sort of get the hang of it, because this is where we can have a lot of fun with it. We can do anything with our website at this point based on just if statements. And then lastly, let's take one more quick look at the syntax here. So we've got if, parentheses, and then inside of these parentheses, so I could actually delete that. If whatever in here is true, so if value 1 is equal to value 2, then you have some curly brackets. You've got an opening curly bracket and a closing curly bracket. Do some stuff in here. And if it's not true, if your if statement does not turn out to be true, this does not execute at all. It just skips over it. Your program says, oh, there's nothing there. I'm not going to do anything with that. And that is essentially the core of every single programming language on the planet. If you want to get into artificial intelligence, if you want to get into machine learning, guess what? Most of it is a ton of if statements. It's if a data point matches a certain value, if a set of data matches exactly the outcome that you're expecting. If it is not, do something else. That's really all it is. Even if you look at, more fantasy movies like iRobot, the machine, Sonny was his name, Sonny will look around and he will analyze the entire picture and he will say, if there is a person there, say hello. If there is no person there, keep walking. So that's an if-else statement. And at the end of the day, in programming, everything boils down to something called a Boolean. It is either true or it is false. That's it. There's not really a whole lot of middle ground there. And so that's all we're doing here is we're saying, hey, is this true? Hey, if this if statement is true, do something. And if it's not, maybe do something else. But we'll learn about that in a future lesson. So what I would like you to do is give this a shot. Ask for your name using a prompt, and then check to see if that name matches a value that you're looking for. And if it does match that value, then do something else. Just write an if statement and sort of get used to it. And don't forget, you can experiment. You're not going to break anything. You could always do like, hey, if my name is Nathan, if my name is Zephyr, anything like that. You could also do instead of 2 lowercase, you could do 2 uppercase. You could do something like that. You could do all sorts of things. So don't forget to just tinker around with it, have fun, experiment. You're allowed to experiment. And once again, there's no possible way you can break anything on your computer just writing this. So you are totally safe to experiment to your heart's content. Hello and welcome back. In the last lesson, we learned about comparison operators. In this lesson, we are going to learn about handling the opposite of something that is true. So for instance, if we have a script that asks for my name and it says, hey, if my name is Caleb, welcome me. What if my name is not Caleb? What if you're asking for a course and it is not JavaScript for beginners? Let's go ahead and do that now. Let's say var, let's just call it input, is equal to prompt. What course are you taking? And then we could say with an if statement, if input dot to lowercase is equal to JavaScript for beginners. And that just makes sure that it doesn't matter if there's a capital letter or no capital letter in there. Let's make this smaller. Curly braces. And then we could say, do something in here. And so we're familiar with this already. In fact, we could actually clean this up too. We could say input lower. Let's just call it that. Var input lower is equal to, and we'll just create a new variable called input lower. And that just matches this one here. But what if the course is not JavaScript for beginners? What if you're taking another course of mine called JavaScript Essentials? Well, you need to be able to handle that. In fact, what if someone types in anything that is not this? Well, you need an else statement. So if something else, do something else. And really it boils down to something like this. You can sort of read this like a sentence too. Let's make some space here. And you could say, if the course is JavaScript for beginners, do a thing. Otherwise, or else, do something else. And in fact, This is interesting. Because if we said this is Python. This is Python syntax. And so by learning JavaScript syntax, you're already somewhat familiar with Python syntax. So now your skills in Python, or your skills in JavaScript rather, are actually paying off because you're learning how to apply logic in other languages. It just looks a little different, but yeah, this is how it works. And so you can actually read this as a sentence. If course is JavaScript for beginners, do something. But if it's not, do something else. That's all it is. And so the world of programming is really just made up of if-else statements. It's a bunch of if statements, else statements, and a hybrid of both called an if-else or an else-if, depending on your language. So if this is JavaScript for beginners, let's add a welcome message. And if it's not, let's say, you're in the wrong course. Well, we need something to do here. So let's say h1. Let's give this a name of text, an ID of text. And we need to grab a node here. So let's grab this node, var text is equal to document dot get element by ID text. And then let's say text dot inner HTML is equal to, let's do strong, welcome / strong to JavaScript for, let's do another strong, beginners. And so now we're writing some HTML inside of our JavaScript. And what if it's not right? Well, we could do this and just copy that because I don't want to write all of it over again. And we could just say, you're in the wrong course. And watch this. What course are you taking? Okay, well, let's say I'm taking another course that I have called JavaScript Essentials. Yeah, it says I'm in the wrong course because we're not in JavaScript Essentials. In fact, the one that I'm in is JavaScript for, and let's really mess this up. Let's put it all in capital letters, or the last word is going to be capital letters. JavaScript for beginners. Welcome to JavaScript for beginners. And if we view our source here, it doesn't really look like it's bold, but it is. We've got a strong element there, we've got a strong element here, and regular text in here. So there we go. And that is how you do an if-else statement. So basically you're saying, hey, if this is true, if we are in fact in JavaScript for beginners, execute this. Otherwise, doesn't really matter what the answer is. We're saying any other answer in the world, execute this line. So go ahead, give that a shot. You're going to need to know how to do this for our mini project that is coming up. You're definitely going to need to know how to do an if-else statement. And at this point in time, if you get stuck with this, don't forget you can always leave a question down below. I am always here to help. Welcome to your second mini project. This one has to do with comparison operators, so I hope you had watched the previous 2 videos. In this mini project, what I would like you to do is ask the user for a URL. And then check to see if that link starts with HTTP. And if it does not start with HTTP, I want you to fix up that link. So fix up the variable and then inject that as a link into the page. And so for part number 1, you're going to want to use prompt. For part number 2, you're going to want to use substring. Part number 3 is you're going to want to use an if, maybe an if-else statement or statements. And then part number 4, you're going to want to grab an HTML element node and change the inner HTML to have more HTML inside of it. I'm going to do this project right in front of you as well in the same video, but I think it would be best if you could pause the video now and just give it a shot yourself. Get as far as you possibly can. And then, you know what? If you get stuck, just resume the video and you can watch exactly how I end up doing it. So go ahead, click pause, give it a shot, and I'll see you in just a couple of minutes when you hit resume. Okay, so the first step was we needed to ask the user for input. So let's create a script in here where we put our JavaScript. And let's say var URL is equal to prompt. Enter a URL, whatever that's going to be. And so we'll just do this piece by piece here. I'll refresh, enter a URL, and I could do coding for everybody.com. Does nothing, as expected. So we just have a URL in a variable, but we haven't actually done anything with it. Let's go ahead and move on to step number 2. Let's see if it starts with HTTP or if it does not start with HTTP. So we can say if url.substring 04, so starts at character 0, which is 1 in computer language, go up to the 4th character, is equal to HTTP, then it's good. And we can console log that. We can say console.log, the URL is good. Otherwise, we need to fix it. So console.warn and say bad URL, bad URL. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. So I go ahead again and I type codingforeverybody.com. And it's not console.warm. If you were screaming at the screen, yeah, that's a good call. It's warn. Fun fact. Codingforeverybody.com. Let's try this again. And it says bad URL. What if I refresh the page and say http://codingforeverybody.com. And it says the URL is good. Okay, so we have a working if-else statement in here. So if the URL is good, we don't really need to do anything, but if the URL is bad, we need to fix it. So let's go ahead and fix this URL. We're now going to fix it by saying the URL is equal to http:// and then we're just going to concatenate the rest of the URL. And we can get rid of these console logs if we wanted to. They're not really doing anything. And the last step was we need to select an HTML element by its ID and change the inner HTML to have a link in it. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's create a paragraph and let's say this is the link. And let's just create an empty span in here. Let's call it link. There's not going to be anything in there. So when we refresh the page, we hit cancel, it just says this is the link. And we can actually see that it even has an uncaught type error, cannot read property, substring of null because there's nothing in there. That's what happens when we click cancel. At this point, we should have somewhat of a working URL, assuming you actually type something in there. And then we just need to put it in here. So let's grab that node. Let's do var link node is equal to, or I guess it's a span node. So span node is equal to document.get element by ID and just call it link. And let's go ahead and put span node dot inner HTML is equal to the URL. So we're almost there. Let's go ahead and say codingforeverybody.com. It fixed it for me. Cool. But ultimately, that's not quite what we're looking for. We actually want this to be a link to codingforeverybody.com. So we need to put this into some HTML. And this is where string concatenation comes in. So we could do this a couple different ways. We could say all of it in one line, ahref is equal to, and then closing, and then we could go in there and we could say concatenate this. And we could put the URL in here, and then we could also concatenate in here with the URL. And so this will work. Codingforeverybody.com. And when I click it, and you can actually see it says codingforeverybody.com, boom, loads the site. That's pretty nice. Or if you wanted to write some slightly cleaner code, we could also just say HTML. We'll create a new variable called HTML. And this way we have our HTML in a new line and it just doesn't look as crowded. So we can do the same thing here. We could say google.com and it'll take us to http://google.com. Now there's actually a shortcut. We currently have an empty if statement. So like, why even write that? So what we could say is we could skip this whole thing. So let's get rid of the else statement and we could say if it's not. So to compare something to make sure that it is true, you say two equal signs. To say something is not true, or not the same rather, you say exclamation mark equal sign, and that says not the same. So let's just zoom in, and it looks like this. Not the same. And so what we're saying here is if the URL, the first 4 characters, is not HTTP, I'll make sure it is HTTP. And then we got rid of that else statement. So now we're saying basically, if it doesn't start with HTTP, it needs to, so overwrite the URL. Let's give this a shot. Let's go in here, refresh. Last time, what site do we want to go to? Let's go to facebook.com, and bam, that works. What if we already put HTTP in there? You know, copy and paste a URL that's already in there. http youtube.com. It's also working. So it's all good. This is working perfectly fine. And so that is the entire mini project. And so what we used is prompt. We used an if statement. Actually, we used an else statement technically. And then we sort of combined that into one line. We'll talk more about this a little bit later. You didn't have to know that one off the top of your head. Then we grabbed our span and then we injected HTML into it. Furthermore, we could actually do this. We could check to see too. If someone hits cancel, what is that URL? Well, that URL is equal to null, type of URL is an object. And so we know that this is going to be some sort of data type. And actually, you might not know that, and that's okay. You don't really need to know that. What I'm going to do is show you something pretty cool, in my opinion. So we could say, if the URL is equal to null, alert, cancel this quickly, because we don't want it to execute. So let's go ahead, cancel this quickly, because we don't want it to execute. And so we could actually say, if the URL is equal to null, then cancel this, else, and then we can wrap everything else in that else statement. And so now we're saying, if basically no one has clicked cancel, we're good. But if someone has clicked cancel, we're going to say alert this, we're going to say cancel this quickly. In fact, actually what we could do is we could do absolutely nothing. Or we could do console.error missing input. Otherwise, if someone did put something in there, we could then do an if statement in here, and then we could do the rest of our logic. And so let's go ahead, give us a shot, hit cancel, missing input, just the way we expected it to. So there you go, that is your mini project number 2. I did a bunch of stuff in here that I did not expect you to know. For instance, if URL is equal to null, yeah, I sort of just pulled that out of a hat. You didn't know about that one yet. The if not statement, you didn't know about that one yet either. That's okay. We're learning things together at the same time. We're going to go over all these things a little bit later down the road too. And I like to sort of just drop in some of these, I call them golden nuggets, just these little hints of slightly more advanced things inside of code that already makes sense. So you're constantly pushing yourself, but you're not pushing yourself too hard. Now, don't forget, you can always put this in a code pen, or you know, you can just take a screenshot like what I have here. You've got your editor on the left and you've got your browser on the right, and you could take screenshots and share it in your Skillshare project. Okay, we know a little bit about comparison operators and how to handle something that returns true and something that returns false. We know them to be if statements and else statements. But what if we want to match more than that? Well, we could do something like this. You know, var name is equal to Caleb. And then we could say, if name is equal to Caleb, do something in here. Okay, and what if it's not Caleb? Well, what if the name is Zephyr? Well, then we would have to do if name is equal to Zephyr. Zephyr action in here. And then we have an else statement. And what if the name is not Zephyr? What if it's also not Caleb or Zephyr? What if the name is equal to Henry action in here, else, well, what if the name is not Caleb, Zephyr, or Henry? And this goes on and on and on and on, and it just gets really gross. I mean, even looking at this right now, it sort of seems a little confusing to the naked eye. You just look at it and you go, that's a lot of nesting. And this can go on forever and ever. Luckily, there is a better way to handle this in the world of JavaScript. There's actually 2 ways we can do this. I'm going to show you the main way, the most common way, and then I'm going to show you another way that's a little less common, but also super useful. So what we can do is, if the name is equal to Caleb, great, you know, console.log, awesome. Okay, we can also do else if the name is equal to Zephyr. And then we can say console.log meow. And then we can say else if name is equal to Henry, console.log little meow, because he's a little kitty. And finally, if it's not Caleb or Zephyr or Henry, console.warn not handled. Something like that. And let's go ahead and give this a refresh. And we can see it says awesome in here. Let's make that smaller. And if we change that name to Zephyr, It says meow. If we change that name to Henry, we know it's going to say little meow, because that's what we wrote, little meow. And if we change it to anyone else, let's change it to doggo. Doggo. It's not handled. And so this is how we get away from nesting if statements inside of if statements inside of if statements. We can keep them nice and flat like this. And in fact, my editor and most editors will allow you to do this because you have curly brackets in here. You can actually close them too. And so now it actually looks a lot more clean. You can actually sort of read this. If name is equal to Caleb, it's going to do something. If it's equal to Zephyr, do something. Henry, do something. Or if it's anything else, do something else. And so if you're ever looking through a lot of code and you're like, what happens if the name is Zephyr? Well, you can just open that up. Console log meow. And so that is how we get away from nested if statements. Now in JavaScript, there is another way of doing this. And many other languages have this as well. It's called a switch statement. You don't see it too often anymore, but it is definitely a thing you can lean on whenever you have a lot of if-else-if statements. So you just say switch, and you give it a variable, whatever that is going to be, curly brackets, and then you give it a case. So the case is going to be Caleb, and then if the case is Caleb, you could say console.log, hi Caleb, and then we say break. And this is like an if statement, only instead of using curly braces, we're using a colon, and instead of this curly brace, we're using the word break. We'll actually see the word break a lot more when we get to while loops, for each loops, things like that. Then we can give it another case, any other name. We could say Nathan, console.log, hi Nathan, break. And then we could say so on and so on and so on. Or if we just wanted to catch any other scenario, we could just say default console.warn not handled and break. So let's go ahead and let's change this from name. Let's change this to family member. And let's create var family member is equal to, start off with Caleb, I'll be me, and it says, hi Caleb. And then if I changed it to Nathan, hi Nathan. And what if I changed it to Wade? Not handled on line 22. Look at that, not handled, line 22. So this is basically the exact same way of doing an if-else statement. Some people like this way, some people like the if-else-if way. Personally, I lean towards the if-else-if-else way. It just seems a little more explicit, and not everybody knows about the switch functionality, so it can be a little bit harder for someone who has never seen a switch statement like this before to figure out what's going on, whereas every programmer you run into will know about if, else if, and else statements. And so one thing to note here is going to try to match that first case and stop. So what we're saying here is if the family member is Caleb, console log, hi Caleb, and then stop. Don't do any of the other ones. Just like down here, if the name is equal to Caleb, then just execute this one. But it's not. Then it's going to try to do this one. Does it match? No. Then it's going to try to do this one. Does that match? No. Then it's going to do the else statement. And this else statement is actually optional. You don't need to have that in there. You can say if the name is Caleb or Zephyr or Henry, take an action. And if it's anything else, don't do anything at all. You could totally write that. So what I would like you to do for some hands-on experience here is write an if, else statement. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be complex. Just like something what I have here, just a bunch of console logging. That's totally okay. I just want you to get some experience with the else if syntax. And really when it comes down to the syntax, it just looks like someone grabbed an if statement, like this one up here. And in their else statement, they just pasted it in. That's all it is. So give that a shot. Don't forget to have some fun with it. And when you're done with that, let's head on over to the next lesson. Okay, welcome back to another lesson on learning JavaScript. We are going to talk about code comments. Now, generally in a course, I put code comments first, but frankly, they're boring. Unfortunately, they're also super useful, and it makes sense to learn them. And so I sort of wanted to defer that and get to some of the funner stuff before we get into, things that are not as fun, like code comments. So at this point, if you don't know what a code comment is, you should be asking, Caleb, what is a code comment? Well, a code comment is basically a way to take a piece of code that you've written and tell your browser not to execute it. So I have an example here, console log comment 1 and 2. And if I refresh my page, we'll just see comment 1 and 2. In fact, let's make 2 show up 4 times. So we've got comment 1 and then 2, 2, 2, and 2. So let's say we have a bunch of code in here on one line and we don't want it to be executed at all. We say, hey, JavaScript, don't execute it. And all we do is we put one slash with another slash together. And that creates a single line comment. So if I save this and refresh, comment 1 no longer shows up in here. Now, when it comes to multi-line comments, most editors you can hit like a command slash, so it's like cmd plus slash, or if you're on Windows, it's usually control slash, something like that. And you can select all of these lines and you can comment them all out at the same time. But that's not a multi-line comment. That's commenting out every single line individually. So if we wanted to get rid of all of them, we would do slash and then an asterisk, and then at the end, we would do an asterisk and then a slash. And this will comment out everything between these 2 points. And so if you remove the space, you'll see my code goes gray. And that's going to keep going on forever and ever and ever. So if I do console, you can see that my code is still gray here. Console.log, do I show up? And let's get rid of that one. Oh, look at that. There's actually a syntax error because the comment was never closed. But if we do asterisk and then a slash right after, that's saying, hey, everything between here, just comment it out. So save, refresh, do I show up? Yes, you do. You do show up because all the other lines are commented out. So let's view our page source. And we can see there's a comment here, and there is a comment, a multi-line comment here, getting rid of all of number 2. You can also comment out the end of a line as well. So instead of just having a comment at the very beginning, you could have a comment after it. So you could say var name is equal to Caleb, and then if you wanted to make a code note, a code comment, you could put 2 slashes afterwards and say, this is my name. And that's not going to execute either, but as another developer looks at your code and says, var name, what is that supposed to be? What kind of name? Is it supposed to be a person's name? And you say, this is my name. All right, well, I know that's the developer's name now. So I can refresh, and it just says, like every time I refresh, do I show up? Yep, you do show up. And when I refresh this, var name is Caleb. And let's make sure that it still works. Let's go in here and type in name. Name is Caleb. Haha, look at that. And anything over here to the right of your double slashes is not going to show up. That's going to be commented out. So moving forward, you're going to see me doing a lot more code comments. This is a really good way of writing a bunch of code that does not actually need to execute. And it's also a really good way of just like testing things out. So if you want to console log something and you're not sure if you're going to use it later, just comment it out or uncomment, comment, uncomment, comment, uncomment. That's all there is to code comments. Not super interesting as a topic to learn about, but very, very important. And you're going to see this all over the place. In every single programming language, you will see code comments everywhere. All right, let's talk a little bit about arithmetic. So basically, that's just a fancy word for math. You know, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. And then you've got things like modulus, which is remainder, and exponents. And that's really all there is to it. And then, you know, there's a few extra functions we can get into for like sine and cosine. And I'm just kidding. We're not going to do all of that stuff. We're just going to work with the basic stuff for now. Actually, that's really all we're going to work with at all, because when it comes to coding, when it comes to programming, it turns out that most of us coders are actually, we're kind of lazy. And we are not interested in writing all sorts of complicated math. We don't want to get into calculus and algorithms and things like that. Yes, algorithms are a buzzword and it's fun to talk about that, but at the end of the day, do we want to be spending 8 hours a day writing math? Honestly, no, most of us don't. And the good thing about coding is you don't have to. You can get away with simple math. And so in this video, we're going to learn about a little bit, some of the basic arithmetic behind JavaScript. And really, we're just going to stick with multiplication, addition, subtraction, and division. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's create a variable in here. So we've got variable num1 is equal to 100, and then we've got variable 2 is equal to, I don't know, let's say 33.5. I'm honestly just making up numbers at this point. Now, if we wanted to do, let's say divide these numbers. Let's say we wanted to divide 100 by 33. We could do num1 divided by num2. And you can actually see that's going to give me the exact number down here. And so this is division. It's just a slash, that's all it is. And if we wanted to multiply these numbers, it's just the asterisk. So you do shift and then the number 8, and you'll get an asterisk. Although on some keyboards that might be a little bit different, but on a standard keyboard, it's shift 8 to get that asterisk, and you're just gonna do multiplication. Subtraction is just a dash, and addition is just a plus sign. And that's all there is to it. And honestly, it's very, very rare to use anything more advanced than that. Occasionally, we'll get into something like modulus, which will give you the remainder of something. So if we did 10 modulus 3, well, 10 divided by 3 goes 3 times, and then there's a remainder of 1. So it goes 3, 6, 9, and then 10 minus 9 is 1. So basically, it's just, you remember long division? Well, it's like that, and then that's the remainder. And then we also have exponents, which is just 2 multiplication signs together. Now, there's one rule when you are working with larger formulas. You also want to keep in mind the rule of BEDMAS, and it's actually a different acronym for several different areas of the world, but the way I remember it is BEDMAS. You have brackets, exponents, division, and then multiplication, and then addition, addition, slash subtraction, whichever comes first. I don't know how to spell that, apparently subtraction. And so the idea here is whenever you have advanced math, it's not really advanced, but it's a little more advanced, I guess. There's an order of operations, and it's BEDMAS. So whenever you see brackets, do your brackets first. Do the math inside of that first, then the exponents inside of those brackets, then division and multiplication, whichever comes first from left to right, and then addition or subtraction, whichever comes first from left to right. So an example of this would be if we wanted to find out what 30 degrees Celsius is in Fahrenheit. So we could do Celsius is equal to 30, and then to figure out what the answer is, we could do C times 1.8 plus 32. And actually, if we get rid of C, that should preview for us. There we go. So it's 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the order of operations where this becomes important is if we did this backwards, plus 32 times 1.8, we get a slightly different number. And while that's not a big deal, it's only 1.6 degrees difference in, regular weather temperatures. If you were 1.6 degrees off in a circle, that could be significantly different, especially if you're trying to point a telescope to maybe a particular star. Well, you're going to miss that by a lot. And so this is just a simple example, but your order of operations is important. And so this is the same as, doing your brackets first. So you've got C, which is 30, multiplied by 1.8 plus 32. And so it's going to do this first, and then whatever that is, it's going to add 32 on top of it. And so that's a super, super fast crash course into basic algebra, just the simple order of operations. And again, you really don't need to know too much about this, because for the most part, we don't do a lot of math until we get into like the real nitty gritty of something super complex. And for most of us, that doesn't happen. So this was your introduction into arithmetic. Just as a quick summary here, you have num1 divided by num2. So you've got a division sign here. Multiplication is your asterisk. Subtraction is just a dash, just the subtract sign. And then the plus sign to add. And if you wanted modulus, you could use the percent sign. And if you wanted an exponent, I have no idea what this is going to be. You use, as a really big number. You use 2 asterisks side by side. So it looks like multiply, multiply, which is exponents. All right, let's get introduced to a new data type called the Boolean, and you see that here. And again, this is just a fancy programmer's term for either something is true or it is false. That's it. It's either 1 or 0, true or false, on or off, black and white, day and night. There's no in between. And you know how people always think that robots or machines only ever think in black and white? Well, they're not entirely wrong, because a lot of logic does come down to true and false, and there isn't a lot of give in between there. Now we can, when it comes to machine learning, we can give an answer like 0.6, and that leans more towards true than false, and we can work with that, but that's not the same as Boolean logic. We know that 0.6 is a number, and Boolean logic is true or false. So we can work with this in a few different ways, but first and foremost, let's go ahead and create a script. And in this script, let's go ahead and create a Boolean variable. So let's create a variable is cat is equal to true. And so let's just talk about my cat, Zephyr. And we can say, is my cat a cat, true or false? And so we could say in a comparison operator is cat. And so we can actually do this a couple of ways. We can do is cat is equal to true, which is the more explicit way of writing it, but that's sort of unnecessary because when you do any sort of comparison operator, it's always checking to see if that statement eventually turns out to be true. And while this is already true, so we could shortcut this and just say is cat. And we can say console.log Zephyr is a cat. And let's go ahead and inspect this and open up our console. Console. Let's actually switch that to the bottom. There we go. And it says Zephyr is a cat. And if we wanted this to be false, we could just say, hey, you know what? Is cat false? Maybe I got a dog and named him Zephyr as well. And nothing's going to show up. However, because we know about the else statement, we can now say console.log is not a cat. And there we go. And now we can just toggle that. True and false. Is a cat? Is not a cat. We could even get a lot more complicated with this if we wanted to. And we could ask the user for a name. So we could say var name is equal to prompt. Enter name. If name dot to lowercase is equal to, let's make that smaller, Zephyr. Is cat is equal to true. Let's go ahead, turn that into a var as well. Otherwise, we're going to say var is cat is equal to false. And I'm just sort of willy-nilly throwing semicolons in here. They're not necessary, but it's a good practice to be in anyways, because all JavaScript, once compiled into production, gets minified and squished, and it all becomes one line of JavaScript, and so it eventually puts semicolons in there anyway. So it's a good practice to have, but not always necessary. And then we could say in here, actually in real life, we would have some other logic in here based on the variable is cat. And then we could say, if is cat, alert, you're a cat, a kitty cat, and meow, 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 and meow, meow, meow. Alert, you're not a cat. You're not a kitty cat at all. Okay, so I refresh, and if we walk through this, it's going to ask me for the name. Enter your name. Okay, I'm going to type in Zephyr. I'm going to spell it right, though, Zephyr. And it's going to take that name, lowercase it, and check to see if it matches lowercase Zephyr. So I hit OK, and it says, you're a cat. It says, goes ahead, says, yeah, okay, there's a variable in here, is cat is equal to true. Does some logic, some other magic stuff behind the scenes. And then we've got another if statement. If it is a cat, alert, you are a cat. And so that is your base introduction into Boolean logic. Now there's another way we can do this. We can actually shortcut the if and else. So let's go ahead and, you know what? Yeah, let's keep that. I like that that's in there. That's making our programs a little more complicated. So we can also shortcut the if else statement. So if we just wanted to check if something was false, we could do if is cat is equal to false, alert, not a cat. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to give this a default as well, so I don't have to type this over and over and over again. Zephyr, you're a cat. That's executing line 21 down here. And nothing, because it wasn't false. So this didn't execute. But what if we said, Henry, my other cat? It says, you are not a cat. That executes line 23. And it's also going to execute lines 27 through 29. It says, not a cat. That's right here. Now we can also shortcut this the same way we did if is cat. We can do the opposite by saying exclamation mark is cat. This is saying false. So let's go ahead. And what I'm going to do here is, let's go ahead and put these on separate lines here. Let's move that up so you can actually see it. So this is going to be false as well. So this is basically saying if cat is false. Let's type that out. If is cat is false. That's what this is saying here. You can also, if you wanted to, you could say if is cat does not equal true, it will only ever be true or false. So if this is false, then this is the false block to execute. Execute. And so there are several different ways of doing this. Generally, the most common way that you're going to see this in the wild is if is cat, because that's false. That's the shortest way to write if it is not a cat. And then if we head on over to our console here, we have a variable called is cat. It's false. And if we do type of is cat, we're going to see it is a Boolean. Now, one thing I skipped over that I did not mean to skip over was when you have a Boolean, where are we here? Var is cat is equal to true or false. We do not put it in quotations like this because that's a string. That's not the same as true or false. A string can be any number of characters, letters. It can mix and match spaces and special characters and all that stuff. A Boolean cannot. A Boolean can only ever be true or false. And so this is I think a pretty good crash course into Boolean logic. It really doesn't get any more complicated than this. The most complicated part is when you see if statements like this. So if is cat, when you're first looking at this, if you've never seen an if statement before, you're probably thinking, what does that mean? Well, this is saying it's true. And if you ever see if exclamation mark is cat, that's the same as saying if the cat is false. So, nice and simple like that. What I would like you to do though is, just tinker around with this, get an idea of how Boolean logic works, and just create a few if-else statements using Boolean logic. You're going to see Booleans every single day. It is the fastest way to get a yes or no answer. And one more thing before we go, Boolean logic can also be represented by ones and zeros. I almost actually forgot that. That is an important one here. Let's scroll down here to make some room. We could also say var is cat is equal to 1. So this is the same as true. And var is cat is equal to 0. This is false. And this works across almost every single programming language. If is cat, because this will be true. Or you could also say if is cat, and that will be false. Something along those lines, and that will totally work for you. So maybe also give that a shot. Try assigning a variable to true or false, and then try assigning the variable to 1 or 0, and just play around with some if-else statements. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about something called an array. Now, with all things developer related, an array is just a fancy term for a list. That's all it is. We're just going to create a list of variables, maybe a list of strings, Booleans. We can make a list of lists if we wanted to. And in some languages like Python, we even actually call it a list. But in JavaScript, it's called an array. So let's go ahead and make this bigger because I think we can do all of this without actually writing any code in a file. And so an array is really, really easy to create. So there's a couple different ways of creating an array, but we could just say like ARR, variable ARR is equal to, and then we have an opening and closing hard bracket. And inside of it, we put, maybe I'll put my name and then a comma. And then because it's a string, you put quotations around it. And then I'll put my cat's name, Zephyr, and then a comma. And then if I wanted to, I could put true in here as a Boolean. I could put false in there as a Boolean. I could put my age in there. I could put Zephyr's age in there. Now, none of this is mapped, so it's not really understandable what all this data actually relates to. But if we were to sort of change all of this and say ARR, no, let's not call it ARR. Let's call it names is equal to a list of names. We could say Caleb, Zephyr, Henry, and a doggo. doggo. There we go. And just hit enter. And even if we try to access it again, we have a list here and it says in parentheses, there's 4. That means there's 4 items. So we can see in here, we have these things called indices. These are numbers. It's your index value. So it starts at 0 because computers start counting at 0. So 0, Caleb, 1, Zephyr, 2, Henry, 3, doggo. Now, not only can we loop through all of these different values and, perform a certain action on them, we can grab each one individually as well. So we could say var Caleb is equal to names. And then if I wanted to grab one, I could just grab, let's say, 0. Now, if that is a little confusing, you can always trial this out in your console as well. So it's names, and then you've got, your hard bracket, and then your index number. So I want number 0. So this 0 here is going to match this 0 right here. And it's going to say Caleb. And if I wanted doggo, I would use index number 3. And again, computers start counting at the number 0. To a human, the number 0 means nothing. There's nothing there. To a computer, computers say, oh, the number 0 is actually a number, because a computer doesn't understand the concept of nothing, technically. It just understands that there's a number and it's 0. So it starts at the number 0. So if we wanted doggo, we would use the name of the array, hard bracket, and then the index number, and then a closing hard bracket. And we could call this, if we wanted to, doggo is equal to, and then we could do whatever we want with doggo. Let's do uppercase. Doggo, in all caps, just like that. So that is how we basically create an array. There's another way of creating an array. We could do an array of numbers. So let's call it nums is equal to, and we can just give it an actual array. We call it array with a capital A. And then we could do 1, 99, 23. And you can see that it created the exact same object. So, you've got the hard brackets around here. We have indices in here. So we could do nums. This is going to get a little confusing, but nums 2. If we did the variable name, nums, and we put the index of 2 in there, that's going to map to the number 23. And so sure enough, it does. It maps to the number 23. Now, okay, let's clear that out and let's work with names. If we type names, our console automatically tells us there's 4 items in there. What if we want to check to see if there are actually 4 items? Well, we could do names.length, and this is a property on the names object. We'll talk more about properties and objects and methods and all sorts of complex things a little bit down the road, but for now, you can know that if you do .length, you're going to get the total number of items in your array, and that's 4. So that 4 here matches that 4 there. Now, we also have a variable called doggo, and this is a string, so this is sort of outside the scope of this particular lesson, but we could also use length on doggo to get the total number of characters. So there's a difference here. The difference being names is an array, and this is where data types, it's really important that we know what data type we're working with here. Names is an array, and if we use .length, that's going to get the total number of items in there. Whereas doggo is a string, and if we use .length, it gets us the total number of characters in there. And just so we know what we're working with there, doggo is actually D-O-G-G-O, so there is 5 characters, and that's why it returned 5 in here. Now, okay, that's cool. That's an array. So, we've got 2 different ways of creating an array. We could do ARR is equal to an array with our items in there, or we could just do the shorthand way and use hard brackets. I like using the hard brackets, but occasionally I use ARRAY just to be super explicit, depending on the code I'm working on. But that's really up to you. The way you want to do it. Neither way is wrong, neither way is right. Okay, let's look at adding something to an array. So we have an array called names, and we want to add one more person in here, or one more name, or maybe one more pet. Let's go ahead and say names.push, and we want to push something into this array. So let's put the word parrot in there, and you're going to see it automatically returned the number of items in the array. And if we type names again, we can see that there's Caleb, Zephyr, Henry, Doggo, and the new one, Parrot. And the total number of items is 5. Now, if we wanted to get something out of here, well, we could use slice. So let's say we wanted to get the first 2 items in here. We could do 2 items is equal to names.slice. Where to start, where to end. Start at 0, end at 2. And here we go, we get 2 items. We get Caleb and Zephyr. And so it just sliced that array and sort of just said, you know what? Slice it right down this sort of center line here, almost center line. And remove Henry, Doggo, and Parrot. Actually, what it's saying is copy Caleb and Zephyr and put that into a new array called toItems. Now, if we just wanted to get the very last item, and you're going to see this one a lot, we use .pop, and this is the same across several programming languages. Let's clear that out. We have names in here, and we want parrot. So let's go ahead and create a new variable called parrot is equal to names.pop, and that's it. Just .pop with parentheses around it, and watch this. Parrot is now equal to parrot. If we did type of parrot, this is going to be a string because it did not return an array. It just returned this last item in here. But more interestingly, what it did was, if we type in names, it actually got rid of parrot. So what it did was it said, grab the last item in the array, actually remove it from that array, and put it into anywhere. Now, we don't necessarily have to store that in a variable either. We could do names.pop, and this is not going to store the last one anywhere. So the last one currently is Doggo. It returns Doggo, but we didn't store it in a variable, so it's not accessible to us anymore. And if we type names, we only have 3 names. And so this is a good introduction into arrays. Arrays get really, really powerful when we get more into loops. So, for example, for every name in names, we could say, hello, my name is Caleb. Hello, my name is Zephyr. Hello, my name is Henry. We could write in 3 lines that over and over and over again. And if this array was 100 items long, we would still only have to write 3 lines of code. Versus having to right now say console.log, my name is Caleb. And then console.log, my name is Zephyr. Console.log, my name is Henry. Console.log, my name is Doggo. You get the point, so on and so on. We're going to talk a lot more about arrays down the road, but for now, you are now fully introduced into the world of arrays, a new data type called an array. And just as a quick recap, the most important thing that you can know about an array right now are the indices. So if we did this, we open this up. If we wanted to get Zephyr, which indice would we use? We would use number 1. It's not the first item, because the first item is Caleb, it's the second item. And so we offput every number by -1, because computers start counting at 0. That is the key takeaway here. So I would highly recommend that you get a little bit of experience writing arrays. You don't have to do a lot with them. You can just create a simple array with names and then maybe just get the middle one using an index. Otherwise, if you feel pretty comfortable with this already, let's head on over to that next lesson. All right, up until now, we have learned about strings, numbers, arrays, Booleans, and there's a few more that we're going to learn down the road. But for now, I would like to explain a particular function that I've been using to show you if something is a Boolean or a string or an array or a number. Now, behind all of these different types of variables is this thing called a data type, or in some languages, a data structure. So let's go ahead and look at a few of these. So let's create var age is equal to 30. Okay, we know that this is a number, but what does JavaScript think it is? Does it think it's a string, a number, anything like that? Let's create another one in here. Var name is equal to JavaScript for beginners. What does JavaScript think this variable is? Var, we did this one already. Is cat true or false? And let's create one more. Var cars is equal to Volkswagen, Lambo, and Audi. Audi. Something like that. Let's put that all in one line again. And so when we refresh our page, we're not going to see anything happen. We've declared a bunch of variables, but we're not doing anything with them. Let's go ahead and console log each one. So console.log age is, and in here we're going to use a function called type of. And it's just simply going to say age is, and then what it actually is. So let's go ahead and save this, and we're going to see age is a number. That's the variable type, or the data type. Let's go ahead and create another one in here. Say the name of this course is, whatever that's going to be. Is cat is going to be, is cat. And lastly, we have cars is cars. Okay, so before I refresh my page, actually I'm going to make some space here so that this actually looks somewhat legible. We know that age is a number. JavaScript told us it's a number. What do you think name is? And what do you think cat is? And what do you think cars is? We have at some point gone through all of these, but we haven't actually fully explored their data types. I mean, we sort of have in a sense, but not completely. So if I hit refresh on this page, I'll save this and hit refresh, we're going to see that age is a number, name is a string, isCat is a Boolean, and cars is an array. So age is a number, name is a string, isCat is a Boolean, cars is, oh, what's this? It's not an array? Well, that's interesting. Even though we told it to be an array, it's actually this thing called an object. And interestingly enough, even if we do this, let's go ahead and change this to the word array, we're going to see that this does not change. I hit refresh and it still says cars is an object. What is with that? Well, in JavaScript and in many other languages, object-oriented programming languages, we have this idea of an object. And an object really is just a data structure that allows you to have several components in it. Whereas an age, or in this case, a number, is just a number. You can't really do too much with that. You can't turn it to uppercase or lowercase. You can't pop it, so you can't get rid of, the last item because there's only one item in here. It's not even a list or an array. We can't really do anything with that. We can't add too many custom functions to it. It's just a number. Whereas with the variable called cars, it's an object, and we can actually do a lot more with objects. So let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Cars dot, and all I have to do, and you can see that it says concat array here, is hit dot and then just scroll down, and you can see all these different things that I can perform on this particular type of object. Now we're going to get into objects much more in depth down the road, so you don't have to worry about knowing the difference between an array and an object right now, because yeah, we'll totally cover that in this course. But the thing that I did want to make you aware of is different data types using the function type of. We can type cars and it gives us an object. Now, why is this important? Well, let's take a look at the difference between one particular property. So if we did age.length, well, we don't have age.length. That's because it's a number. There is no length to a number. Well, I mean, in human terms there is, but to a computer, there is not. It just says, oh, it's a number. I mean, what do you want from me? The number is the number. And so numbers are pretty basic. If we said name.length, we know that this is a string. If we did name.length, we know that this one is, in particular, a string, so it's going to count the number of characters in it. So JAVASCRIPT space 4 space BEGINNERS. 22 characters. Now what if we did isCat.length? Undefined. It doesn't even have a property called length. Same thing with numbers. It doesn't have a property called length. We can't use that. But with cars, because it's an object, or as we currently know it as an array, we can do .length, and this will return 3. Where this gets important to know is if I did that wrong, if we did cars.length, we're going to get 3 as the total number of cars. We've got Volkswagen, Lambo, and Audi. But if we did name.length, ignore the one that I messed up there with a typo. If we did name.length, we're going to get the total number of characters. And so that's very different. And so if you try to do .length on a string versus .length on an array, you're going to get different answers. And that might change your logic down the road. You might say, if the array has 5 names in it, do something. But if your logic says, if variable .length is equal to 5, and someone just types in a word with 5 letters in it, that's also going to trigger. And so that's sort of the difference between data types is, some of them have certain functions or properties on them that we can use, and some of them don't. And so you will inevitably run into this down the road where you're like, oh, .length on name is 22, but .length on cars is 3. Why is that? Because when I count cars, there's 2 plus 5 is 7 plus 4 is 11. So you'd think that would return 11, but no, it doesn't. It returns 3 because there's 3 items in there. Now, you're not going to need this right away, but it is very good to know, and I have been every now and then showing you the function called type of, just to show you what this is. So if you're ever concerned about what a particular variable is or what the data type is, you can always just use the function type of, put your variable name in there with parentheses around it, and it just looks like that. And it will tell you, oh, I'm a Boolean. Oh, I'm an object. Oh, I'm a number. So there's nothing you have to do with this particular lesson. I just wanted to show you this just so that you are aware, because you will run into this issue down the road, and I just wanted you to be prepared for that. All right, we've looked at checking variable types. We've looked at different data types or variable types. We know about numbers, Booleans, strings, arrays, things like that. But occasionally you're going to want to do this thing called typecasting. So if you have, for example, variable age is equal to 30, and you want this to be a number, well, currently this is a string. So let's do console.log type of age, and it says it's a string, but it's actually a number, it just has quotations around it. So what we can do is this thing called typecasting, where basically we take a particular variable and we try to very forcefully turn it into a different type of variable. So for instance, age, we could typecast this as a number by typing number with a capital N and then age. And if we refresh this, it now says it's a number. So that's how we would typecast a number. Now, where this gets important is, let's say you're asking for someone's age. So var age is equal to prompt your age is, and let's do console.log type of age. And we're going to see here, I'm going to type in 30 and it's going to say it's a string. Well, we typed in a number, we didn't type in a string, but because it doesn't know what you're going to put in, letters or numbers or true or false, it just assumes that it's going to be a string. So if we type in true, it's still a string. But what we can do is we can typecast this now. So we can say age is equal to number age. And when we do this, this will work. However, there's a little caveat here. When we try to do this again, and let's type the word, I'll just put my name, Caleb. It says it's still a number. That's cool, but what is that number? Let's type in age. It says nan. This is another JavaScript data type. N-A-N means not a number. It's not a number. It doesn't know what to do with it. And if we refresh our page and let's just type in 1, 2, 3, and let's check the age in here, it says 1, 2, 3. So it's either going to work or it's not going to work. And so you have to really know what your data is supposed to be. If you're asking for someone's age, you can always say, is the age actually a number? And so now we can actually try to test this. We can say, if age, alert, you have a proper number. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. So let's type in Caleb, and that's not going to work for me, right? But what if we did 30? It says you have a proper number, and that's because this number actually turned out to be a proper number. And so, when we were learning about Booleans, basically any number in JavaScript that is not the number 0 is true. In some other languages, it could be the opposite, but in JavaScript, unless it is explicitly 0, it is always considered true. Nan is considered false. It's not a number. But if you give it any other number, it's true. So that works out pretty nicely. So now we can say we have a proper number in here, and we can detect if it's an actual number. Okay, so now we have a proper number. So now what we can do is we can actually detect if the number is something. Now we haven't got into more comparison operators yet, and this is a little bit of a sneak preview into the next lesson, but we could say if the age is greater than or equal to 18, console.log, you can vote. So now this is going to ask me for my age. I'm going to put an age in. It's going to cast it as a number. It's going to say, is that actually a number? Oh, it is actually a number. Alert that you have a proper number. And then it's going to say, hey, if your age is over the number of 18, you can vote. And so it says you have a proper number, and sure enough, you can vote, and it also console logs the type of age, which is a number. We can also typecast the other way. It doesn't have to be from a string to a number. We could go from a number to a string. So let's say var age is equal to a string Nope, that's the wrong way. Var age is a number of 30, and we wanted to say, actually, the age is going to be a string. Let's force this to be a string, and console.log, let's put the age in there, and the type of age. And aha, it's a string now. And the nice thing about that is because it is now a string, we can do age.length. We can see that there are 2 characters in there, whereas with a number, we weren't able to do that before. And so there are benefits to typecasting. We can also do this with like Booleans and things like that as well. So let's try this. Let's say var is cat is equal to, it's a string, but let's go ahead and cast this as a Boolean. So is cat is equal to a Boolean of is cat. So we're just overwriting itself with itself as a Boolean. Let's see what happens here. Let's copy this down and uncomment that, and let's change age to is cat. Look at that, it's actually true. It understood that true as a word could actually be confirmed as true as a Boolean. And so now we can say if is cat or if is not a cat. Okay, and let's do one more in here. Let's do var course is equal to JS for beginners. Now we know that this is a string already because, well, we declared it as a string as soon as it had spaces and we put quotations around it. But let's say we want to turn this into an array. What we could do is course is equal to array of course. So now when I refresh the page and we do course, aha, look at that. It is now an array. It only has one item in it. It really only has the one index rather, but it is an array. And so now we could do, for example, course.length and get how many items are in here. Well, there's only the one, which is not the same as getting the length of a string, which would be over 10, whatever that number is going to be. And actually we could do this, course 0.length. It's 16. And so we can typecast into basically any other data type in JavaScript. All we have to do is say, hey, this is a Boolean, hey, this is a string, hey, this is an array, or hey, this is a number. And as we learn more data types, we can create new ones as well. And so basically, this is how we cast variables. And that's really all there is to it. And it really helps you when you're using certain properties or methods or trying to figure out how to work with particular data types. Again, this is becoming more and more relevant as we get through this course, and it becomes more and more relevant in modern day JavaScript. So it is good to know, even if you don't use it every day right now, you will eventually end up using it quite a bit down the road. Alrighty, let's take a look at some more comparison operators. Up until now, we have really only worked with is equal to or is not equal to, and if something is true or if something is false. And there's actually a lot more we can do. For example, we can see if something is not equal to, which we sort of dabbled in, but not formally. So we'll take a look at this one in just a little bit. We also have is greater than or equal to, is greater than, is less than or equal to. And then we have lastly a strict comparison operator, which we'll get to at the very end of this video. So first things first, let's look at the is not operator. Let's go ahead and comment this out. And so we need to be able to compare something is not. We've sort of looked at this before, but let's formally take a look at it now. So we have a variable, and let's say the course is equal to just a JavaScript course or something, simple to compare. And we could say if the course is equal to JS, console.log is a JS course. And let's go ahead and make that a little smaller and refresh our page. And it says is a JS course right here. Okay, no problem with that. But what if it's not? Well, this is not going to do anything, but let's go ahead and change this. Let's say if the course is not a JS course, let's say if the course is not a PHP course. Now this logic doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it is a good example of how to use the opposite comparison operator. We're basically saying right here, JavaScript, the string JavaScript is not equal to PHP. Are they different? It's correct. That statement is correct, so it returns true. And so what the computer sees behind the scenes is, yep, if it's true, which it is true, execute this. And so that's sort of how we get to that point using the not operator. or the not equals operator, rather. Next, we have greater than. So let's go ahead and create an age. Age is equal to 17. And we can say, if age is greater than 10, then console.log, you can play soccer, or something along those lines. Let's go ahead and refresh, and it says you can play soccer. Now, what this is doing is, again, basically, we can replace this, saying, is 17 greater than the number 10? Yes, it is. So this statement turns out to be true. And because it's true, it will execute this block of code. Now, what happens if we said, oh, in order to actually play professional soccer, you need to be 18 or older. You can play pro soccer. Again, let's make that one step smaller. And let's give that a save. Nothing happens because this returns false. This is saying, if the age 17 is greater than 18, well, is 17 a bigger number than 18? No, this turns out to be false, so it does not execute. Remember, if statements always need that final conclusion to be true. Next, we can do the same thing, but we can say is greater than or equal to. When would we ever use this? Well, let's say your age is 18, and you need to be at least 18 in order to vote. You can vote. We can also do an else if statement here, so else if age is greater than or equal to 21, and I'm purposely setting us up for failure on this one, and I'll show you in just a sec. You can drink alcohol. It says you can vote, but this is also true. Age is also greater than 21. Now, we learned about this a little while ago, but it's always good to retouch on the fundamentals. In JavaScript, it runs from top to bottom and says, yep, this is true. This is the if statement we want to connect to, and don't worry about anything else below it. So this else if statement gets ignored. But what we can do is if we get rid of the else and just create another if statement, it still says you can only vote, but if we did this, it says you can vote and drink alcohol. Now again, where would you use something like this? Well, if you're checking someone's age, well, 18-year-olds are allowed to vote. It's not people who are greater than 18 or people who are greater than 17. In life, we say people who are 18 or older are allowed to vote. People who are 21 or older in the United States are allowed to drink alcohol. We can also do basically the exact opposite. So we could say, let's say variable, let's do something different here. Long name is equal to Caleb Tallene, so that'll be my full name. Let's not use long name because that's not a long name, but let's do full name. And we could say if full name dot length is greater than 10, console.log long name. And it says I have a long name. Okay, well, we did that one already. But what if it's less than? Less than, we could say this is a short name. And so now we can say, hey, if this name has 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 characters in it, because it's less than the number 10, this will say short name. It doesn't have that. Let's go ahead and shorten my name to just my first name, and it says short name. So that's a less than operator. We can also do less than or equal to if we wanted to. So let's do var name is equal to John Smith. What do we have in here? We've got 10 characters in here. That's a perfect name, actually. I should have used that in the first example. We could do if name.length is less than or equal to 10, console.log total length is less than or equal to 10. And let's go ahead and also, let's put this on new lines because we can. JavaScript gives us all sorts of white space. Let's put this as the second parameter in here. And let's say name.length. Total length is less than 10, and we can see that the actual value here is 10. Which other ones do we have to go through? I think really the main one that we have here is the strict comparison. So all these other ones are really basic math. Is something greater than, less than, equal to? Really, that's all it is. Where it gets a little bit weird is the triple equal sign. In JavaScript, this is a strict comparison. So that means that not only does the value have to match, but the data type has to match as well. And this is actually a lot more performant. It works a lot better on your computer. It's much faster code because it doesn't have to try to determine really any other factors. It just says, hey, is this the right data type? Yes. Is this the right value in that data type? Yes. Move forward. It doesn't have to try to say like, oh, is 3 the same as 3? I mean, JavaScript doesn't know that, so it tries to figure it out. Or is true, the same as true? One is a string, one is a Boolean, and it has to sort of figure that out. Whereas if you can get rid of that using a strict comparison, your programs, your scripts will actually be a lot faster. It's not noticeably faster to the human eye. However, when you are dealing with large programs, maybe you're starting to crunch a lot of data like what Netflix does, maybe you want that kind of performance. Regardless, you're going to see a strict operator in the wild quite a bit because it is fairly common in modern JavaScript. So let's take a look at this. This is the biggest one to take note of. Age is equal to, let's say 30. And watch this. If age is equal to 30, console.log, you are 30. And sure enough, it says you are 30, despite age being a string and this being an integer or a number. Those are two different data types. And so it still works out. It still understands that, hey, yeah, this could still actually be a number as well. So this means that JavaScript is a loosely typed language. It means you can sort of mess around with it and get away with breaking some of the general rules that you would find in programming languages like C or Python. So now what happens if we do a strict comparison? If we do the strict comparison with 3 equal signs, let's make that larger. 3 equal signs, this is not going to execute. In fact, let's add an else statement. Console dot, let's do warn. Wrong data type. And let's make that smaller. So let's go ahead, save that and refresh our page. And it says wrong data type. No, why is it the wrong data type? Well, it's because we have given it a string and we're saying compare it to a number. So what this is saying is string 30 is equal to number 30. That's not the same thing. In the world of data types, they're not the same. The value is the same to a human. It is the same to a computer. It is different. And so you can sort of think of this as string is equal to number. Well, those don't work out the same. You can't compare a string to a number. That's like, so this is kind of like comparing a watermelon to a rock, I guess. Their shape might be the same, but fundamentally they're different. They're entirely different things. And so you're going to see this strict comparison a lot in the wild, and I just want you to be prepared for that. So let's go ahead and touch this up. Let's go ahead and save. Refresh, says wrong data type. And if we change this to an integer, or a number as it's called in JavaScript, it says you are 30. Even if I did 0.0, still says you are 30. Now, if you come from another programming language, you are probably familiar with decimals or floats. In JavaScript, decimals, floats, and integers are all the same thing. Int is equal to a number. Let's go ahead and throw this on a new line as well so we can keep that in our notes. And so that is a quick little introduction, I guess. And so this was the more comparison operators lesson where we looked at does not equal, is greater than or equal to, is greater than, is less than or equal to, and a strict comparison. These are the most common operators you're going to find. It's very rare that you ever find anything other than these. And as one last example here with a strict comparison, let's just go ahead and let's turn this back. You know what, now I'm going to copy this whole thing because I like that example the way it is. So let's comment that out, copy this, paste it in there rather, and let's do 30. So this is going to give us wrong data type. Well, in the last lesson, we talked about typecasting or variable casting. Let's go ahead and force this to be a number. Number. Bam, it works. So we had originally a string and we said, oh, this is a string. We're expecting it to be a number. Moving forward, we always want this to be a number. So we overwrote the variable called age. We typecasted it as a number, and the parameter for the number function that we see here is basically that. And it output 30 as a number. And so now when we do the strict comparison, it works. So that is all we have for more comparison operators. Definitely take a few minutes out of your day and tinker with these, especially the last one with strict comparisons. This is a very important one. All the other ones, I think most people, for the most part, can get them pretty quickly. It's really just, hey, is one number bigger than the other number? Or does one thing match something else? You don't need to be a professional at this point. You just need to be somewhat familiar so that in the next mini project, when you are asked to create a strict comparison, or you are asked to write some code for a client or your next employer, and you see something like this, you don't go, what is that? You can say, oh, I know exactly what that is. So there we go, setting you up for success. When you're done that, let's head on over to that next lesson. And actually, I think the next lesson is going to be a mini project. So let's have some fun with that. Welcome to mini project number 3. In this little challenge, what I would like you to do is ask the user for a number and then cast that number to an actual number, because we know it's going to come back as a string. So cast it as a number and then make sure that number is valid. It cannot be NaN. NaN means not a number. Make sure it is actually a number. And then if that number is over 18 or 21, whatever you like, then change the text on the screen to say, yes, you are allowed. So as a couple of hints here, so step number 1, ask for the user number, or ask the user for a number, you're going to use prompt. Cast the input to a number, you're going to use number with a capital N. Make sure the number is valid, so you're going to need a if statement in there. And then if that number is over 18, check or change some text on the page to say, yeah, congratulations, you're over 18, or yes, you can vote, or, do a particular action. So I know this mini project is a little bit dry, but it is really, really good practice because you're going to use things like this all the time in real life JavaScript. Now, as always, I will provide you with my solution as well. As with many things in life, there are different ways to accomplish this, but I'm going to show you my way of doing it. But I would like, if you could, in just a couple of seconds, pause this video and give it a shot on your own. And if you get stuck, then, resume the video and you can watch my solution. Or if you just want to, you can just straight up watch my solution and then try to input it yourself. Whichever way helps you learn the best. All right, so I'm going to get started on this mini project. First things first, we need to ask the user for a number, cast the input to a number, make sure the number is valid, and then if that number is 18, say something like, you're allowed to vote. So let's go ahead and write some JavaScript. So in here, we want to ask the user for a number. Var num is equal to prompt, enter a number. Step 2, we need to cast this as a number, because if we did console.log type of num, this will be a string. Let's make that a little bigger. That's going to end up being a string, so we need this to be a number. So let's go ahead and typecast this as a number, num, and number, there we go. And we need to make sure that this number is actually valid, because if someone types in something that's not a number, it's going to return NaN, not a number. So we need to say if num. We need to say, hey, this is definitely a number, so if it is a number, let's go ahead and execute something in here. And then we can say, if num is equal to or greater than 18, actually the instruction said over 18, if you want to get finicky about it, but let's do greater than or equal to. So if you are 18 or older, you can grab an element from the page and change it. So let's create an element here, var elem is equal to document.get element by ID. And let's just call this elem. Make it one step smaller here so we can see it all on one line. And then we can do elem.inner text, or we can do inner HTML and say, you are 18 or older. Now that's all great, but getting an element by ID with an element ID of ELEM does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And let's create an H4 with an ID of ELEM and leave it at that. So let's refresh our page, enter a number. Let's go ahead and type Caleb. Not with quotations, although quotations won't hurt. Yeah, nothing happens. And hey, by the way, that came back as a string. Let's go ahead and type a number. Let's say I'm 17. Okay, well, it's still not going to work because, that might have executed, but it did not pass this if statement. And it's still saying it's a string, which it's supposed to. In fact, let's go down here and let's change this from string to number. So this is now going to say string and then number. So down here, it'll say string and then number. And let's refresh once more. Let's give it my proper age of 30. And that second one didn't show up because I didn't save my file. So let's quickly redo that. Age of 30. There it is, string number, you are 18 or older. And that is the mini project in a nutshell. So that's all we're doing. Okay, so if you want to take this one step further, we haven't actually learned about this yet, but if you wanted to, you could turn our two if statements, because it's one inside of the other, into one if statement. So let's go ahead and delete this and bring them to one line and say and. So what this is saying is if number is actually a number, so if it's true, and the number is greater than 18, then execute this. Otherwise, it's not going to do anything. Let's try this again. 30, bam, just like that. So we didn't learn about that. I don't expect you to know that right now, but it's a cool little thing that we can tinker with in the future. So that is mini project number 3, all wrapped up. If you have not given this a shot, definitely try this on your own. Try to not have to reference the video material if you don't have to, and try to just do it from memory. If you get stuck, hey, that's okay. Just resume the video again and you can watch it over. No problem there. But it's good to make your brain sweat a little bit. Once you're done with this, if you're happy with your solution, let's head on over to that next lesson. And hey, don't forget, take a screenshot of your code and throw it into your project down below for Skillshare so that, I can take a look at some of your code and you can share and inspire other people as well. Hey, hello, I hope that last mini project went well for you. In this video, we are going to learn a fundamental of programming, and it is called a function. Now, a function is really just a way of writing one piece of code so you don't have to write it over and over and over and over and over again. There's a benefit and a downside to this. So the benefit to writing just code once and then using it over and over again is that it's less code to maintain. So you don't have to worry about fixing something. If there's a problem, you don't have to fix it 10 times. You can just fix it once and it will take effect 10 different times or wherever you're using it. We'll get into that in just a second. You really just need to fix it in the one place. Now, a function has a downside, and that downside is it is a little hard to understand at first. So if you are brand new to programming, this might hurt your brain a little bit, but bear with me on this. I want you to work on this until it makes sense, because you're going to see functions in every single programming language. You're going to see functions as commonly as you see variables in the world of JavaScript, and it really does make your code easier to work with. So in this video, I'm just going to show you what a function looks like, and we're not actually going to write a function. We'll do that in the next video, but I just want to show you what it looks like right now. So let's make this way bigger, and we have a function. So it starts with the word function. You can see that my editor, VS Code, has highlighted that. It says function, whereas, if it wasn't a keyword, it would be gray, but it is a keyword, so it is nice and colorful. So we start with the word function, and then we give the function a name. So let's give this a name of greeting. And then we put parentheses because it's a function and because it's going to be taking some sort of action. Generally, there are a set of parentheses after it. And then in here, we can just say console.log hello world. And so all the code you want to execute inside of your function goes between these curly braces. It looks a lot like an if statement, actually. And then to execute your function, all you have to do is type greeting with your parentheses, and this will say hello world. So if I open this up in Chrome, you're going to see down here, it says hello world. Now functions can take these things called parameters or arguments. And so you can say, what is someone's name? So you can pass in a name into this particular function, and then you can concatenate it. You can say hello plus name, and you can use this variable name inside of these brackets. And then to pass in a name, you just pass in like a string or a number or a Boolean or something like that. We're going to pass in a string called Caleb, and let's go ahead and refresh our page. And it says down here, hello Caleb. And so now inside of our function, we have this ability to use any sort of name. And what this is doing is saying, hey, there's one parameter in here, there's one parameter in here. Let's say that name is now equal to Caleb. And basically what it's doing behind the scenes is saying name is equal to Caleb. Now, if you want multiple parameters, absolutely you can do that. So let's say there's a name and there's an age. So let's say hello name and age is Let's put age in there. And we also need to pass in an age. So there's 2 parameters in here. We need to make sure we have 2 parameters in here. We do that by separating these with a comma. And we've actually seen this already with console.log, and then we said something, and then we had a comma, and then said something else. And so what this is saying is there is an object called console. We'll get to objects later, but basically there is a function called log. This is the first parameter, and this is the second parameter. And it's no different than our function here called greeting, where we have our first parameter, and then we have our second parameter. So let's save that, open up Chrome and refresh, and it says, hello Caleb, age is 30. So now we actually have 2 parameters or 2 arguments inside of our greeting function. There's 2 more points in here that we should look at. One is in more modern JavaScript, we can actually give this a default age as well, or a default name. So let's go ahead and maybe even do that. Let's say default name is going to be Zephyr, my cat, and his age is not 30, he is 4. Let's go ahead and get rid of these parameters. So what we're saying here is, if there is no name parameter, that's the first one, it used to look like this. If there is no name parameter, just assume the name is Zephyr. If there is no second parameter called age, just assume the age is 4. So let's go ahead, save, refresh, and it says, hello Zephyr, age is 4. That's relatively new JavaScript. It's actually super useful. Many programming languages have had this for many, many, many years, and it is finally the time for JavaScript to use it as well. It is a beautiful feature. Now, the last thing to know about functions, at least for this particular video, is a function can return a value. And we do that with a keyword called return. And this can return anything. So let's go ahead and return space X. And that's all it's going to return. Semicolons are optional when it's on a new line, but let's go ahead for continuity's sake. And so when we refresh our page, we're actually not going to see space X shows up anywhere. What this is doing is saying, hey, if this function runs and it is being stored into a variable, that variable's value is now going to be space X. So let's go ahead and save greeting into a variable. So var, I just called var name, variable name is equal to greeting. It's still going to execute the console log stuff because it is still executing this function. However, var name is now going to be whatever is returned here. And that could be an array, it could be an object, it could be a string, a Boolean, a number, you name it. It could be anything you want to return, but you only get one. You can only return once. And anything down here does not get executed. So watch this, console.log does not work. So this next example, we're going to see that this console log is not going to work, but var name is also going to be space X as a string. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. Okay, I refreshed, it says, hello Zephyr, age is 4. The console log did not work. Didn't show up because anything below the return statement doesn't work. So let's go ahead and get rid of it since it's useless. And let's take a look at var name. Look at that, it says var name is space X. Var name here has the value of space X. And you could do anything with variables too. So you could do age to the exponent of age, which could get really dangerous if you're using a large number. But in this case, it's going to be 4 to the power of 4. And that's what the number is going to be. So let's say new number. And okay, it did our regular console logs. And let's type in new number and we see 256. We got that because 4 times 4 times 4 times 4 is 256. And then lastly, when it comes down to using a function, all we have to do is reinstantiate it, reinitialize it. So let's go ahead and say Caleb and 30. Let's go ahead and create a new one in here. And this is going to be Henry and he is 2. And so this is going to be, let's change this return to something that makes sense. Let's just return the name. And so this is going to be default name, and this is going to be Caleb, and this one is going to be Henry. So watch this. As I hit refresh, it says, hello, Zephyr, age is 4. Then it returns the name, stores it in a variable called default name. Then it goes to the next line, says, oh, there's a function up here. Okay, run that code. We gave it a name called Caleb, and we gave it an age of 30. Hello, Caleb, age is 30. Okay, so it does that line, stores it in a variable called Caleb. Next, it goes to line 18, says, oh, there's one in here called Henry. It's running a function called greeting. Just like the other two times, it's going to say, okay, well, I'm going to stop here, look for a function called greeting. The first value is Henry, so we're not going to use the default value. His age is 2. We're not going to use the default value of 4. And so it's going to say, hello, Henry, age is 2. And then it's going to return his name. This part here, it's going to store that in a variable called Henry. And sure enough, we see, hello, Henry, age is 2. So if we go ahead and say default name, that's from right here, we get Zephyr. Caleb is Caleb. Henry is Henry. So functions are a critical point when it comes to programming in any language, not just JavaScript, but in any language. And they almost all work the same way. You have some way of defining it, you give it a name, you give it some parameters if you want to. You perform some sort of logic in here, or in this case, we're just doing a console log, and you return something. And then maybe you store it in a variable. And then you can do something with that variable down the line. So that's functions in a nutshell. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and get some serious hands-on practice with functions. We're going to write a number of them. It's going to be fairly fast-paced, but hey, you can always slow down the video. You can always pause it and try it yourself. And I'm here to guide you every step of the way. Hey, hello. I hope that last mini project went well for you. In this video, we are going to learn a fundamental of programming, and it is called a function. Now, a function is really just a way of writing one piece of code, so you don't have to write it over and over and over and over and over again. There's a benefit and a downside to this. So the benefit to writing just code once and then using it over and over again is that it's less code to maintain. So you don't have to worry about fixing something. If there's a problem, you don't have to fix it 10 times. You can just fix it once and it will take effect 10 different times or wherever you're using it. We'll get into that in just a second. You really just need to fix it in the one place. Now, a function has a downside, and that downside is it is a little hard to understand at first. So if you are brand new to programming, this might hurt your brain a little bit, but bear with me on this. I want you to work on this until it makes sense, because you're going to see functions in every single programming language. You're going to see functions as commonly as you see variables in the world of JavaScript, and it really does make your code easier to work with. So in this video, I'm just going to show you what a function looks like, and we're not actually going to write a function. We'll do that in the next video, but I just want to show you what it looks like right now. So let's make this way bigger, and we have a function. So it starts with the word function. You can see that my editor, VS Code, has highlighted that. It says function, whereas, if it wasn't a keyword, it would be gray, but it is a keyword, so it is nice and colorful. So we start with the word function, and then we give the function a name. So let's give this a name of greeting. And then we put parentheses because it's a function and because it's going to be taking some sort of action. Generally, there are a set of parentheses after it. And then in here, we can just say console.log hello world. And so all the code you want to execute inside of your function goes between these curly braces. It looks a lot like an if statement, actually. And then to execute your function, all you have to do is type greeting with your parentheses, and this will say hello world. So if I open this up in Chrome, you're going to see down here, it says hello world. Now functions can take these things called parameters or arguments. And so you can say, what is someone's name? So you can pass in a name into this particular function, and then you can concatenate it. You can say hello plus name, and you can use this variable name inside of these brackets. And then to pass in a name, you just pass in like a string or a number or a Boolean or something like that. We're going to pass in a string called Caleb, and let's go ahead and refresh our page. And it says down here, hello Caleb. And so now inside of our function, we have this ability to use any sort of name. And what this is doing is saying, hey, there's one parameter in here, there's one parameter in here. Let's say that name is now equal to Caleb. And basically what it's doing behind the scenes is saying name is equal to Caleb. Now, if you want multiple parameters, absolutely you can do that. So let's say there's a name and there's an age. So let's say hello name and age is Let's put age in there. And we also need to pass in an age. So there's 2 parameters in here. We need to make sure we have 2 parameters in here. We do that by separating these with a comma. And we've actually seen this already with console.log, and then we said something, and then we had a comma, and then said something else. And so what this is saying is there is an object called console. We'll get to objects later, but basically there is a function called log. This is the first parameter, and this is the second parameter. And it's no different than our function here called greeting, where we have our first parameter, and then we have our second parameter. So let's save that, open up Chrome and refresh, and it says, hello Caleb, age is 30. So now we actually have 2 parameters or 2 arguments inside of our greeting function. There's 2 more points in here that we should look at. One is in more modern JavaScript, we can actually give this a default age as well, or a default name. So let's go ahead and maybe even do that. Let's say default name is going to be Zephyr, my cat, and his age is not 30, he is 4. Let's go ahead and get rid of these parameters. So what we're saying here is, if there is no name parameter, that's the first one, it used to look like this. If there is no name parameter, just assume the name is Zephyr. If there is no second parameter called age, just assume the age is 4. So let's go ahead, save, refresh, and it says, hello Zephyr, age is 4. That's relatively new JavaScript. It's actually super useful. Many programming languages have had this for many, many, many years, and it is finally the time for JavaScript to use it as well. It is a beautiful feature. Now, the last thing to know about functions, at least for this particular video, is a function can return a value. And we do that with a keyword called return. And this can return anything. So let's go ahead and return space X. And that's all it's going to return. Semicolons are optional when it's on a new line, but let's go ahead for continuity's sake. And so when we refresh our page, we're actually not going to see space X shows up anywhere. What this is doing is saying, hey, if this function runs and it is being stored into a variable, that variable's value is now going to be space X. So let's go ahead and save greeting into a variable. So var, that's just called var name, variable name is equal to greeting. It's still going to execute the console log stuff because it is still executing this function. However, var name is now going to be whatever is returned here. And that could be an array, it could be an object, it could be a string, a Boolean, a number, you name it. It could be anything you want to return, but you only get one. You can only return once. And anything down here does not get executed. So watch this, console.log does not work. So this next example, we're going to see that this console log is not going to work, but var name is also going to be space X as a string. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. Okay, I refreshed, it says, hello Zephyr, age is 4. The console log did not work. Didn't show up because anything below the return statement doesn't work. So let's go ahead and get rid of it since it's useless. And let's take a look at var name. Look at that, it says var name is space X. Var name here has the value of space X. And you could do anything with variables too. So you could do age to the exponent of age, which could get really dangerous if you're using a large number. But in this case, it's going to be 4 to the power of 4, and that's what the number is going to be. So let's say new number. And okay, it did our regular console logs. And let's type in new number, and we see 256. We got that because 4 times 4 times 4 times 4 is 256. And then lastly, when it comes down to using a function, all we have to do is reinstantiate it, reinitialize it. So let's go ahead and say Caleb and 30. Let's go ahead and create a new one in here. And this is going to be Henry, and he is 2. And so this is going to be, let's change this return to something that makes sense. Let's just return the name. And so this is going to be default name, and this is going to be Caleb, and this one is going to be Henry. So watch this. As I hit refresh, it says, hello, Zephyr, age is 4. Then it returns the name, stores it in a variable called default name. Then it goes to the next line, says, oh, there's a function up here. Okay, run that code. We gave it a name called Caleb, and we gave it an age of 30. Hello, Caleb, age is 30. Okay, so it does that line, stores it in a variable called Caleb. Next, it goes to line 18, says, oh, there's one in here called Henry. It's running a function called greeting. Just like the other two times, it's going to say, okay, well, I'm going to stop here, look for a function called greeting. The first value is Henry, so we're not going to use the default value. His age is 2. We're not going to use the default value of 4. And so it's going to say, hello, Henry, age is 2. And then it's going to return his name. This part here, it's going to store that in a variable called Henry. And sure enough, we see, hello, Henry, age is 2. So if we go ahead and say default name, that's from right here, we get Zephyr. Caleb is Caleb. Henry is Henry. So functions are a critical point when it comes to programming in any language, not just JavaScript, but in any language. And they almost all work the same way. You have some way of defining it, you give it a name, you give it some parameters if you want to. You perform some sort of logic in here, or in this case, we're just doing a console log, and you return something. And then maybe you store it in a variable. And then you can do something with that variable down the line. So that's functions in a nutshell. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and get some serious hands-on practice with functions. We're going to write a number of them. It's going to be fairly fast-paced, but hey, you can always slow down the video. You can always pause it and try it yourself. And I'm here to guide you every step of the way. Hello and welcome to mini project number 4. We are going to be creating a tip calculator. And this really just has to do with functions. Functions are so important. I was warning you in the last couple of videos, you need to know functions. And I would actually say, just practice functions until you get them. And so this is a really good way of practicing a function. So in this mini project, what I would like you to do is create a simple tip calculator. It should accept 2 parameters. Your first one should be the total amount of your bill. So let's say you're going to a restaurant and your bill comes to $25. It needs to accept $25 as one parameter. And the second parameter is your tip percentage. How much do you want to tip? Make that second parameter your tip parameter. Make that optional. Give it a default value. It doesn't really matter what your default value is. If you think tipping should be a minimum of 15%, go for 15%. If you think tipping 15% is absurd and it should never be higher than 5, make your tip parameter the default value 5. Lastly, I want you to return the total amount and save it to a variable, and then maybe console log that total amount to your page. As always, I am going to work through this right after this, but I would like you to give this a shot first. So feel free to pause the video, give it a shot, try your best. If you get stuck, just resume the video and you can watch my solution to this. All right, this is my solution to the tip calculator. So let's go ahead and first we need to create a script. So script, you can also do this in an external file if you wanted to. The first thing we need to do is create a function. So function, let's just call it tip, and it needs to accept 2 parameters. So let's say the total bill amount, or actually let's do total amount, and a tip percentage. That tip percentage should be optional with a default value. So let's say 10. That tip percent is going to be 10%. And let's just zoom in here, make this nice and big. And let's go ahead and work out some of this math. So the total amount of the tip is going to be var tip amount is equal to total amount times tip. Well, that's not necessarily going to work because our tip is a full number. And so if your bill was $25 and you said 25 times 10, that's $250. That's not going to turn out right. So let's overwrite the variable tip. Let's say tip is going to be whatever it currently is divided by 100. And that's going to give us something like, instead of 10, it's going to be 0.10. And so our tip amount here is now going to be 0.10. So this is going to be as if it was 25 times 0.10, just like that. But we're doing it in the language of variables instead. So that's our total tip amount. And we could, if we wanted to, just return the tip amount. We could say return tip amount and we'd be done. What if we want to return the total amount? So we don't really care if we're tipping 10% or 15% or anything like that. We just want to make sure that our final bill, or the function rather, is giving the final bill amount. So if we have a $25 bill and we want to tip 10%, well, we need to add 10% on top of 25. So now we have our tip amount and we could do total amount. We could even just overwrite this one because we're not going to use it again. Total amount is equal to the total amount plus your tip. And then in here, let's do total amount. That's what we're going to return. And let's see if I have any typos or if I've done this wrong. So let's create a variable in here. So let's say var tip amount. No, let's do var total bill. We're not doing tip amount, we're doing total bill is equal to tip. What is my bill? It's $25. And how much do I want to tip? Let's say 10%. And then console.log total bill. Let's go ahead and give this a refresh, and we can see that my bill is 25.1. That doesn't seem right, does it? Because 10% of 25 is 2.5, so it should be 27.5. Something isn't right. What could it be? So now as we debug this, we could do console.log tip amount is the tip amount. And then we could also do console.log total amount is the total amount. And we can see what's happening here. And then we can also console log this one, console.log tip as a percent is, and then whatever tip is going to be. So let's refresh our page. Tip as a percent is 0.1, but the total amount is not right. Something's not right here. Why is that? Oh, look at that. There was a typo. I used tip and it was supposed to be tip amount. And so there we go. We got some live debugging for you. I'm just going to get rid of all those console logs and refresh our page. And look at that, 27.5. And with that, the mini project is complete. Now I know in step 4 it says, return the total amount and save it to a variable. But if you just wanted to return the tip amount, you could actually extend this as well. You could say return tip only is equal to false. But if return tip only is equal to true, so if return tip only is equal to true, we could return just the tip amount. And then in here, we could say, no, let's not do that one. Let's go ahead and copy this because that's fine the way it is. Total tip. Let's give that a true. We need this to be total tip as well. And let's comment that out. And then let's go ahead and, aha, look at that. Total tip, $2.5. And let's uncomment that and we'll see both in here. And so now we have a function. I mean, this return tip only part is extracurricular, but we have a function in here that can return one of two things, either the tip amount or the total tip amount. Also take note that I did not use an else statement. I didn't use an else statement because I didn't need to. We're saying if return tip only, then just return the tip only. Otherwise, in every other instance, just return the total amount. That is the exact same as saying else in this particular scenario. It's the exact same. So there you have it. That is mini project number 4, your tip calculator all figured out. If you wanted to make this really fancy, you could actually query your page for an element and change a bunch of text on there as well. So your page actually looks like it's doing something instead of just simply console logging anything in here. Because right now, if someone were to try to use this, a non-developer would not know to look in the console. And as always, if you have questions, don't forget you can leave them down below. I'm happy to help at any point in time. Once you're done with this mini project, let's head on over to that next lesson and learn a little bit more about query selectors. Okay, hello. I hope that last mini project went well. Now is the time where we start getting a little fancier with our code. So we're gonna start actually interacting with our page. Up until now, we've been using document.getElementById, and we've been getting the ID of every single element. Which means, up until now, all of our HTML needs to have an ID, and that is just, honestly, no way to live your life. What if you just wanted to select the small element, or just a link, or just a particular link? What if you wanted to select something by its class? What if you wanted to select multiple elements that all have something in common? We can do that with JavaScript. Now, this is more modern JavaScript, and you won't see this in older JavaScript, and that's actually okay, because this is super well supported. So for this, you're going to need to know a little bit about CSS. So in the world of CSS, as a quick little crash course, you have, this is a class, and then you've got an ID declaration, and then you've got an element declaration, and that's just about it. And then we can get fancier with it too. So we can do like class, and then a child element with the ID of ID, and then a child element of a link. And we can style it that way. And so dot means class, hashtag means ID, and if neither of them are presented, then we are assuming that it's an element. So that is a quick quick crash course on CSS selectors. That is the fastest I think I've ever explained it. But hey, let's not learn about CSS. Let's actually get into some of this nitty gritty stuff because this is going to be pretty fun. So we have this new thing called a query selector. So let's go ahead and write a query selector and let's just get the title. So let's do var title and let's make that just a tad bigger here. var title, and we want to get it by its ID. Okay, well, we could do that. So we could do document.get element by ID title, and then title.inner text is equal to changed. By default, it's going to say hello world, this is the title, and it's going to have a child element in there, a small element, and it just says change me to. If we load this up, it just says changed. Okay, so we know that this is working, but we don't want to get it by its ID. So let's give this a class. Class is equal to title, and let's go ahead and just ditch this ID because we've been using it so often, and honestly, not many elements have IDs. So let's go ahead and try to get this by its title, or its class called title. So we do query selector dot title, just like it's CSS. So we're going to grab the first one. Now query selector is only going to grab the first one. So if there's another element in here with a class name of title, it's only going to grab the first one it finds, moving from top to bottom. So make sure that whatever class you're using is unique. In this case, it would be a better practice to use an ID rather than a class, but let's go ahead and give this a shot anyways. Changed using a class. Bam! Changed using a class. And if we do this, title, we can actually see as soon as I type it in here, it's selecting that entire node. Okay, I have to comment that out because I want to now select the small. How do I select an element inside of an element? Well, if I wanted to, I could do var small is equal to document.query selector and just type small. And this will get it. This will get it by its element name. So we could do something along the lines of, on line 21, small.inner text is equal to, wow, I'm tiny text. And there it is. Wow, I'm tiny text, all caps. But it didn't change the hello world, this is the title, it just got this one. So that's pretty cool. We could do that too. Now, what if somewhere down the road, we have a large class, maybe it's a card of some sort, and we want to get a particular element inside of it. So let's just pretend that this is much more complex and much bigger. So we've got a class called title, and we want to get just the small element. Remember, query selector is going to get the first small that it finds. So let's actually create an example here. Small, this one is first. And watch, change me to is not going to change, but this one first will change. And there it is. It selected the first small. It didn't select the second one. It just got the first one. What if we wanted to get this one? Well, currently we don't have a way to do that. We don't know how to get the second one. So let's go ahead and grab just the second one. So what we can do here is let's comment this out. And let's create another one in here called, we'll also call it small. Var small is equal to, and then we can do title.query selector small. And so instead of getting the entire document or document object model and looking through it, we're just looking through the title. And we're saying, hey, anything that's inside that title with an element called small, grab the first one there. So now we can do small dot inner text is equal to wow. And bam, look at that. First one is unchanged. The second one is changed. Awesome. So now we know how to select an element by its class, and we know how to select an element that is a child element of that original element. In this case, we selected the child element of the H1. Okay, I'm gonna comment those out, and let's go ahead and change just the link text. We can do that as well. We've already seen this, but hey, a few more examples never hurts. So var a for, I guess, anchor is equal to document.query selector a, and let's do a.inner text is equal to codingforeverybody.com. Bam, codingforeverybody.com. So there's that example as well. That's just selecting an element based on the actual element name, not a class, not an ID, just the element name. Now that's all well and good. Let's go ahead and comment this out. And also this one, and also this one. Let's go ahead and create an instance where we need to select multiple classes. So let's create an unordered list, a boring unordered list, nothing fancy in here. And let's do li number 1, li. And we're gonna go over and over and over. So in here, I have an unordered list with 7 elements in it. So let's go ahead. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got list items in here. What if I wanted to select all of these list items? How am I gonna do that? Well, what I could do is, let's open up a new script tag here. And you can actually see that VS Code is going to try to autocomplete this for me. So let's do var li. I wish I could do an apostrophe there, but li's is equal to document, then watch this, query selector all. And we can give it the exact same thing. In this case, we just want to select an element. Now, we're not going to do anything with this yet, but let's take a look. And let's get rid of small, and then let's just refresh, and li's. This is going to look somewhat familiar to you by now. Let's actually make this bigger. Drum roll, please. It's a node list, but hey, when we look into it, doesn't this look a lot like an array? And so once we learn how to loop through an array, we can learn how to loop through a node list pretty easily. And it comes with all sorts of stuff in here too. Okay, so in our list of li's, we have indexes 0 through 6, or in human terms, 1 through 7. Let's grab the first one and just change that text. How would we do that because it's an array with an index? Well, we know it's basically an array, looks like an array. We could grab the first one. There we go. We can actually see that it's highlighted it in my document object model. And then I could do inner text, and I could change that to anything I want. Anything I want. And look at that. It worked. So now we can change any of these. So let's say we wanted number 5. Well, what number is that? Remember, computers start counting at number 0, not number 1, so we want to go back one. 4, it selected the right one, dot inner HTML is equal to ahref, hi. Bam! Now there's a link inside of here. And actually, if we right-click and inspect it, you'll see that we have added a link to our document object model. That's brand new. That was not there in the source code. We added that dynamically. Okay, now that's all fun and games, but what if we wanted to get the value of a text field or a text input? So let's go ahead and create a new example in here. We're going to create an input. I'm going to just give it a type of text, style. Let's make it big. Padding 30 pixels, font size 30 pixels. So, fairly big. Let's give it a class name. Something that we're sort of familiar with if you've ever worked with Bootstrap, called form control. Now this is not going to look nice, but it will have a class name. Okay, cool. We've got big text area here. Pretty easy. What if we want to get that value? Well, let's give this a default value of hello world, blah, blah, blah. Because it doesn't really matter what it is, we just want to get this value. Let's go ahead and create a query selector where we can actually get that value. So we have a new script in here, and let's call this variable input is equal to document.query selector. And we just want to select the first one because there's only one in here, .form control, and that will give us our first one. Then we could do console.log input, and then simply the value. And that's just .value. So let's go ahead and refresh our page, and we can see hello world, blah, blah, blah. And that's exactly what's in here. And if we change this to hi, it changes in there as well. All right, so as a quick little refresh of everything we just went over, to grab an element by its title and only one of them, we use query selector, and you can use CSS selectors as you normally would in CSS. And then we just change the inner text, no big deal. Then we said, actually, let's just get the small, but that was the first one, and we have 2 on the page, so it just changed the first one. Then we said, let's create another variable called small. But instead of querying through the document, we queried through just the title, which we have already selected up here. That's a node that does exist. And so there's a title here, and we're going to say, within that title, look for a small element. And inside of that, just change the inner text to wow, 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 wow. And then we said, hey, you know what? We just want to grab a regular link, just the first one on the page, and change the inner text to codingforeverybody.com. No big deal. And then we said, oh, actually, let's grab multiple elements. Let's grab all the LIs. It created an array-like object called a node list. And it grabbed every LI, all 7 of them. And then we were actually able to change it by just selecting one at a time with its proper index number. And lastly, we have an input field here with a class of form control, which we grabbed. There was only one, so we used query selector, not query selector all, like we did with the LIs. This grabbed all 7. This just grabs the first one it can find on a page. And then we console logged the input value. So whatever the value was on the page, we were actually able to get that and console log it. So now we're starting to build some interactivity between the user and us. Now your biggest takeaway is honestly this one here. It's probably the simplest one. So what I would like you to do as a quick little task, a little bit of homework, give this a shot. Create a new input and then use document.querySelector to grab that input. Maybe use a class, use an ID, maybe just use the regular element name called input. Give it a default value and then console log that default value. If you can do that, we are good to go on to the next lesson because we are going to start working with a lot more events. And this is where our JavaScript gets a lot more dynamic and it becomes a lot more fun. Not that this wasn't fun at all, but we really had to get through a lot of the fundamentals in order to get here. But now we can start creating pages that have event listeners. We can trigger events when someone clicks a button or submits a form or types into a text field. So go ahead, give this a shot. Don't forget, if you have questions, leave it down below for me. I'm always happy to help. Otherwise, if you are feeling confident in this lesson, let's head on over to the next one where we are going to learn about events. Events are what makes JavaScript really awesome. When someone does something like type in a text field or click something, click a button, scroll, submit a form, this is what makes JavaScript really interactive. Now, there are really 2 primary ways we can do this. We can create an event listener, which we are going to cover in a later video, or we can create HTML-based events, which is what we're going to stick with for now because it is a nice transition into JavaScript-binded event listeners. So forget I even said that last part. Let's just start with a simple button. So let's go ahead and create a button in here. We have a button. Class could be btn primary if you're using Bootstrap or something like that. And let's just make sure this is a regular button. So type is equal to button. And this is going to say, click me. All right, we got a boring button in here. And when I click it, yeah, it does nothing. But what we could do is we can use onClick. So if you remember using this in HTML, or if you remember sort of learning about it or seeing it, this is where we're going to use onClick. Now there are several other events. There's onSubmit, onClick, so on and so on and so on. There's tons of them. I couldn't possibly go over all of them, but the onClick event is the one we're going to use to trigger some JavaScript. So let's go ahead and put this on separate lines so this just looks a little nicer. And onClick, we want to execute some JavaScript function. So let's create a function called clickMe, put parentheses in there, and we also need some JavaScript in here as well. So script, function, clickMe, and that matches this one up here. And it's not going to do anything at all. And it's not going to take any parameters at all. It's just going to console log, click, and that's it. Nice and simple, but watch this. I can spam this over and over and over, and it just keeps getting clicked. And so this is really the base behind a click event, is anytime someone clicks on the button, it's going to execute some JavaScript, a function called clickMe. Now we could actually get a little fancier with this too. We could say var total clicks is equal to 0. Let's do this. Total clicks is equal to total clicks plus 1. Alternatively, if you come from other languages, it might be easier for you to do total clicks plus plus. That's the same thing as doing plus 1. And let's do console.log. You've clicked this button, total clicks times. And just so we can see this on one line so it looks a little nicer, you've clicked this button, total clicks times. So you've clicked it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Let's give this a refresh. You clicked it 1 times, 2 times, 1 times. I like that. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and it goes on and on and on. And so that is a click event. And really, what JavaScript is all about is events, because why have any JavaScript running if someone is not going to have some event going on? If you don't need user interaction, you probably don't need JavaScript at all. So let's go ahead and make this a little more interesting. Let's create a very basic calculator. It's going to be basically someone adds one number to a number that already exists. So let's go ahead and start this from scratch. So we've got an input field. Type is going to be a number. Class could be like form control because we see that a lot in Bootstrap. And let's go ahead and give this some basic styling. So padding, 30 pixels, font size, 30 pixels, color, blue, border, 1 pixel, solid, blue. And that should look fine enough. That is way too big. Let's make that just a wee bit smaller. There we go. So we've got a number field in here. Okay, now we need a button. So let's go ahead, create a line break, and let's add a button. So we've got a button in here. Class is equal to, I don't know, btn.btn primary, just like in Bootstrap. We're not using Bootstrap, not yet, so that's not going to do anything, but we could also style this if we wanted to. I don't know, let's add 100. So whatever the number is in number is going to be added to the number 100. So it's really half a calculator at this point because we're not giving two numbers, we're just giving one and saying we're going to add 100. Now let's make this a little funner and let's actually make this page do something different. So let's do, let's throw an H1 in here. The total is, and then we could say span, and then whatever that total is going to be. So currently when we load the page, there is no total. Let's see what this looks like. We've got a number field in here, which looks pretty disgusting. Then we could add 100 and the total is, nothing yet. Let's add some JavaScript to make this fun. Script, we always have to add 100 because that's, I guess, what we're doing. So let's say var num is equal to 100. It's just sort of how this example is rolling out. Next, we need to create some sort of on-click feature. So on-click is equal to, let's call it calculate. And we put that on our button. So now we could do function calculate. It's going to take no parameters because it's going to automatically grab values from the page. So now we need to grab this input field, which has a class of form control. It's the only one in here. So we can just do a regular query selector instead of query selector all. So var input is equal to document.query selector and selected by its CSS class. Var value is going to be input.value, but let's typecast that as a number. Make sure it's always a number. And then we could do, if value, so if it's actually a number. We're not going to get that far into this. I think that's going to pollute this lesson a little bit, but we could also do something like var total value is equal to value plus 100. Well, that 100 already exists in a variable called num, right? Right there. So now we have a total value and we have to select this fella. So let's create a query selector to grab the H1, and then let's create another query selector to grab the span. I mean, we could just select the span because it's the only one on the page, but what if it wasn't? If it wasn't the only one on the page, this could be a little trickier. So let's create var H1 is equal to document.query selector. We know that this is the only one on the page, so we can just use regular query selector H1. And then we can do var span is equal to H1 dot query selector span. Now that we have that in there, we can say span.innerText is equal to whatever the number is. So let's put the total value in there. And let's see if Caleb has made any mistakes. Console log is not complaining about anything. Let's put a number in here. Let's put the number 9. Oh, yep, look at that. It can't find something. Cannot set property inner text of null. Oh, it doesn't know where to find that. So now we debug, and this is a big part of coding as well. I'm actually glad that some of these mistakes come up so that you can actually see how someone does this kind of debugging. So we have a function in here and we want to grab this H1. So let's just grab that. And when we type H1, oh, look at that. It's because it's not the only H1 on the page. Huh. Well, we could do one of two things. We could get rid of this one, or we could do it the JavaScript way and we could do query selector all. But because this returns an array and we know all about indexing and we know that there's at least 2 H1s in there, we want the second one. Let's grab 1. Because remember, computers start counting at 0, not the number 1. Let's try this again. Let's just get rid of that. And let's put the number 23. Oh, look at that. And now we have somewhat of a calculator. So we can put any number I want in here. And it's just going to add 100. What if I don't have anything in there? Ooh, nothing. Okay, what if I tried to put the name Caleb? Oh, it's a number field, so HTML doesn't allow me to put numbers or letters. It only wants numbers. So cool, that's a little bit of security there. So let's do 0, 1. What happens there? It's still 101. And so now at this point, we have somewhat of a working calculator prototype. There's nothing in the console log. We're doing it all on the actual page, and now our page is becoming a lot more dynamic. This is where it gets a lot funner, because you can actually see your progress at this time. Now going back to our function, we're not actually returning anything. We could, but because it's an event listener, it doesn't need to return anything. It just needs to execute a bunch of code. And that's what we did. We said, hey, run these 6 lines of code, but wrap it up in a name called calculate so that we can just type calculate in here. So really we packaged it up in a nice Amazon box, and we said, hey, this box has a sticker on it called calculate. And inside of this box is 6 commands. And when you open that box, the calculate box, there are 6 commands in there, 6 items. And so that is the basis behind JavaScript events. Now there's a much more JavaScripty way of doing this called an event listener, but this is a very good segue into that. Now what I would like you to do is try this out. Create an on-click event that uses a function. Again, it does not need to be super complicated. Don't feel like you have to impress anyone with it. It just needs to do something, anything. It could even console log if you wanted it to. If you get stuck along the way, hey, there's a comment section down below. Don't forget, I am here to help you. And if you're feeling rather confident that you have this down pat, let's move on to a bigger project. Okay, hello, and welcome to your first big-ish project. We've done a bunch of mini projects up until now, and at this point we are going to work on a bigger project. So at one point we actually worked on a tip calculator, and we just wrote the JavaScript for it, but we didn't actually write the front end, which is an important aspect of JavaScript. So in this project, we are going to be creating a tip calculator and actually displaying the totals in the document object model in the actual browser. So there are a few things I would like you to do. First of all, you need to have a bill amount, however much that's going to be. We need an input field to grab that value, that number. We need a tip percent, and then we're going to need some sort of event. So when we click calculate tip and total bill, it's actually going to work those numbers, and then it's going to tell us how much we should tip and how much the total bill will be with the tip. So for this, we're going to use the on-click event on the button, and then we're also going to use a couple of query selectors to grab these values. So there should be a calculate event, an on-click event. So whenever you click this button, it calculates the total tip and total bill with the tip on top of it. It's supposed to grab the numbers, whatever numbers are in here at the time when you click the button, and then it's going to display the total tip amount and the total tip amount with the bill on top of that. Now, as you can see, I already have some of the layout built in here. I'm just using regular Bootstrap, so there's nothing fancy going on, and we're going to use vanilla JavaScript to get this done. Now, you're going to be using a function, an event, and a number of query selectors. Now, I would like you to give this a shot on your own. See if you can figure this out on your own. At this point in time, you can pause the video right here and give it a shot. It shouldn't take more than maybe 15 or 20 minutes total. And hey, you know what? If you get stuck, just resume the video and I will show you exactly how I go about the solution. All right, let's take a look at how I would create a tip calculator using 2 input fields and a button. So let's go through my UI first, the HTML, just so you sort of know what I'm working with here. In here, I have a label for the bill amount and an ID for the bill amount, and that's just the regular total bill. We're going to put a number in there, for example, $25.99, whatever the meal is going to cost. Let's say you're at a restaurant and cost $25.99. This is the bill amount. So I'll be using an ID, but you can use a class if you wanted to. You could use anything else. Whichever way you want to select this element, that's up to you, but I'm going to use an ID because it's the only one that's going to be on this page. I basically did the same thing with a tip amount. So the tip amount is going to be a percentage. It has an ID. We can see that here. The ID is tip amount and the placeholder is IE like 9 or 9%. And then we're going to have to take that 9% and turn it into a decimal. And then we've got a button in here. So we've got, some more formatting in here, but primarily we have a button that says calculate tip and total bill. And lastly, we have a row that we can't see yet. And I'll actually demonstrate this. 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. And here's where we're going to display the tip amount and the total with the tip. So just because I don't have any values in there, it looks like it's currently invisible. So when this is calculated, we're going to fill these divs with some sort of text or HTML in it. So let's go ahead and get this started. Let's dissect this moving backwards. We want this form, well, it's actually not really a form, it's an event. It's not using a form element, so we're not submitting a form. We need an event on the button. So whenever someone clicks this button, it needs to do something. So the first things first is we go to our button and we use onClick, and then we need to give it a function name. So let's give it a function name of calculate. And at that point, the project really starts to guide us. So we have calculate in there, and I'll make this just a little bigger here. We have a function in here called calculate, and now we need to add a script in here. And we need to create a function called calculate. Now we don't know what this is going to take yet, but we do know that we have a function called calculate and it has to exist. So let's go ahead and do a console log clicked. And when I refresh the page and open up my inspect tools here in the console, and let's just make that bigger. Let's click here. Clicked, click, 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 click. Okay, good. The click event is working. Next, we need to be able to grab the total bill amount and the total tip amount. So how are we going to grab these elements? Well, we know these elements are inputs, so we need to grab the value of them. Currently, there's no value in there, but when we type, there could be a value in there. So let's go ahead and create a query selector for each one. So let's create a variable for the bill amount, and that's going to be document dot. Now we're not going to use query selector. We're going to use get element by ID. And what was that ID? We have bill amount and tip amount. Bill amount, and we have the same thing down here. Tip amount, that's near the bottom, so that's kind of hard to see. Now these are just the nodes, these are the HTML elements. This is not the actual value. So we could at this point do something like dot value, or we could put these into new variables or overwrite the existing variables with something like tip amount is equal to tip amount dot value. And I didn't spell that right because that is technically a different variable. There we go. So we could do it one of two ways here. I'm going to leave both of these in here just as an example. Now at this point, we don't know if either of these are numbers, so we're going to have to work with that a little bit. Let's go ahead and cast these as numbers. So let's say bill amount is equal to the bill amount, and in here we just want to cast this as a number, and we want to do the same thing with the tip amount, but we could actually even do it in here like this. And in fact, we could even do it this way. So now let's go ahead and console log these. Let's do console.log bill amount and the tip amount. And so when I refresh the page and I put a number in here, let's say 12 is the first one and 34 is the second one, we see 12 and 34. So we know that these are working. And if we were to console log the type of each one, we would know that they would be a number. So we can now do appropriate math with them. We don't have to worry about concatenating it so that the total turns out to be 1, 2, 3, 4. We know that if we were to add these together, it would be 46 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's an actual addition and not a concatenation. And we make sure that that's the case by using a number. Now the tip amount is currently a number. The tip amount is by default, well, by default it's 9, but right now I have 34 showing. So default is 9 as the placeholder text. That's not what the actual default is, but it says that's, example 9. We need to turn this into a decimal. So let's go ahead and change the tip amount is equal to tip amount divided by 100. So that just changes 9. So let's say 9 is going to turn into 0.09. That's basically all it's going to do. And now at this point, we need to create a total tip amount. So I have some pretty bad naming conventions in here because I'm just calling it all tip amount. You might want to rename yours so that it's a little more verbose, a little more discreet, so you always know what you're working with. I'm just going to use tip amount in here. And I'm going to create a new variable called total tip. Var total tip is equal to the bill amount times the tip amount. And that's it. And at this point in time, if I save and refresh the page, there's no errors in here. And I know that I can now select this and put the total tip in there. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do document.querySelector. And we want to use the tip amount CSS selector. Inner HTML. We usually do this in a couple different steps, but in this case, we're just going to do it all in one line. And that inner HTML is simply going to be the total tip. We could use inner HTML or we could use inner text. We're not using HTML, so we should probably use inner text, but we might want to spice this up a little bit later. Okay, so I put, let's say 50 and 10, and if this works out, the total tip amount should be 5. And there we go, it says 5 right there. It's a little small, we'll make that bigger. And in fact, because it's HTML, we could say HTML total tip, and then in here we can make a small element, concatenate all this. And in fact, what I want to do is actually split this onto new lines. So let's do var tip HTML. And this just keeps it nice and clean by putting it on 2 lines. And so I close the small tag and the h3 tag, and then I put tip HTML in here, and let's rerun this. So again, let's put something like 100 and put a total tip amount of 25%. So we know 25 of 100 is going to be 25, and total tip 25. We could put a $sign in there if you know you're working with dollars. And something we didn't learn, but could be kind of fun to work with. If you want decimal points in there, you could do 2 fixed 2, and that just makes sure that there's always 2 decimal points in there. So let's go ahead and refresh and give this a shot. 125, and this will say 25.00. So I don't expect you to know the 2 fixed thing, but hey, that's a cool little trick, and I like to throw those little tricks and tips into these project solutions as well. It kind of gets you more familiar with some of the different ways we can do things in JavaScript without necessarily needing a whole lesson around it. So we have our total tip. Now we need the total bill amount. So let's do var total bill amount. And all we want to do here is add the total tip, the one that we've already calculated, to the bill amount. That's the regular bill amount. And let's go ahead and copy this line here because we're not going to change too much. So tip HTML is going to be, let's say bill HTML total bill with tip. And we're going to need to change this to match total bill amount. And so this variable now matches this variable. Let's put this on separate lines as well. Let's do this. Make it nice and easy to read. And then lastly, we just need to grab our node element from the HTML. So we need to use a query selector. So document.querySelector. We don't want the tip amount. We want the total with tip div. So total with tip. And we could do inner HTML is equal to bill HTML. Let's go ahead and refresh, and let's give this a shot. Let's do some basic numbers so that we know this is always going to work out. So we've got a bill of $100 and a tip of $25, or 25%, not $25. 25 out of 100, 25% out of 100 is going to be 25. So the tip amount should say 25, and then the total bill amount, assuming we did everything right, is going to be $125. And boom, just like that, we've got total tip, $25, and total bill with the tip, $125. And let's go ahead and do something a little crazier, because bills are not usually just $100. Let's say $87.43, so $87.43, and a tip amount as a percentage, so maybe you generally like to give 15%, and you don't want to work out that math in your head, so you just click calculate tip and total bill, and it tells you that your new tip is going to be $13.11 and your total bill is going to be $100.54. So there you go. That is a calculator project. It's the tip calculator project. It is a larger one, and we are using a little more functionality within the document object model. So we're actually using input values. We're actually calculating it with a function. We're not actually even returning anything because this has more to do with events and not really storing data as a variable. We don't really need to return anything, but if we wanted to, just for good measure, we could always return the total bill amount like this, or if we wanted to put this into an array, we could say the total tip amount, comma, the total bill amount. And now we have access to this function in the browser console, so we can run calculate, and it's just going to grab the numbers from our page automatically, and it's going to return an array with the tip amount and the bill amount, the total tip and the total bill. So let's go ahead and give this a refresh. And let's do this. Let's say 92.67, and the total tip amount is going to be 8. And in here we can say totals is going to be calculate, and it doesn't take any parameters. It's automatically grabbing the parameters that it requires from the input fields from your document object model. And look at that. It automatically changes our page, plus it also returns the total tip amount, plus the total bill with the tip. Albeit, it looks like it returned strings, so if you wanted to, you could actually change that into a number. But, ta-da! So that's all there is for the tip calculator. I hope you learned something really cool. And as always, if you have questions, concerns, comments, you can always leave them down below. Don't forget, you can always take all of your code. You can take a screenshot of your code like I have. I've got my editor right here, and then I've got my final product right here. You can take a screenshot of that and share that as your project. Or you can throw it up in CodePen if you like that better, and you can share your CodePen URL, and I can take a look at the actual code and the functionality of it for you as well. Alrighty, let's take a look at anonymous functions. Before we do that, I hope that last project went well, where you created a full tip calculator from scratch. And sort of transitioning from that into some more function-based stuff. So these become a little more JavaScript-y things, where an idea like an anonymous function may not exist in every single programming language, but it is definitely a very common thing in the world of JavaScript. When it comes to a function, we have keyword function, whatever your function name is going to be, param1, parameter 2, bunch of stuff, return a thing here. So that's your basic function. So I'm going to go ahead, comment this out, and let's go ahead and look at what an anonymous function looks like. So an anonymous function is a function without a name. And this gets a little bit more into scoping, which we'll talk about a little down the road. Scoping is basically where variables are able to be used, or where functions are able to be used. But we'll talk about that down the road. You don't have to be concerned about that right now. Let's take a look at an anonymous function. So an anonymous function can be stored in a variable. So we have variable getName. And then instead of creating a function name, we just give this a regular function, and then we could give it a parameter if we wanted to, but we're not going to at this point. And then, just like a regular function, we could return a thing here. So, for example, I could return my name, Caleb Tallien. And when I open this up in my browser, if I type getName, oh, it's a function. Look at that. It's not a variable. And if I do type of getName, we're going to see it is a function. So how do we actually get this now? So it looks like a function. Basically, we just stored a function in a variable. Now, to actually make this work, we need to add parentheses because it is a function, not a variable. It just happens to be named as if it's a variable. So we use getName with the parentheses here. Make that a little bigger, and you'll see Caleb Tallien. We can also store this in another variable too. So let's say variable 1. That's what we're going to call it. Variable 1 because I am creative that way. And then I could do console. Let's do a warning. var1. There it is, Caleb Tallien. And so that's really all there is to an anonymous function. Now at this point in time, you're probably thinking, well, why would I ever need that if I could write a regular function? Well, an anonymous function is basically, if you have a bunch of logic, or really any logic that you want to perform just once, it doesn't necessarily need to go in a function. Functions are meant to be used over and over again. But if you have grouped code where you're performing some sort of logic, or maybe you're getting a value from the document object model from your HTML, and you're only ever getting it once, well then, maybe putting it in an anonymous function, a function that only ever should be run once, is a good idea. And let's give this a solid example here. So I already have Bootstrap in here, and what I'm going to do is just set up a simple Bootstrap layout. Okay, so here I have container, row, column, no big deal. We have an input text. It has a form control class and a custom one in here called JS custom name. This is the one we're going to want to use here. So in our anonymous function, what we could do is return document.query selector, put our query selector in there, dot value. And now the name is going to be whatever we tell it to be. So if I refresh our page here, we have an input. It's actually at the very top of the page, so it's kind of hard to see. But if I say John Smith, and then I execute get name, my name is John Smith. So now I could change this to anything, Caleb, Tallene, and down here I could run get name again, just like a regular function, or I could store this in a name. So I could say name is equal to get name. And now name will always be name no matter how many times I change it. So if I change this back to John Smith and I type in name, it stays as Caleb Tallene because we got the original name and then we stored it as a variable. Now the big thing here is when you're using an anonymous function, really you should only be trying to use it once. You have 1 or 2 or 3 or maybe more lines of code, and it's all just supposed to go into a regular variable. So instead of storing this as a variable, what we can do is we can use getName as a function almost as if it were a variable. So let's go ahead and do console.log, hi, my name is, and let's concat getName in here as a function, not as a variable. And it says, hi, my name is John Smith. And if I change this back to Caleb Tallene, and I rerun this exact same thing, it's going to change. It's going to say, hi, my name is Caleb Tallene. And so there is a use case for this. We're not going to get into this too much right now, but down the road, you're going to see a lot of this in more advanced JavaScript. And then if we wanted to actually make this run automatically, so we don't have to run this every single time, we can just run it as soon as the page loads, we can wrap this in parentheses, add 2 more sets of parentheses at the end, and a semicolon, and this is what we call an immediately invoked function, an IIFE. We'll talk more about this in the next lesson, but basically this is going to run right away. So if I refresh the page here and I type getName, not as a function, but as a variable, we can see that it's already run. Happens to be there's nothing in there, so let's go ahead and change this default value, and let's do Kylo Ren. So default value here is Kylo Ren, and if I get rid of this and type getName, it says Kylo Ren. So now we have a function that's automatically running just once and storing it as a variable name called getName. And that's how we use immediately invoked functions. Again, we'll talk more about these in the next lesson. So I'm just going to undo this. For your task in this lesson, there actually is no task. I'll keep that there. Again, this is just something that's really good to know. You're going to see this a lot more down the road when you start sort of getting out into the JavaScript wild. You're going to use these a lot more often. But essentially it works the exact same way as a function, so you could pass in a parameter if you wanted to, and then you could call it as if it was a regular function. Okay, let's take a look at what is called an immediately invoked function. Basically, this is a function that runs right away. So in the wild, in regular JavaScript, we are going to see a regular function that looks something like this. So we've got a regular function, keyword, then the function name, maybe a couple parameters, and it returns something. We don't know what it's going to return. It could return basically anything. And then to execute that function, we always have to do something like this. Function name, put in the first parameter, put in the second parameter, and maybe store it as, a variable of some sort. And that automatically runs it. In the last lesson, what we looked at was something a little bit different, an anonymous function. And we sort of got into an IIFE, an immediately invoked function expression is actually what it's called. So let me write that out. I've been saying IIFE, but I haven't said the whole thing. So IIFE is equal to an immediately invoked function expression. And so these are basically just functions that run automatically. And when we do this, we're going to see that this actually works. So let's go ahead and refresh. I've got a default value in my input field because that's what it's grabbing, document query selector, js.custom name, and it's returning the value. So I have default value of Kylo Ren, and when I refresh, it looks like nothing happens, but when I use getName, it shows up as Kylo Ren. So to create an immediately invoked function, basically all we do is we take a function. We'll do this one first. This one is an anonymous function. So we just put an opening bracket at the beginning, closing bracket at the end, and then a set of brackets, or parentheses rather, a set of parentheses at the end. And that tells JavaScript, hey, as soon as you see this function, run it. And so it does. And so now we can just use getName instead of what we would have had to do with a regular function, which is getName as a function. And you can actually see that there's an uncaught type error here. It says getName is not a function. It's not. It used to be a function, but it actually returned a value in here automatically. So now getName is actually just a variable with a value in it. So that's how we turn an anonymous function into an immediately invoked function expression. If we wanted a regular function, let's not do that. Let's make a note in here actually that this is an IIFE with an anonymous function. If we wanted to create a new function that runs automatically, we could do literally anything. We could just create a function like this, give it a name. So let's say load app. That's going to be our name. And in here, it's going to say console.log, app is loading. There's going to be some sort of logic in here. Maybe your page is going to do something. Maybe there's an animation. Maybe you have to wait for something. And then at the end, you can say console.log, app is loaded. Well, right now, this is a regular function, so this isn't going to do anything. If we load the page, we're going to see that neither of these console logs show up. And let me just get rid of that there. And when I refresh, yeah, none of it shows up. I'm actually going to have to run load app as a function for this to work. But what if you have all sorts of logic in here and you don't necessarily want to run load app? It's just supposed to run automatically. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing it this way. And this would work. Or you could just tell JavaScript, hey, just run this automatically. Just doesn't matter what it's called. We don't have to instantiate it. We don't have to load it. Just perform. Just as soon as it's there, let it execute. And so now when I refresh the page, we're going to see that the console logs both show up. Just like that. App is loading, app is loaded. So really, again, just as a quick refresher, all we do is we put an opening parentheses at the beginning of the function, and then one at the end of the function, and then a set of opening and closing parentheses at the very end. And that just tells JavaScript, hey, even though this is a function, run it automatically. Again, there's no homework, but whenever you look at a JavaScript library or a framework, you're going to see this kind of expression all over the place. And at first you think, well, why are there so many parentheses all over the place? And that's all this means. This just means we are simply going to execute whatever is in between this automatically. That's all it says. And so that is some syntactical fun with JavaScript. Let's talk about a subject, a keyword that is kind of scary to a lot of new developers. And that is the this keyword. Now, when I say keyword, I mean it's a reserved word. So we've got reserved words like return, function, var, and now the word this. So generally, you don't want to use any of those keywords as variable names. So the this keyword really just refers to an object which is executing a current bit of JavaScript code. It sort of just means myself, me, talking about itself. So in the example of a function, we have a function, get person, and we could give this a name, and then we could do return name. So pretty simple function, variable Caleb is equal to get person Caleb. And so that's just going to return Caleb is equal to Caleb. And whenever you see this, you're going to see this dot something. Maybe it's a function with parentheses. Maybe it's this dot another variable dot a function, something like that. We'll get into proper naming a little bit down the road. Or maybe it's just this dot name. Whenever you see this dot, what this is referring to is your function. Or if you're inside of an object, which we haven't spoken about yet, we haven't formally learned it, it's just going to reference itself. So really what this is saying is this current function dot name. And this is the keyword here. And so a nice thing that we can do here is we can start sort of assigning variables inside of a function. And we can assign a normal variable, so like var name is equal to name, but we already have that in here. Instead, I'm going to show you a cool thing we can do. We can do var this.name is equal to name, and if we change return name to return this, so just return this particular object, we could say Caleb.name and get my name. So let's go ahead, save this, and give this a refresh. And this is already executing as Caleb is equal to get person. So var Caleb, weird, what is that? Type of Caleb. Oh, it's an object, something we haven't formally learned about, but we're starting to transition into. But the nice thing about the this keyword is now I can do Caleb.name. Look at that, there it is. I can do this.profession is equal to teacher and dev. Save, refresh. Caleb.profession. Caleb is a teacher and a developer. Caleb.name. My name is Caleb. And so now we have a variable with variables inside of that variable that are accessible through dot notation. And you're going to see this everywhere in JavaScript. This is incredibly common. This dot notation, basically all we're saying here is, you know, if we were to write this out manually, and if this were allowed in JavaScript, it's not, but if it were allowed in JavaScript, it would be var Caleb.name is equal to Caleb, and var Caleb.profession is equal to teacher and dev. And that's essentially what this is doing here. Now, this is not technically allowable like this, but yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing. So we're saying, hey, you have variable 1, var1, dot an internal var2, so let's do internal var2, and then you can just reference whatever that is going to be, so internal var2. And the nice thing about this is now all of a sudden, instead of writing 2 variables per person, we could be writing 2 variables inside of a function, and then the variable itself could just be 1 line. And so we have to only set it once, and then we can reuse it over and over again. And so the more code you write, the more complex your code becomes, the more efficient it becomes, because you're actually writing less code. Less code is often better. Now, just as a quick summary here, a quick re-reference, whenever you see this dot, it is referring to a function. May or may not have a parameter, it may just be a regular function. It might be referring to an object, which we'll talk about more down the road. But essentially, it is just referencing whatever is inside of its brackets. Inside of this ecosystem here, this just means itself. That's all it is. So whenever you're learning JavaScript or you're learning PHP, so in PHP, I believe it's this is equal to, and then whatever your var name is. If you're learning Python, I believe it's just self.whatever your var name is. This, $, this, and self in different languages all reference the exact same thing. Now, at this point in time, you don't need to know how to use this too much. We're going to get into that a little bit more down the road. But as you're learning JavaScript, you are going to see a lot of this. And I just wanted you to be prepared. So like when you see this, you don't go, what is that? I don't understand how this is working. That's totally okay. Because now you understand that this basically is saying, hey, get person.name is equal to whatever the name was, which was like that. And this .profession is basically saying get person.profession, which is a variable inside of the function. So it's just really talking about itself. Now, it's sort of a little bit of a mind-bending concept at first. So if you don't get it right away, don't worry about it. Don't beat yourself up. Don't be too hard on yourself. This comes with practice. So there is no homework for this particular lesson. I just wanted to show you this, get you a little bit familiar with it, and sort of ease you into the idea of objects, which we're going to talk about down the road. And I know I keep saying that, but objects are a big part of object-oriented programming, and we sort of need to be prepared for it. So there you go. That is the this keyword. This just means whatever your code is referencing, this particular set of curly brackets. That's all it means. I hope that made sense, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. I know we've been talking a lot about functions lately. I think we should give that a break for a little bit. For the most part, we're done with functions. At least for a little bit. So let's talk about scope. Scope is a subject that I've been purposely dancing around. Scope is basically where are variables allowed to live. So we've been creating a variable just sort of in our script here. Variable name, actually it's a variable course, is equal to JavaScript for beginners. And we can use this variable anywhere in our script. So if we created a function do a thing, we could say console.log course. We could even return course because we've defined this variable up here and we're going to use it inside of this function. So let's go ahead and refresh our page and just type course as a variable. We're going to see JavaScript for beginners, sure enough. And then do a thing is a function. We can see it's presented by this curly F. We put parentheses around it, or after it rather, hit enter, and we're going to see JavaScript for beginners is console logged, and it returns JavaScript for beginners. This is an introduction into scoping. So the idea is that if you have a variable that's outside of a function, you can use that variable inside of a function. And so really this is your outer scope. You can think of this as like the atmosphere around our planet. No matter where you are pretty much accessible to something that is found in the atmosphere, oxygen or nitrogen or hydrogen, something like that. And the planet itself would be the function. And so because this variable here sort of wraps around all the other functions that are, think of it like on the same line here, sort of wraps around that, you can use it inside of a function. Now the opposite is absolutely not true. This is very important to note. So if we created a variable in here, var teacher is equal to Caleb Tallinn, and it doesn't matter what we return or what we console log. In fact, we can even get rid of both of those. And we did console.log teacher. This is not going to work because this variable is scoped to this function. So let's go ahead and give this a refresh, and you can see that uncaught reference error teacher is not defined. And that's because even though it is defined in here, and we can console log it in here, watch this. Console log, let's go ahead and let's make exclamation marks for the first one. And for the second one is out of scope. And then let's run do a thing. So we actually have to run this function. In fact, we could turn this into an IIFE. If we wanted to, we could do something like that. Let's go ahead, refresh. And it says, hey, teacher is in here. It's in the function, but it is not accessible outside of the function. And so the opposite of what I was saying originally is not true. But watch this, we can still use course inside of the function, even if it's an immediately invoked function expression. There it is. There's my name, there's the course name. Local variable, global variable. And those are the actual names that we tend to use. And so when you have a global variable, you can use it locally in any sort of function that you want. When you define a local variable inside of a function, you cannot use it globally. And this entire thing here is not JavaScript specific, although the way JavaScript does it is a little bit quirky. In JavaScript, you can create a variable out here and access it immediately without passing it in through a parameter. In other languages, that's not entirely true. You have to often put course in there, and then let's get rid of this IIFE, just because we want to keep this simple. You would pass in course, and then you would say something like this, do a thing, and then you'd pass in the course variable, and then you'd be able to use it in here. And so when we give this a shot, this is going to work. This is going to say 3 exclamation marks teacher, and then 3 exclamation marks the course, which is outside. And then outside of the scope, it's still not going to give me the teacher. And sure enough, whenever I refresh, 3 exclamation marks, teacher name, 3 exclamation marks, the course name, because we passed it in. So a lot of languages do it this way, but in JavaScript, you don't need to explicitly pass it in because a global variable automatically has jurisdiction into a local ecosystem like a function. And so when I hit refresh, you'll see that absolutely nothing has changed. So let's go ahead and create some code comments, some notes. This is a global variable. Because this function is allowed to be out in the open, this is also called a global function. This is a global function. And then we're just going to execute the function, execute the function. And a simple console.log, no big deal there. And this variable in here, this is the very important one. This is a local variable. And local variables are only accessible within their local ecosystem. So this is only accessible in its local ecosystem. And then 2 console logs. And so now we've properly commented and documented our code. And so the way to think about this is global variables are allowed to be anywhere Assuming that they are defined or they are created outside of a local ecosystem, they're allowed anywhere else. And if they are defined inside of a local ecosystem, like a function, they are not allowed to leave that local ecosystem. They can only live inside of the function. They're local. But again, global variables have jurisdiction to basically be anywhere at any point in time. So what I'd like you to do is give this a shot. Try to break this as best as you can. So create a global variable, create a function, try to access that global variable inside of the function without passing it in. Do not give it a parameter. Just try to access it from within the function. And then create a local variable, access that within the function, but then outside of it, try to access that local variable outside of the function. So create a global variable that works inside of the function, and then create a local variable that does not work outside of a function. Give that a shot, and you should see the same error that I ran into. And that is really all there is to scope. So whenever you're out in the wild and you see an error that says uncaught reference error, a variable is not defined, that's because it is probably out of scope or the variable does not exist yet. Okay, let's talk about a weird thing that JavaScript does. This is a JavaScript quirk. It is called hoisting. Not hosing, hoisting. Nailed it. In JavaScript, whenever you see the word var, which we have seen all over the place, basically what this is saying is whatever your variable is, move it to the top of its scope, but don't give it a value yet. So for instance, function getPerson, and we create a local variable in here. We know about local variables from the scope lesson. Var name is equal to Caleb. And then we could do something super simple like a console log name. And then if we run getPerson inside of our page here, getPerson with parentheses because it's a function, it's going to say Caleb. But you notice this undefined thing? That's because of variable hoisting. Let's do an example here. We know that code runs from top to bottom, and we do console.log variable name. This should give us an error because this is not defined yet. The variable name is not defined above this, so it should not work. And then we define it, and then we console log the name. Let's give this a shot. Let's see what happens here. Get person. We see undefined, Caleb, undefined. And so at this point in time, we know that undefined was up top, and we could actually do this. Let's make this easier. Var not set yet. That rhymed, and that was unintentional. Var is set. And let's refresh and rerun that function. And here we're going to see var is not set yet, and this is the value, undefined. In JavaScript, undefined is basically a data type. It's just like a number. It's just like a string or a function, Boolean or an array. This is another data type. It's undefined. And really what that means is, and you're going to see this quite a bit out in the wild too, is just declaring variables. Var name, it's the exact same as doing this. So we said, hey, there's a variable, but it has no value. So no value, although this is a string that says no value, so it has a value. Null is also a value. That means there's actually nothing in it. You've explicitly told it that there's nothing in it. In JavaScript, undefined means that the variable was defined, but there is no value in it. Currently, the JavaScript interpreter has no idea what this is supposed to be, and so this is going to be undefined. Let's go ahead and save that, and we're going to see that if we rerun this function, we should make this an IIFE. It says variable is not set, it's still undefined, and then it is set, and then we've got our regular undefined in there, which we can ignore that last one. So let's go ahead and create an immediately invoked function because I don't want to keep writing that. And let's go ahead. There we go. That looks much better. And so hoisting is this idea that as soon as your browser interprets JavaScript, as soon as it's reading the code, it's saying, hey, in this function, are there any variables? And it says, let me look through it first before I do anything. And then it says, oh yeah, there's one variable in here. Okay. I don't really care what the value is. I just want to make sure that this is defined. So it basically does this, moves it up to the top. And at this point in time, we're really just saying name is equal to Caleb. We don't have to declare var because it's already going to be up there. That's essentially what it's doing. Now we're not doing it that way, not necessarily, not exactly that way, but that's okay. That's okay because we know as soon as we create any sort of variable, that is going to be hoisted to the top of its scope, which is in here, between these curly brackets. And then based on the scope lesson, the previous lesson, we know that we cannot access variable name outside of this function. So let's go ahead and do console.log, and let's say name is name. We know that this is a local variable. It is being automatically hoisted to the top as if it was automatically set without a value. And then down here, we basically just said, oh, actually, yeah, there is a value. So there's a little piece of memory allocated in your computer for this variable name. Hopefully you use it. And we said, yep, okay, here it is. We're going to use it. And because it's a local variable, it's not accessible in the global scope. So when we refresh our page, this is embarrassing because it still says my name is Caleb. Actually, the reason for that is because I have history in here, a variable named Caleb. If I just did that, it's Caleb. If I changed this one, let's change all of these. Change that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and let's change it to my name, where I don't already have that stored in my browser. So refresh, and there we go. That's better. And so it's saying my name is not defined. And because this is, again, due to scoping, this variable is sort of bound. It is locked to this particular area. We can't use it outside of here. Even though hoisting says, hey, variable name is, we're going to move it to the very top of this scope, it is locked to this scope, so it can't get out. Now let's take a quick look at the undefined data type. So let's do so let's create a variable here and let's just call it computer. Okay. It returned its value. Its value is undefined. So let's do type of computer and we see that it is undefined. What if we throw this into an if statement? If computer is equal to undefined, alert is undefined. Undefined, not undefined. Look at that, it's undefined. We can even do a strict comparison here too as well. We can do if computer 1, 2, 3, so 3 equal signs is equal to undefined, alert, strictly undefined. And look at that. It says it is strictly undefined. And that's because computer doesn't have any sort of value in it yet. Now we can say computer is equal to, I don't know, Mac OS, I guess. And let's rerun these. Nothing happens. What if I do the not strict comparison with just 2 equal signs? Nothing happens. And so how that would look in our code is, if we wanted to, we could do if my name is equal to undefined, then let's define it in here. My name is equal to Caleb. And let's go ahead, get rid of this. Now, if we save this and we try to refresh our page, we are going to be presented with an error. Just like this, it says uncaught reference error, my name is not defined. We haven't defined it yet. It thinks it's supposed to be there, but we haven't used the var keyword. What if we did this? Let's throw it down here. Let's do var my name. Just throw it at the very bottom. This is hoisting at its best. We refresh the page, and there we go. It actually works. So what this said was, hey, move this variable up to the very top as if it lived up here. My name is up here. It's currently undefined. There's no value. We don't know what it is. So it says, hey, if my name is undefined, if there is no value, just reassign it. Make sure that it does have a value of Caleb, and then we can use it in here. Now to make this a little more complicated, and just to get some more time with the this keyword, we could always do, let's change this. Let's change this from an IIFE to a regular function. We could always check to see if a parameter is set or not, if there is no default. So we could say, you know, the name by default is equal to Caleb. Well, that's great, but what if there is none? Often you're just going to see something like this. And what if there is one that's not passed? What if we did console.log name? So what happens when we save this and we try to print this out? Let's do console log a thing, whatever that name is going to be, refresh, and we have to execute this, get person, parentheses. It says a thing undefined. Okay. Well, we haven't given it a name, but now we can check to see if it is actually there. So we can, well, we haven't given it a name, but now we can check to see if that name is undefined and define a default. We can do this the manual way. So instead of giving it a default value, such as this, if you're using JavaScript on an older browser like Internet Explorer, it might not support something like this. So you're going to want to write backwards compatible code that says if name is equal to, strictly equal to, undefined, we can define it in here. Name is equal to Caleb. Let's go ahead and refresh. Get poison. Bam, a thing, Caleb. That's the console log here, says a thing, Caleb. We didn't give it a name. So now the default name is Caleb. We manually wrote that. And we could always just give it a name too. So we could say Zephyr, my kitty cat. And it's going to say, oh, it is actually defined. So, just skip this whole if statement. And so this is where hoisting, scope, and undefined all come together. And as a quick summary, undefined basically just means that there's no data type associated with a particular variable yet. Whenever you define a variable, it doesn't matter where you define it. Var name is equal to whatever that name is going to be. JavaScript reads this and says, oh, let's move that up to the top. It's currently undefined until you define it later. That's called hoisting. And scope is the fact that this name is not allowed to leave these brackets. That is scoping. So hopefully that all made sense. There's a lot to unpack in this particular video, but we needed to learn a bunch of other stuff in order for this to sort of start making sense. There's no homework for this. I really just want you to be able to digest this. If you want to, feel free to tinker around with some of your own code and sort of get the hang of this. But this and the last couple of lessons were JavaScript fundamentals. These are not super fun things to learn necessarily, but they are very important. You're going to run into problems down the future where these subjects like scope and hoisting are going to help you out quite a bit. You'll understand why you might be getting a particular error. Next, let's move on to something a lot more fun. Let's learn about the second way to bind events to our page. Okay, let's learn about something fun. We were learning about core JavaScript fundamentals like hoisting, anonymous functions, immediately invoked function expressions, scope, things like that. All very important things, but admittedly, they're not the funnest things to learn. So let's change that. Let's learn about an event listener. Event listeners are, I was about to say hilarious, but they're actually not hilarious. They are tremendously useful and also fun. So they are called event listeners. And we sort of dove into this at one point in time when we wrote button onClick is equal to something. We told it to run a particular function. And so we actually had to modify our HTML. Now, modifying your HTML is not always possible, and sometimes you just want things to work automatically. And so what we can do is we can create a little bit of JavaScript code called an event listener, and it's bound to a particular node element, or a JavaScript node or an HTML element. I merge the two words there together to create a node element. So an event listener is basically just a function that's bound to your web page to listen for events, clicks, whenever you type a key, whenever you scroll down the page, something like that. Now the two most common event listeners out there, by far, are the click and key press. So whenever you type into a text field or an input field, or whenever you click something, it can trigger. There's another one called blur, so whenever you click into a text field and then you leave, it might be able to perform some action at that point. But these two seem to be the most popular. Blur is still very, very popular, and then there's just tons and tons and tons of event listeners out there. We can't possibly learn all of them, but luckily they work almost all the same way. So we really just have to learn one or two of them, and then you can use any event listener that you want. So let's create a simple event listener that's going to count the number of times a button is clicked. So let's add a class here. Let's do btn primary. This is just bootstrap, btn lg. And let's give it a class of JS button. And this is just going to say, click me. Let's make sure this looks okay on our page. It says click me, so, a boring button. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to actually grab this button using some sort of query selector. Get element by ID would work. We could use a regular query selector, which is what we're going to do. Doesn't really matter how you get this element, you just need to be able to select this node. So let's go ahead and create var btn is equal to document.query selector. We're not going to use query selector all because there's only one on here that we want to select. So we use JS button, and that's going to give us a button. So let's go ahead, refresh and watch this. We'll type btn and it automatically highlights my button here, as you can see. So we have this button as a node. And when we do type of button, you can actually see it's an object. We're getting to objects, I swear, I promise you they are coming. Now all we have to do is say btn, that's the name of this variable here, add event listener. What kind of listener do we want? This one is going to be a click, just like how we have onClick, which was onClick. We just call it click in JavaScript. And then we give this a function and we're going to pass in the event. And so at this point in time, we're sort of familiar with the idea of dot notation. So we've got a button in here and we know button.innerText is equal to click me please. So we can change it, dot notation. That's just sort of dot notation at its finest. So we're saying, hey, grab the button, add the event listener. This is a function. And so the first parameter is what kind of event listener is it? We're saying, hey, listen for clicks. And the second parameter, we have not seen this yet, but the second parameter is actually a function. Basically looks like this, only we're writing it out the long way. So we have a function in here, and the event listener will always pass in the event to this particular listener. So here's what we can do at this point. We can say, do something in here, but we want to count the number of clicks. So let's say var total clicks is equal to 0. And because this is a global variable, we can access this locally. Total clicks is equal to total clicks plus 1, which is essentially the same as doing total clicks plus plus. And then let's create another element on the page that just counts, or displays the total clicks. So div id total clicks, something like that. And let's grab that element as well. So let's do document.get element by id total clicks dot inner text is equal to total clicks. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. So it says click me, and it's counting over and over and over again. I'm going to make that significantly bigger by changing that from a div to an h1. And I'm also going to zoom in here. Look at that. It's counting for me. We didn't write any additional HTML for the event listener. We just wrote some JavaScript. Add event listener. And so do you remember when we were learning about scope a couple of lessons ago? Probably bored you to death with that one. But this is where it becomes important. Because if we moved total clicks in here, scope says, well, this is always going to be 0. Every time this function executes, this event listener is executed. Every time we click the button, we're resetting this to 0. And this will not work. It's always going to be 1. Resets it to 0, adds 1. But if we define this globally and only modify it locally, it will be 0, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, and so on, and so on, and so on. There we go. We have a JavaScript event listener. Now this is pretty cool, but this is not as cool as being able to grab text from an input field, which we're going to do in the next lesson. So you don't have to do anything in this lesson. There's no homework. I just want you to sort of take a look at this kind of syntax. So we've got button.addEventListener. Its first parameter is the event type. We said it's going to be a click type. And as the second parameter, we pass in an entire function. And one last thing to note, before we head on over to the next lesson, we can actually move this entire function out, give it a name of add clicks. So function add clicks. And so the second parameter is simply the name of the function. So let's go ahead, refresh, and it works as well. Hey there, in the last lesson, we learned about the click event listener, which looked a lot like this. Button.add event listener, click, and then some function name. In this video, we're actually going to try to get the exact value of something from an input field. So maybe we're asking for someone's name and we want to get that name on every keystroke. We can do that. First of all, set up our HTML. So we've got input.form control.js name, and we're going to select this by its name. And then maybe let's also display a welcome message back to the page. So h2 hello, and then whatever that name is going to be. So we're going to want to select this. In the world of JavaScript, we're going to need some sort of element to just change this. We could change all of it. We could say, hello, Caleb, hello, Zephyr, hello, Henry, or we could just change the name if we wanted to. Let's just do one particular way. Let's just change the span. Class is equal to JS change name. And so when we boot this up in our page, it just says hello, and there's an input field here. Okay, and then just scrolling down to our JavaScript, the first thing we need to do is we actually need to select this input field. And so we gave it a name of JS name, that's the class name. So let's grab that var as an input, or that input as a var. So document.query selector, we're gonna grab just the first one, js.name. And so now we want to bind an event listener to this. So we do input.add event listener. We could do key up, and then we can give it a function as its second parameter. And this is going to be the event. It's always going to pass in the event. A lot of times you're just going to see the letter E. That stands for event. We're really just renaming the variable input. It doesn't really matter. To be more explicit, I like to call it event, but in production, I often just call it E. But let's keep it simple and call it event. And then we could do console.log event.target.value. So you think it would be just event.value, but that's not going to work. We need the actual event and then to target that value. So let's go ahead and save this. And every time we type something in here, we're going to see it show up in the console. And occasionally I actually type too fast for that. It's K-A-L-O-B. There we go. So that's key up. We could do key down. There is a difference. It's like when you press the letter on your keyboard and your finger has not moved up yet, that's key down. Key up is when your finger comes up from the keystroke. But let's go ahead and just stick with regular key up because that one's going to give us the full value. So as soon as I hit K, it says K-A-L-O-B. As soon as I type it, it gives me the whole value in there. So now we need to go ahead and change this name. So let's query our document object model, our HTML for this. Var name, not name input. That seems a little weird to name it that. Name element, I guess, because why not? Document.query selector. JS change name. And then because we don't want to redefine this every single time, every time we press a key, it's just a little more efficient this way. We can just use the variable and then do inner text is equal to event.target.value. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And this is going to change as I type. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Zephyr. Hello, Henry. Hello, Doggo. Hello, my name is Caleb, and I love coding. Coding. And there you have it. And again, this is just the second parameter. And then to expand on this even a little further, this function here as a parameter is technically called a callback function, or just a callback for short. And what this means is every time you press a key and your finger moves up from the keyboard, it's going to execute a function. And so what we could do here is we can actually remove this. And let's define a function in here, function called callback, just to keep it simple. And then we give that name in there and it's going to execute this. It doesn't really matter what this name is. The name could be anything, does not matter, but it is technically called a callback function. So I'm just gonna call it callback. So as you're reading this, you go, oh, input, add the event listener, key up, and after every key up, it's going to execute a callback function. So you click save, refresh your page, and it keeps working. Yes, look at that. That's pretty awesome. And that's fun. So now if you combine that with click event listener, you can change all sorts of stuff on your page based on click events or key up events. You could do all sorts of other things. So now if you're interested in a little extracurricular activity, what you can do is hop on the Google machine and just look for different JavaScript event listener types. There's a lot of them out there. You don't need to know most of them, to be totally honest. But you should know that there are a lot out there. And I can't possibly go over every single one because, well, this video series is going to get very, very long and bloated, and I don't want to waste your time like that. Teach a person how to add event listeners, and it doesn't matter what the listener is, you'll be able to deal with it in the future. So that's sort of my teaching philosophy. So this is getting input values with a JavaScript event listener, In the next lesson, let's go ahead and change some CSS colors with event listeners and make our page super dynamic. So we're not just changing text anymore, we're gonna change something that actually has to do with the page styling. Hi. In the last couple of lessons, we learned about event listeners. We used the click event listener and we used the key up event listener. But let's actually do something fun, because up until now, we've just changed a little HTML and a little inner text. And that's, it's okay because it makes our pages dynamic, but it's not as fun or as visually appealing as I think it could be. So let's go ahead in this lesson and create a new event listener that's going to change the page's base text color and the background color. So we need some HTML in here. So let's do h1, hello world. No, let's not do hello world. We are way beyond hello world. Let's do changing CSS with event listeners. And now we need an input field. So let's create a new div with an input, just a regular text. And I'm going to style this so it has some sort of styling in it. Let's do padding 30 pixels and also font size 30 pixels. Let's make it big. And we need a label in here. Background color, and let's go ahead and duplicate this. Call this one text color, same thing, and then let's add a class in both of these. Class is equal to JS, something or other. And I just call it JS just so that I know it's just for JavaScript. JavaScript BG color, and let's do JavaScript text color. And if we look at our page, it's going to be pretty ugly. Yeah, it's pretty gross. But you know what? It is what it is. So the idea is that we can type in here, just like that, and it's going to change the background color of our page and change the font color of our page. So we need to create two event listeners for this. Let's grab the first event listener for background color. So var bg color is equal to document.query selector. Good enough. And let's also grab the JS text color, and we'll call this one text color. Now we need to add our event listener. So let's do bg color.add event listener key up, because we're typing in a text field. We're going to pass it a callback function that automatically takes a parameter called event. And then let's just console log this for now. Console.log event.target.value, whatever that's going to be. And we're going to go ahead and duplicate this whole thing. So copy, pasta, and text color is going to do the exact same thing. Let's say bg color in this console log, and let's do text color in this console log. Refresh. BG color, we can see that in there. And then text color, we can see that in there. Chlor, as I named it. So now we want to basically change the page's text color and the page's background color. We haven't learned how to do this in JavaScript yet, so this is going to be pretty fun. For this, let's go ahead and grab the entire document body. And then we're going to change the styling of the body, the background color. So let's do var body is equal to document.query selector. And let's just grab the body. And then we can do body.style.background color is equal to event.target.value. And so all we did here was said, hey, let's grab the entire body. That's the body element that comes from right there. And then the styling on it. So we're seeing this dot notation a lot more often now. This styling is going to have a background color. Technically, it's background dash color, but in JavaScript, you cannot use a dash in a property or variable name. So what we do is we camel case it. So anytime you see a dash in a CSS declaration, not dash C, it is just uppercase C. Or if it was a background image, it would not be background image, it would be background capital I image, camel casing. So let's change the background color. And let's see if this works. Background color, red. Haha, look at that. Background color, blue. Background color, let's do a hex color, black. That's pretty neat. That's starting to work. Okay, let's do the same thing with our text color. Now we can get more efficient with this because on every key up, we are querying the page for the body element. Now luckily there's only ever one, so it's easy to find. But, if you type the word red, R-E-D, it's going to execute this 3 times. And as your page gets bigger and bigger, that gets slower and slower. And so let's just move this up into the global scope, and we don't have to worry about querying it more than once, because it will always be available to us. And in our text color, we can make use of that by pasting it down here. And I pasted the wrong one, so you saw nothing. And so here we're just saying the body style, not the background color, just the regular font color is going to be whatever this event target value is going to be for the text color for this node. Let's go ahead, refresh. Text color, let's say white. Yeah, it looks like it all disappeared. What if I select it all? Yeah, it's still there. Background color is going to be red or blue or green. That is so hard to see. Or black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. And so that's how we go about changing CSS with event listeners. Now, at any point in time, you could even change a CSS while your page is loading initially. So if we wanted to, let's go ahead and change the BG color using JavaScript. So BG color.style, and let's do background color is equal to red. So as the page loads, it's going to be red. And haha, I actually did that wrong because I selected BG color. I got ahead of myself. I got a little too excited there. So what I'm going to do is just undo that. And let's go down. And instead of BG color, let's do body. There we go. That looks better. We could also change the default color to, let's do black, which it probably was already. So let's do white. There we go. And this goes with any CSS you can find. So for example, BG color, let's say we wanted to add some rounding. Let's do BG color dot style. That border radius is going to be, let's give it a 10 pixel border radius. Look at that. Those are now rounded a little bit. Let's give it a border. Let's give it a border of 3 pixels dotted black. Hey, look at that. I mean, this is pretty ugly. Don't get me wrong. I would never want to actually deploy this in real life, but now we're actually changing CSS with JavaScript. We're not writing any real CSS. I mean, this is CSS, I guess, but we're not writing any actual styles. We're letting JavaScript do all of it. And as we type in here, it's going to change for us, which is pretty cool. Now we could take this one step further and we could say, hey, maybe background colors can only be a certain color. So let's go ahead and add this as a variable so we don't have to type event.target.value all the time. And let's do an if statement. Better yet, let's do a switch statement. We haven't seen this too much yet. So switch the color, we actually need to assign that. Let's do case is equal to blue, and we could do that. In fact, we could actually even stack these together. So this is kind of interesting. Blue, red, white, and then default is always going to be, we need a break in here, break. The default color is always going to be white. And syntax error, that was my fault. I just wanted to write that out. You could tell that was syntax error because it was all turning gray. So basically this is saying, hey, grab every color or whatever color this is currently and says, if it is red, white, or blue, then change the background color to red, white, or blue. Otherwise, always change it to white. Just keep white as the default. And so now we're actually limiting user input. So if I type black, it just goes to white as default. But if I type red, it's going to work. Blue works. White obviously works. In fact, we don't want white. We want this to be yellow because white is already up there, so that doesn't make sense to have. White works. And if I type anything in here, it just defaults to yellow. And so there you go. That is a pretty good example of how to use an event listener, how to use query selectors, changing CSS styling. We even used a callback function. We used a switch statement. We used 2 event listeners, and we changed default styling when the page loaded. So we've actually accomplished a lot in this video. So what I would like you to do is just get some hands-on experience with basically everything I've written in this video. Go ahead, create some query selectors, try to change the styling. Then create an input and try to add an event listener with a key up and a callback function. And maybe it doesn't have to have a switch statement. That might be a little bit complicated for what we're currently using. But you could say body.style.color is whatever that color is that you're typing into the input field. Go ahead, give that a shot, tinker around with it. Again, you're not going to be able to break anything, so do your best and honestly just have some fun with it. I always like to tinker around, and I like to try to break things and sort of figure out where the edge is of every sort of topic that I learn. Like, how far can I push something exactly? And that gives me a lot of hands-on experience. I really like doing that. Otherwise, if you're feeling pretty confident with this, I think we should move on to our next mini project. Hello and welcome back. We are going to get started on our next mini project here. Now, the idea behind this project is all about event listeners. So in this mini project, what I would like you to do is create 3 input elements, and then I want them to do different things with the different event listeners. Change a background color, change a text color, and change your page font size as you type. So they should be input fields, and you should be looking at the key up event listener. And anytime someone presses a key in one of these input fields, it should execute your event listener and try to make a change on your page. Now, we basically did this in the last video where we were changing like CSS colors with event listeners as you typed. You don't need to get that advanced, but I just want you to get some hands-on experience with straight JavaScript event listeners. So go ahead and give that a shot. Try, if you can, to do it all from memory. If you can't, that's okay, but it's good to make the brain sweat a little bit. And as always, if you get stuck, you can always reference the other material. That's totally okay. No one's going to shame you for it. And I would suggest right now that you pause this video because I'm about to fade this to black, and then I'm going to start with my solution, the way I would implement it. So go ahead, pause the video, give this a shot, and then when you're done, resume this video and you can watch my solution. It's not the perfect solution, but it's a solution. There's so many different ways to do things in programming languages like JavaScript and Python, and all these other languages, that there is no perfect way of doing it, but I'll show you my solution. So pause now and give that a shot. All right, I am going to show you my solution to mini project number 5, event listeners. First things first, we need to create 3 input elements, 1 to change the background color, 1 to change the text color, and 1 to change your page font size as you type. All of these should be as you type. So I'm going to go into my editor, VS Code here, and first things first, I need 3 input elements. So I'm not going to make a beautiful looking page by any means. I am simply going to create a bunch of divs, labels, and inputs. So div, we're going to have a label in here, and this label is going to be for BG color. Background color, again, this is just a regular label. And then let's go ahead and add an input in here. Form control, some basic bootstrap in there. And the ID is going to be BG color. And so that ID is going to match this for label or this for attribute in here. And if we stop and refresh our page, we'll see we've got a background color in here. Nothing's going to happen. We have not written any JavaScript yet. Now we basically want to copy this twice. Background color, text color, and font size. And this one's going to be a number. So let's change this to font size. Let's change this to text color. And what I'm going to do is something you'll see a fair amount in the wild, but instead of getting these elements by their IDs, which we definitely could, would be a very fast way of doing this, I'm going to get them by their CSS selector using a JavaScript prefix. So JS, and then BG color is going to be the first one. JS text color is the second one, and JS font size is the third one. Okay, let's refresh. And, you know, it's not the greatest looking page, but it does the job. Now we need to create some query selectors. We need to grab all 3 of our input fields. So let's go ahead and create a var, a variable, and let's say BG color is going to be, I'll just move that up here, document.query selector, and we only want the first one, so JS BG color, that matches this one here. And then in here we want text color, and this one's going to be text color. And then the third one is going to be font size, And this one is going to be font dash size. Okay, at this point in time, because we're writing some JavaScript, I'm going to right-click Inspect, go over to my console, refresh, and I'm just using Firefox for this. And I see that there are no errors in here. So, for example, this would create an error. See? Reference error, ASD, ASDAS is not defined. So we didn't get any errors like that. So we can assume that things are looking good. Next, we want to change the background color, text color, and page font size as we type. So we need one more query selector in here. We need to be able to change the styles on the body. So let's go var body is equal to document dot query selector. And instead of adding a CSS selector for a class, we're just going to use a regular CSS selector for the body. Now we need to add our event listeners. So let's say bgcolor.add event listener. We're going to say on key up, execute this particular function with the event inside of it. And just to make sure that this is in fact working, let's console log the event.target.value. Refresh our page, no errors. And as I type, it shows up down here. Okay, so that's looking good. That's nice and healthy. So now for the BG color, all we want to do is say body.style.background color. Remember, it's camel cased like this in JavaScript. There are no dashes in JavaScript variables, so we use camel casing. Background color is equal to event.target.value. And that's it. We don't need to return anything. We don't need to do anything fancy. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. Bam! Just like that. Background color turns red as I type the word red. Now really all we have to do is copy and paste this a few times. Background color, this one's going to be text color. Add event listener on the key up. Body.style.background color. No, we want to change that to text color, which in CSS is just called color. And that's going to be event target value. And then the last one is going to be font size.add event listener. Again, key up, callback function with an event parameter in there. And we're going to say body.style.font size is equal to whatever this is. Plus we're going to concatenate maybe pixels, or if you want to do ems or rems, you could do that as well. I'm going to stick with pixels so I can use a regular number, and it's not going to make this page too ridiculous, more ridiculous than it's already going to be. Let's go ahead, hit refresh. There are no errors in my JavaScript console, so let's move that down a little bit. Background color is going to be blue. Text color is going to be white. Font size is going to be 9 pixels. Maybe 9D pixels. That made it really ridiculous. Let's do something a little bigger. So we've got font size 25 pixels, text color of white, background color of blue. And this changes as we type. We can even use hex values in here as well. F00, that's red. FF0, that's yellow. Or yellow. Or aqua. And that's how we go about creating a page that will change pretty much as you type into different input fields. So altogether, we used a total of 3, 6, 9, 13 lines of JavaScript to make a completely dynamic page based on whatever the user wants. And that's all there is to this mini project. Now, if you're on Skillshare, don't forget you can create your course project and share it either via a code pen, or you can share it, or you can share your exact code. You can take a screenshot of your code and also the page actually working. Feel free to share your project with the rest of the group. You'll probably end up creating a bunch of inspiration for a lot of other people, which is always helpful to other people as well. Plus, I'll give you some feedback if you like. Okay, today is the big day. This is the big moment. We have talked about this thing called an object so many times, and I keep saying, we're going to learn about it. We're going to learn about it. Eventually, we're going to learn about it. Now is the time we're going to learn about it. So an object is a terribly, terribly named idea for a way to store data. Because if you think about an object, well, think about holding anything in your hand. And if someone were to describe that item that is in your hand, the word object could fit. Any physical item that really has any sort of mass or weight to it could be considered an object. That's not very helpful. Whereas an array, basically that's a fancy developer term for a list, just a list of things. A variable, if I could spell that right, variable is a value that changes. It's actually in the name. It is variable. In JavaScript, a number is obviously just a number, and in a function, we know that a function is actually supposed to do something. But the word object is like, what? What is an object? Now, objects have basically infinite complexity, so I think we should take this one step at a time, and we don't really have to know all of it right now. That's just going to be too much information. That will be information overload. So what I'm going to do is introduce you to objects in a more friendly manner. So we know that when we create a list in JavaScript, we can create an array. So let's say, let's create names is equal to an array, Caleb, Nathan, and Zephyr. And whoops, that was my typo there. Capital A. And so when I type in names like this, let's clear that, type names. If I wanted to get Nathan, I would have to type names, hard bracket, the number 1, and then another bracket. And that will give me the index here. But what if I wanted to store a bunch of data on a particular person? So I said a particular person, his name is Caleb, his age is 30, and he has 2 cats. Now that's nice, but we don't know if this is necessarily the right order. Because if I said, hey, out of all of these numbers, out of all of these variables rather, how many cats does Caleb have? Well, you would guess 2, but for all you know, I might have 30 cats and I've only ever mentioned 2. And so there is this gray area and we don't know how to access this properly. With an object, we can name it. So let's go ahead and create an object. So we'll create a person object, and the object just looks like this. It's a bracket, and then we give it some sort of name. So let's go ahead and actually call this name. And you can see that there are parentheses, or not parentheses. You can see that there are quotations around this. They could be single or double quotations. It does not matter. Colon, and then whatever the name is. So it's going to be, basically looks like a string is equal to, using a colon sign, is equal to pretty much any type of variable. It could be a number, it could be a function, it could be an array, it could be null, it could be another object. And let's go ahead and create another one in here. Age. My age is going to be 30, and the number of cats I have, 2. And to close this, we just give it a closing parentheses, or not a parentheses, a closing curly bracket, hit enter, and there we go. We have now an object. And instead of saying, well, this is an array where it's just like Caleb 32 is what it said before, this now actually says age is equal to 30, cats 2, name is Caleb. So now, whenever I type person, I can type person.age, gives me 30. Person.name gives me the name. Person.cats gives me the number of cats. And now we've actually assigned a name to basically a list or an array. And you can almost think about these as internal variables. So we have a variable called person, but inside of that, there's a variable called age, a variable called name, and a variable called cats. Now, the main thing to know about an object is, yes, it comes with great naming. So you can name pretty much anything in here. So person.name actually gives me my name, which is fantastic. But you can also add to it and use the this keyword. So we've learned about that a little bit. We learned in the array lesson where we could do whatever the array is called, dot push, and that will actually push something to the array. Person doesn't quite work the same way. We can literally just create anything. So person, let's do something very interesting here. What sound does this person make? So to create a brand new data point inside of this object, it looks a lot like an array. We give it whatever sort of variable name we want in there, is equal to, and then whatever we want it to be equal to. In this case, I'm going to give this a function. And I'm going to console.log. What sound does Caleb make? What does the Caleb say? This guy says meow. I don't know why, but I'm going to say meow. Hit enter, save it. And now we can actually see the function itself. That's what it returned. It returns a function. It's called sound, has no arguments. Okay, so I just cleared that off. Now, if I actually wanted to see what is inside the person object, I could just type person, and we're going to see that there's an age, cat, name, and a sound. A sound is a function. It gives us all the details in there. Now I can also just do function.sound, parentheses, because it's a function. Functions are actions, actions need parentheses. I hit enter, make sure I've got logs turned on here so that console log actually shows up, and it says meow. And so now, not only does my person have a variable inside of it, my person also has a function inside of it. Now, when it comes to variables and functions inside of an object or inside of a class, generally they have different names, and this tells other developers what the scope is. So typically we have a variable, name is equal to Caleb. And this is just called a variable. We've seen this 100 times already. Then we also have a function something, and it does something in here. And this is called a function. When we're dealing with an object, so var new object is equal to, and name is going to be Caleb. By the way, it doesn't matter if we're using single apostrophes or quotation marks. It doesn't really matter. Hit the comma there. So the JavaScript knows there's going to be another object in here, another piece of data. This thing is no longer called variable. This is called a property. And function, so like when we wrote sound, is equal to function, something in here. This is called a method. And so going back to here, person.age is going to be a property. It acts just like a variable, basically the same thing as a variable. But what we're saying is this variable actually belongs to an object, or in some other languages, it belongs to a class. Likewise with sound. Sound is a function, but it's inside of an object, so we call it a method. Has the exact same properties, and it works the exact same way as a function. The only difference is it's now inside of an object, so we call it a method. And this is really just a naming convention so that when you're talking to other developers, they can understand what's going on. Now, why is this important? This is important because we could say person.sound, let's overwrite this, is equal to function, and we want to console log the name. So we do this.name. And if we run person.sound, it gives me my name. Now this is where the this keyword really comes in handy. Because let's take a look at this person object once more. Because we ran a function that is inside of an object, the this keyword refers to the entire object, not just the function. It's the entire object. And so inside of a function, scratch that, inside of a method, we can use this.name, this.age, this.cats, this.name. We could even return itself if we wanted to, which we're not going to, but we could return the entire object if we wanted to by just saying return this. So let's go ahead and create a brand new method in here called person.getCats. And this is going to be a function, and all this is going to do is alert the number of cats that I have, alert this.cats. In fact, let's do this. This.name concatenate has this.cats. There we go. So this is going to say Caleb has 2 cats. Let's go ahead and close that function off. Okay, that was set. If we look at the person object again, we have a function in here called getCats. We could pass parameters in there if we wanted to as well, just like a regular function. Let's run this. Person.getCats. And let me move this over. And it says Caleb has 2 cats. And so when we originally learned about the this keyword, it wasn't actually super useful. But when we start working with objects, it becomes a lot more useful. Now, why would you ever use this? Why would you ever use an object like this? Well, you could say object person is equal to Caleb. I make a sound. I have an age in here of 30, and I have cats 2. And let's just fill this out entirely. Console.log meow. So the reason we would use this is because now we can use person.name. Or had we changed this to Caleb, me, we'll just use me as an example. Caleb.name is going to be Caleb. Maybe it's my full name, Caleb Tallene. Caleb.age, well, as you read this, this makes more sense now. The Caleb variable, or the Caleb object, what is his age? How many cats does he have? And this becomes a lot more verbose. So as you're reading it, this actually makes a lot more sense. And you could do the same thing with pretty much anybody. So let's say we had another person in here, and his name is Zephyr, who is actually my cat. He actually says meow. His age is 4. How many cats does he have? None. He doesn't have any cat. Actually, he does. He's got one little brother. So he's got 1 cat. And now I could say Zephyr.cats, and that's going to give me 1. Or Zephyr.sound, and that's going to console log meow. Now again, where does this really come into play? Because right now we're only using one object. Well, this comes into play because up until this point, we had to store all of this into separate variables. So we would have a variable that looks something like Zephyr name is equal to whatever his name is, Zephyr. Zephyr age is equal to 4. Zephyr cats is equal to 1. Zephyr sound is equal to meow. And then we would have to do console.log Zephyr sound. And so now we've written 4 variables. And if we wanted to copy this to anyone else, we have to write 4 more variables. And if we wanted to copy this again, we'd have to, guess what? Copy and paste over and over and over again. And so now we have 12 variables in the global scope of things. So this is really just making a big mess of the global scope. Whereas with a beautiful object, we get just the regular variable name, plus we get these properties and methods inside of it. Now, just as a quick little refresher here, I missed that one in there. As a quick little refresher in here, let's take a look at the syntax of an object. So object syntax is going to look like this. You've got a variable of some type, and then you've got your variable name is equal to an object. So that's your opening and closing curly brackets in there. And then you've got a key, colon, not pair, value. And then if you have more, you throw a comma in there, and then you go key 2, value 2. Again, if you got more, throw a comma in there. Otherwise, that last one does not have a comma. And then when you want to access any of this, you could just write object name. And sort of like how we access things in an array, instead of using 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, we just use the key name. So key is going to return value. And likewise, key 2 is going to return value 2. Now that's the overall gist behind an object. You're probably not going to use these too often until you get a lot more experience with JavaScript, and then all of a sudden they'll be everywhere. You sort of go from 0 to 100 in like 5 seconds. As soon as you start seeing them, you're going to start using them all over the place. But as you're just learning JavaScript, you're not going to use these all over the place. Not yet. So what I would like you to do, a little task for this video, just create an object. Maybe it's you. So create variable, whatever your name is, create the object, give it a name, a sound, an age, maybe your favorite food, maybe your website, and then just try to execute some of this stuff inside of your browser's console. Go ahead and give that a shot. Don't forget, if you have questions, comments, concerns, you can leave them down below. I am here to help you at a moment's glance. Objects are a very interesting thing in JavaScript. I hope this explanation was all right. This is one of those hurdles when it comes to programming, is understanding objects. But once you get it, there is no going back. So definitely get some practice in there. It's going to be very, very important down the road. Hello and welcome back. We are going to start touching on a concept that is really important in programming. And this concept is a loop. So the idea is that you have a particular function or a set of code or something you want to do more than one time, over and over and over again, automatically. And so let's say you have a bunch of names. So you have Caleb, Nathan, and Zephyr. And for each of these names, you want to capitalize it. You want to maybe put @gmail.com or something at the end of it to get an email address. You want to do something to all 3 of these. This is where a for loop would come in. And it doesn't just have to be 3. It could be 1 item that's in an array. We'll talk about that in a second. It could be 2 items, 3 items, 3,000 items. It doesn't really matter. It's just going to keep looping until basically it's all done. So let's take a look at a for loop. So a for loop is going to look something like this. We've got keyword for, we set a variable, I is equal to 0, so this is our interval, whatever this is going to start at. This is basically our counter. We'll talk more about this in a sec. How long should this go for? Well, let's say I has to be less than 10. And then after each loop iteration, just increment I by 1. So let's do I++. Console.log I. And so what this is saying is for the variable I, it's going to start at 0. For as long as I is less than 10, console log, whatever that number is, I. And then at the end of each iteration, it's kind of like saying this, I is equal to I plus 1. That's what we're doing at the end here. Only this time, we don't have to write that out. So let's go ahead and save this and open this up in our browser and refresh our page. And we're going to see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you notice that it's all happening on line 18. So when I click into this and move this over, line 18, sure enough, there is the console log, just like that. So at this point, you're probably thinking, hey, that's kind of cool, but honestly, I don't know where I'm going to use that. So let's create a real life example here. Let's create an array. So we've got a variable of names, and this is going to be an array. We've got Caleb, Nathan, Zephyr, and Henry. And let's say we want to loop through all of these. How are we going to do this? So instead, I'm going to comment this out just so that you can reference this later if you want. Let's create a new for loop in here. And let's actually see what VS Code wants to autofill this with. That's actually pretty perfect. It's doing a few things in here that we haven't learned about yet. So I'm going to undo that. But if you're using VS Code, you can just hit for, tab. So your for loop starts with your for keyword. For variable, I is equal to 0. We want to loop how many times? We want to loop the number of items that are in this array. So let's say names.length and I is less than names.length. So what this is saying is, as long as I is less than 4, keep on rolling. And then at the end of each iteration, let's say increment I by 1. We could increment it by 2, we could multiply it by 10 if we wanted to, but most commonly you're going to see it just increment by 1. And then we could create a new variable in here and say, this variable is the current name. And because this is a list, we have to access these names. So Caleb is going to be index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3. And so we can now say I. Names, the first one is going to be 0. So in the first iteration, and then once it's done, it's basically going to say behind the scenes, I is equal to I plus 1. And so it runs a second time. And then that one's going to be Nathan, and then Zephyr, and then Henry. But we're storing all that in a variable called I. Just interval, stands for interval. I is equal to interval. Now let's go ahead and console log this, console.log current name. Refresh our page, and we get Caleb, Nathan, and Henry. Cool, so now we're actually doing something with an array, because up until this point, arrays for us just store a list of data, and it's not actually super helpful unless we know exactly what's in it. Now we don't need to know what's exactly in it. So let's go ahead and make this a little more complicated. Let's create a function in here where we're going to turn an input into lowercase and append at gmail.com. So function, let's call this to email address. And it's going to take a name. And we can do this all in one line now. So we can do name, that comes from this parameter here, dot to lowercase, plus at gmail.com. And so this is just concatenating at gmail.com, and it's lowercasing all the names. So now we can take that, we can apply it here. And we're saying the current name is going to be whatever the current name is in our array. This is where it gets a little more complicated. We're going to pass that name, whatever that name is in here as the parameter, into to email address. And that's going to return whatever the name is, lowercased, and concatenate at gmail.com. So now let's go ahead and give this a save. And look at that. Caleb at Gmail, Nathan at Gmail, Zephyr at Gmail, and Henry at gmail.com. And so now we're actually doing something useful here. Now, the nice thing behind this is we're actually not writing that much code. And as your array gets longer and longer and longer, you're not writing any more code, which is really, really nice. In fact, we could, if we wanted to, even reduce this. And instead of name, we're going to use names I. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's not actually delete it. Let's just comment it out. And so now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of code, we can execute these 4 console logs, which doesn't seem like much. But what if we did something crazier? Let's go ahead and do a lorem ipsum loop. So let's take lorem 50. And so we just have 50 words of lorem ipsum in here, dot split on every space. And what this is going to do is say, split there, split there, split there, split there, all the way down. And this could be user input as well. We could split it, and let's change this from names to words, just because it's going to seem a little nicer. And we change it from names to words here as well. So start off at variable 0 or interval 0. Keep going for as long as there are words in that array. We know this is an array because we use dot split. After every loop iteration, go ahead and increment the number I by 1. Current name. So let's do this. Current email is what we're going to say. And what we're doing here is we're saying this current email is going to be whatever the word is, 2 lowercase, concatenate@gmail.com. So this is going to take every single word in here, lowercase each one, and then add gmail.com, which is a pretty pointless example, but this will demonstrate the power of loops. Look at this. There's now 50 of them in there. We didn't write any extra lines of code. We have 1 line of code here. It's just on multiple lines because there's a long string in there. My editor likes to break it down into multiple lines. So 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, 4 line. In the exact same 5 lines of code, we got 50 outputs. Now that's, pretty useful. And you're going to see these all over the place. This is wildly popular in all programming, especially in JavaScript. Let's say you only wanted the first 10. Okay, well, what we could do is we could actually break out of this loop at any point in time, or we could continue over it. Now what we could do is say, if I is equal to 10, so it's the 10th word. I don't know why we would do this in this example, since we want to loop over every word, but we're going to say, hey, as soon as I gets to the 10th number, increments up to the number 10, simply break. Otherwise, keep running normally. And so this is only going to show the first 10. And what we can do here is we can actually console log I plus the current email so we can see all of these. And what this will show us is from 0 to 9. And there it is. We have 0 to 9, technically 10 items because we start at the number 0. So if you count on your hand, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you have all 10 fingers on your hand pointing outwards. So there you are. And we said, hey, on the 10th interval, just break out of this loop. Don't show anymore. Let's go ahead and comment this and see what happens. This will go all the way down to number 50, or the 49th index. Let's go ahead and comment that out, and let's do something a little more interesting. We're going to use some basic math here. We're going to use this thing called modulus, which we haven't really learned about, and it's okay. You don't really need to know too much about this one. We're going to say if I modulus 2 is equal to 0, so what this is saying is whatever I is divided by 2 has a remainder of 0, continue. And this is going to skip over the loop. So whatever is down here, for example, this console log, this will not run. The continue statement basically says, hey, everything below here, if this continue statement is executed, this stuff does not get executed. Move on to the next iteration. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's see what happens here. We get every second one. So for instance, we don't see the number 10 in here. 10 divided by 2 is 5 with a remainder of 0. And so because this is true, it's going to continue. It's not going to console log. And so that's how we create even and odd rows. And like tables, when you have like a gray row, white row, gray row, white row, gray row, white row. This is basically all we're doing. So this is your introduction into for loops. This is actually also an introduction into while loops and for each loops, 2 other loops we're going to get into right away. But what I'd like you to do before you move on is create a basic for loop. So go ahead, use the for keyword. Variable I is equal to 0, I is less than, or maybe less than and equal to a particular length. I++, don't forget to add that, and then maybe just console log whatever I currently is. And that's all I would like you to do. Just get a little hands-on experience with it. You don't need to be a professional at it to move on to the next lesson at all. I just want you to get a little familiar with this weird-looking syntax, the way that this code is sort of described using funny characters in a funny order. Okay, let's take a look at this idea of a while loop. A while loop. So we learned about a for loop, and a for loop basically says, hey, I'm going to loop until you tell me to stop looping. A while loop will not. A while loop, if you're not careful with this one, will go on forever until your computer runs out of memory and either your browser crashes, or if you're on an older computer, your computer crashes. So just be very careful with this while loop. This one is very, very important to understand before you actually write one. And the worst case scenario here is, maybe your computer runs out of memory and you just have to give it a reboot. Not the worst thing in the world, but generally your computer just locks up, you give it a reboot, don't run the script again, and you're good to go. So let's look at a while loop's syntax. So basically what's going to happen here is you have a while, something is true, do a bunch of stuff in here. It really boils down to something that simple. And so what we could say here is var num is equal to 0. And let's say while number is less than or equal to 1000, we could console.log the num. Now don't run it at this point, because this is going to run forever. We didn't do anything with number. In the for loop we did, we automatically incremented it. In a while loop, we didn't. So we have to manually put this in at the end of our loop or at the beginning of a loop. Somewhere in there, we need to increment number. So we could say number is equal to number plus 1, or we could just do num plus plus. And that will give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so on. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. And when I refresh this, this is going to console log the number 1,000 times. And sure enough, there it is. And I can just keep scrolling, and you see that there is, in fact, 1,000 in there. Now, when would you ever want to use something like this? Well, what we could do is we could ask the user for some sort of input. So let's say var num is going to be number, and we're going to prompt the user for a number. Give me a number. And then we're going to cast that prompt, whatever that's going to be, to a number. And then let's switch this out, and let's say var starting num is equal to 0, not 9, 0. And let's get rid of this. Let's change this out. Let's do starting num is less than num. And so what we're saying is always start at the number 0 and go until it reaches whatever the user says. Maybe it's number 10. Maybe it's the number 10 million. It's going to run until it hits that number. Also, we have to be careful here because this is the number that we're trying to increment. So while this is true, we need to go ahead, swap those out. So basically what this is saying is 0, maybe the user typed in 1,000. Is 0 less than 1,000? Yes, it is. So execute. 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, 1,000 times until it gets to, is 1,000 less than 1,000? It is not. This is false. And so it stops executing. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. Move this over so it can ask me for a number. Refresh. Give me a number. I'm going to roll my dice and I'm going to say 89. And it console logged 89 because I did the wrong one here. If you're looking at your screen going, Caleb, you forgot to change one. You're right, I did. This console logged 89 because that was the number I entered. I wanted to console log the starting number, the number that's going to constantly increment. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. Let's pretend that first one didn't happen. And number 89 is, there it is. Starts at 0, goes down to 88. Remember, computers start counting at the number 0. Although if we wanted to, we could say this is going to be 1, is less than or equal to, let's go ahead and refresh, 89, and this will give us numbers 1 through 89. There it is. Last number is 89, first number is 1. And so that's a while loop. Now in modern JavaScript, you see these a lot less than you used to. Back in the day, these were everywhere. These are less popular now because for loops and the for each loop, which we'll talk about in the next video, has basically taken over. They're better forms of loops for JavaScript. But you're still going to see this one out there. And if you're wondering, Caleb, where am I going to use a while loop? Well, what if you wanted to create a list of something? So actually, before we move on to that next lesson, let's go ahead and create another example in here. So I'm going to comment this out so it doesn't use any computer resources of mine. And let's create a list. So we've got UL, class is equal to JS, list. /UL, and when I refresh my page, we see nothing in here. And in fact, let's do this. H1, list. So we have a list in here, but there's no list items, so we're going to need to actually create some list items. So let's use query selector to grab this item. So var list, or rather UL, is equal to document.query selector. There's only one, so we can use this one. Let's go ahead and create some HTML for this. So var HTML is equal to a blank string. And then let's loop through this a certain number of times. While something is true, HTML is equal to HTML plus li, whatever the number is going to be. So let's just call it num, I guess. Could be anything. We haven't got that far yet, so just bear with me. /li. And so now we're just writing a bunch of HTML in here. We're saying, hey, starts off with nothing, put an li in there. Second iteration comes in, says there's one li, put another one in there. Third iteration comes in, there's already two li's in there, put another one in there. So let's go ahead and ask the user for a number. Var num is equal to, let's cast this as a number, prompt, give me a number. And we're going to say the starting num is going to be 0. And while that starting num is less than the number, let's go ahead and let's actually start this at 1 so we can count like humans, not like computers. So starting number is going to be 1, and as long as this number is less than or equal to whatever the number the person gives you is, this will continue to run. Remember, this needs to be incremented manually, so let's manually increment that. And at this point, nothing's going to happen. We just loaded up this variable called HTML with a bunch of HTML. Now we have to go ahead in our UL and actually add this into our document object model. So let's go ahead, type .ul, inner HTML is equal to whatever the HTML variable is, refresh, give me a number. Okay, let's do 42. And again, it just says 42 over and over again. Let's go ahead and let's type iteration. Iteration is going to be whatever that starting number is. Let's try this again, number 42, and there it is, iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way down to 42. And so a while loop does actually have a place in the JavaScript world. It's just a little less popular these days, but it is still very good to know about. You don't have to do anything in this video. Let's move on to the next one where we're going to work with some of the document object models, and we're going to use this thing called a for each loop, which is really, really useful. All right, let's take a look at probably the most useful version of a loop in the JavaScript universe. This is called a for each loop. And because we tend to camel case things in JavaScript, it looks like this: for each, lowercase f, capital E. We'll get into the syntax of this in just a second. So for each loops are relatively new to JavaScript. Other languages have had these for ages. JavaScript has only recently got this in the last few years, and it has been a major improvement to the JavaScript ecosystem. So for each is basically a shortcut for the for loop that looks something along these lines. So you've got variable is equal to 0, do something for the length of an array, and automatically increment. What this is going to do instead is just say, hey, you have a list of names, you have an array of names, there's 5 of them in there, I'm just gonna loop through each one for you. So let's give this an example here. Var names is equal to an array of Caleb, Nathan, Zephyr, and Henry. I almost actually wrote the word and. And so previously how we would have to loop through these is kind of actually gross. We'd have to do for var I is equal to 0, I is less than or equal to, no, just less than, names.length, I++, and then we could console.log names I. And this will give us all of them. So let's go ahead and refresh our page, and we'll see that this works. But when you're actually writing this, this looks a little too much. And there's an easier way to do this. The easier way to do this is through a for each loop. So let's go ahead and type names.forEach. And this is going to take a function, and this function has two parameters in it. It has the name and the index. And so the name is going to be whatever the value is in here. So it might not actually be called name. You can rename these if you like. But because these are names, I'm going to call this names. And this is going to be the loop iteration. So console.log, whatever the index is, whatever the name is. And this already just looks a lot easier. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. We have Caleb, Nathan, Zephyr, and Henry. Just like that. Nice and easy the way it should be. No more dealing with our own iterators and our iterator integer over and over and over again. We don't have to increment it. We don't even have to worry about it. It's just going to say, hey, there's 4 items in here. Let's loop through this 4 times. Now, it's still important to know both, because this is the older way of doing it. You're going to see this everywhere for backwards compatibility. Moving forward in JavaScript from here on out, you're going to see a lot of for each loops. Now, where does this actually become useful? Well, what if we wanted to get all of the inner text from every single li? So we've got an li in here. So li.js text. And I don't know. Item 1. Let's just do this over and over and over again. Okay, so I just made 17 list items, all with the same class. And I want to select all of these and loop through them and get the text in here. How am I going to do that? Let's go ahead, comment this out. And let's use a query selector all. So let's do var lis is equal to documents dot query selector all. And we want to select all the JS text elements, or rather all the list items with a class of JS text. Now let's loop through these. So we've got lis.forEach. For each takes a function. And this is going to be whatever is in here. So this is going to be our particular node, and then it's going to give us our index. Now what happens if we just did console.log, not quite, console.log node.innerText. Let's go ahead and refresh our page. And sure enough, it all shows up in our JavaScript. So we have managed to loop through 17 list items and get the text of each one in 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code. And this also allows us to enable the query selector all. We haven't really been able to use this too much because up until this point, well, we knew about lists or arrays, but we didn't really know how to loop through them. Now we can. You can also use the old school loop way if you wanted to do it that way, but this is just so much cleaner. Now, just for funsies, let's go ahead and actually change the inner text of this node. So let's go node.innerText, and just to make this ultra clear, where we got node from was if I do this, type in lis, this gives me a node list down here. And each one of these is like a query selector, a regular query selector. And so we just renamed the regular query selector to basically have a variable name. We just called it node. And in there, we have access to all of these different things. And we just said, hey, grab that node and then get the inner text. So let's go ahead and change this inner text to something different. This inner text is going to be index multiplied by 12, whatever that's going to be. And let's try this. Let's add some brackets around there and let's concatenate a string. Let's see if this is going to work the way we intended to work. So this should say a number is the number. And sure enough, there it is. 0 multiplied by 12 is 0. 1 times 12 is 12. 16 times 12 is 192. And so now basically, again, with just 4 lines of code, you can ignore the comment in there, that's not necessary anymore. With 4 lines of code, we were able to loop through every single item in here and change it to be whatever we wanted it to be. Now let's go ahead and do one more thing. Let's say we actually want to cut this list down. This is going to be fun. Let's say we want to cut this list down to just 10 items, the first 10 items. So what we're going to say here is if the index is equal to 10, nope, that's going to be exactly 10. If it's greater than or equal to 10, let's go ahead and remove this node. Let's just remove it from the document object model entirely. And then let's also continue. And so this is only ever going to run on the 10th iteration or higher, and this is only ever going to run assuming that continue is never executed, it's going to run from 0 up until the number 10. But we're not necessarily in a loop here. This is a function that's being executed from each particular item in a list or in an array. How are we going to continue? We can't continue because continue is a keyword that is reserved for loops exclusively. We are inside of a function. So what we can do is return false. And I would like you to also experiment with returning true and just returning in general. But let's go ahead and return false. And when I refresh the page, we can see here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 10 items in there in total, and it got rid of all the other ones. Let's go ahead and actually comment this out so that we can see these indexes properly. Item 1 through 10 is available. We got rid of 11 through 17. So that is for each loops in a nutshell. It's really, really nice because now we can actually very, very easily grab multiple elements from our page and loop through them and do something with it. Whatever that something is entirely up to you. But now you know how to work with for loops, while loops, and for each loops. I would really appreciate it if you could take a few minutes and just recreate the example that I created in this video, just so you get a little hands-on experience with the .for each notation with a callback function in here. These are going to be incredibly useful going forward. It allows you to basically execute one chunk of code over and over and over and over again without having to copy and paste over and over and over and over again. So go ahead and give that a shot, and when you're ready and you're feeling confident, let's head on over to the next video. Okay, we just learned about objects and looping. Those are two fundamental pieces of object-oriented programming, such as JavaScript. Now, what I would like you to do for another project here, a larger project, it's actually not larger, it's just going to take a little bit more effort to wrap your mind around it, is I want you to create a guessing game. Now, however you make this is totally up to you. You can make it very bare bones, or you can make it really, really beautiful and use the document object model. You can make it as simple or complex as you like. The idea behind this guessing game is you should be asking someone, maybe it's a prompt or input box or text field, saying, hey, enter a number. And if that number is the right number, then break out of a loop. Otherwise, I want you to keep looping through it. Now, this sounds a little bit complicated, but basically what I want you to do, essentially, is 1, create a loop that always asks a number. And then 2, if the number is incorrect, ask again, and just be real annoying about it. And then if the number is correct, break out of the loop. So I'm going to leave this up to you. I'm not going to give you any more hints. I want you to try and figure out how to do this on your own. Actually, I lied. I'm going to give you one hint. Remember that loops will always continue for as long as a particular statement is true. So if the loop logic is always true, it will keep running. If it is not true, it will not keep running. It will break out of the loop. Go ahead and give this a shot. If you get really, really stuck, you can just watch the rest of this video and I will show you the way that I do it. Pause the video here. I'm going to fade this video out and fade it back in, and I'll see you hopefully in a couple of minutes. All right, I want to create a loop that is going to ask for a number. So the first thing first is I need to ask for a number. So var num is equal to prompt, what is the number? And I'm going to do this very bare bones. So I'm using prompt, but you might want to use something different. And then I'm going to cast whatever that input is as an actual number. And then I want to say, if it is actually a number, I could do something in here. So then I can also say, if the number is equal to the magic number, do something in here. So now I need a magic number in here. The magic number is going to be 42. And so what we're saying is, ask the user for a number. If it matches 42, which we could also hardcode in here if we wanted to, something like that, then you win. So you've won. And let's go ahead and do this. Console log, you win. Let's go ahead and refresh. This is going to ask me for a number. If I put in 41, nothing. If I put in 42, logs, it says I win. That's fantastic. But it's not quite doing what I want it to do. I said, if the number is incorrect, ask again. Okay, well, if the number is incorrect, I could do here, and I could ask again. But this is only ever going to run once. And at this point, I now need to basically copy and paste this whole thing into here, just like this. And if it's wrong, again, I have to copy and paste the whole thing into here. And we can see how this gets pretty gross pretty quickly. Go ahead, paste the whole thing into here. Again, over and over and over and over and over again. How many times are you going to do that? Well, none. I don't want you to do that any number of times. This is where loops come in. So we are not going to do an else statement in here. What we're going to do is run a loop. So while true, because we know that loops always execute when they're true, we're going to ask for the number every single time. So let's put that in our loop. So for every iteration, it's going to ask you what the number is. If that number is a valid number, and that number is equal to the magic number, it will say you win. So let's do alert. You win. Otherwise, this is not going to match, so do nothing. If this is not even a number, it's going to ask again for a proper number. But we have a little bit of an issue here. This is just going to keep asking over and over and over again. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to break out of this loop, just like that. So even though there are if statements in here, the loop still knows that it's in a loop, and we basically can still use break. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. Refresh, what is the number? 12. Nope. 32. Nope. Some crazy number. Nope. 42. Haha! I win! And that is a guessing game. Now there's a way we can actually clean this up. We can use additional if statements. So we can say, if the number is in fact a number, and this has to be true as well. So if it is a number and the number is equal to the magic number, it's going to alert that we've won, break out of the loop, and we are done. So in roughly 8 or 9 lines of code, we managed to make a very bare bones guessing game. And if you ever wanted to change that number, you could change that number as well. So let's go ahead and change this to 109. I don't know if that has any significant meaning in my life. Let's do 108. Nope, that's wrong. 110. Nope, that's wrong. 109. Nailed it. And so when you win, maybe you change the background style of your entire page. Change the background color to blue. Add some text in there. Say you've won. Which actually, if we wanted to make this a little fancier, we totally could. So we could do var body is equal to document.query selector. Grab the body. We don't want to put this in a loop because we only need to really grab it once. It doesn't need to be in a loop. And then we could do body.style.background color is equal to blue. Let's do body.style.color is equal to white. And body.inner HTML is equal to h1. You win! And then break out of the loop. Let's try this again. What is the number? 12? Nope. 32? Nope. 109? I win! And from here on out, you can really just make this fancier and fancier. Now, to understand what's going on here, I just said, execute this while loop forever until we say otherwise, till we purposely break out of it. We're not using particular numbers or anything like that. We are just using a loop that's going to execute forever until told otherwise. And that is how we create a simple guessing game. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about this particular project, go ahead, leave them down below. And also don't forget, you can update your Skillshare project with the latest code that you have. Take a screenshot or share a video or share your code on CodePen. Sharing your project is a great way to show that you are making progress to the rest of the class. In recent years, JavaScript has made a lot of progress as an actual programming language. It started off as just a scripting language, thus the name script. But it has really evolved into its own entire language over the last 5 to 10 years or so. And with that comes some pretty cool changes, but some things that are a little different from other programming languages as well. And the one I want to talk about in this video is let and const. Let and const. So up until now, we have been defining every variable with var. Var name is equal to Caleb. We could also use let name is equal to Caleb, and we could also use const name is equal to Caleb. We could use any of these three. Now there are differences here. We know about var and hoisting. If you don't recall what hoisting is, go back to that hoisting video and just take a quick rewatch over that, just to make sure that you're familiar with what hoisting is. We know about scope. Again, there's a video on scope. You're going to want to watch that one again. Make sure you're somewhat familiar with the idea of scope, because let and const are block scoped. And so what this means is var, name is equal to Caleb, is accessible in a function like this. Function getName console.log name. I could even do this. I could do name is equal to new name, and then I could console log the new name down here. So console log name again, and let's go ahead and comment those out, and then let's run this function right here. And so it says Caleb and new name. And so the nice thing about var is that this is now in the global scope and a function can use it. We can even overwrite whatever the value was as soon as we call the function, and then the name actually changes. With let and const, we don't get that. We actually get more restrictions. Now, the interesting thing about good programming languages, you want restrictions. It doesn't seem like that at first, but actually you do, because the less freedom you have in a programming language usually means the faster the language will execute, means it's going to take up less memory in your computer, means more people are going to write code that looks the exact same way, means better standards. Basically, it's less of a mess if there are more rules in there. And what let and const do is introduce more rules. So let's go ahead and create an example here. So we've got a variable, and the course is equal to JavaScript for beginners. And what we can say here is if the course is equal to JavaScript for beginners, console.log this course. So I just want to make sure that this is working. So let's go ahead and refresh our page. Sure enough, it says this course. Now, if I wanted to define another variable, I would do var something is equal to something else. And then I could say console.log something. So watch this. This will still work. Something. What let does is it says, hey, you've got a variable, but I'm going to scope it to these curly brackets. And so when you try to console log something outside of these curly brackets, it's not going to work. Let's give this a shot and see what it complains about. There's an error in here. Reference error, something is not defined. I love how it used something as if it was actually part of the error. Let's go ahead and change that to a new var. There we go. A new var is not defined. That seems a little more verbose. Although we can see that a new var is actually defined, but what this is saying is this variable can only be used within these brackets, these curly braces. And so what let does, let allows us to use this variable only inside of here, so it's scoped to these curly brackets, but we can also overwrite it. So let lets you overwrite variables that are scoped to your closest set of curly brackets. And so if I move this up here, we're going to see that console log will spit out something else. Sure enough, it says something else. And if I try to console log this again a second time, we're going to get both a log and an error. So we get a log and an error. So the main difference between var and let is scoped to, again, these curly braces. It is important to know that because you're going to see code out there that says let, whatever the variable name is equal to something, and then you won't be able to access it outside of its parent curly braces. But let's go ahead and take a look at const. So let's get rid of that. Const is somewhat the same thing. Const is a variable that is scoped to its closest curly braces, called block scoping. But const stands for constant. It is a variable that cannot change, which is a funny way of basically saying this is a value, and this value will never, ever, 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 ever change. And so it's no longer really a variable, more than it is a constant data point that will never change. And so with a const, we are not allowed to overwrite it. So if we get rid of this, this will work perfectly fine. It says something. If we try to overwrite this, because it's already been defined here, if we try to redefine it, it's going to throw us an error. Look at that. Invalid assignment to const a new var. You're not allowed to reassign anything to a const. So there's actually a benefit to this. When using a regular variable, for example, course, it comes with a bunch of methods, basically functions on the string object. It comes with a bunch of different things in here. We can see a ton of them in here as well. And some of these allow us to actually change the value of course. Whereas const does not allow us to do that. Const doesn't come with all the functionality that a regular variable comes with because it cannot change. So what's the point of assigning a method or a function to it if we can't change that value at all? So there's actually fairly big performance gains. And because it is block scoped, you don't have to worry about that leaking out of this if statement. Your JavaScript function, your JavaScript program does not have to worry about storing a lot of that in memory for too long. And so it's just a really fast way of using variables. Now, if that all sounds a little too crazy for you, you can think of it like this. Var is basically a variable that can be scoped to the global environment. Let is block scoped to the closest curly brackets. In fact, let's do this. Let and const are block scoped to the closest curly brackets. Let can be changed. Const can not be changed. And that's the main difference. And you're going to see these all over the place in modern JavaScript. So we've been using var up until now, but moving forward, we're probably going to be using var, let, and const. Now, what I would like you to do as a quick little task here is create a let variable inside of maybe an if statement or a for loop or something, and then try to access it outside of your if statement. And then write a const variable, a constant, and then just try to change the value of that const variable, and it will throw you an error. Once you've experienced these errors and how they actually work, it starts to make a lot more sense. And we'll be using these moving forward. You'll get a lot more experience with these as we progress through the rest of this course. Okay, now we're getting into some of the fun bits. This is actual programming. This has less to do with the document object model, more than it has to do with actual programming fundamentals with a thing called an object-oriented programming language, an OOP. Now, while this sounds kind of complex, and at first it's going to seem a little complex, really all it is a way for you to cluster your variables and functions together to keep your code nicely organized and to reduce code duplication. So remember when we created a person object in the object video? We created something like this. Name is equal to Caleb and the age is equal to 30. Yada, 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 something like that. That's what we ended up creating. This is basically object-oriented programming because we've got an object here and then we have object.property and that returns Caleb. Person.age is equal to 30. There's actually a nicer way of writing this in more modern JavaScript, and that is through this idea of a class. And the nice thing about a class is basically you can take your entire person object and you can copy and paste it over and over again. You can give it default values so that it creates basically this object for you with just a single line of code. You just have to write out that functionality first. So let's take a look at this. We've got class person, and this is essentially what your syntax looks like. It just keyword class, whatever your class name is. Generally, it starts with a capital P, but really that's up to you. And then in here, we have functions and variables called methods and properties. So we could have a function in here called make sound, and all this is going to do is console.log meow. Now to instantiate or to start a class like this, because this code may have been executed in the background, but it is not actually stored anywhere. Now this is sort of what it would look like if we wrote a regular function in here. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. We don't need it because JavaScript is smart enough to know, hey, this is not a variable, this is a function. And now to actually instantiate this, to start this class, we actually have to store this into some sort of variable. So we could do const Caleb is equal to new person. So this is our syntax here. We've got keyword class, whatever our class name is, that matches here. opening and closing curly braces, and then we just have a simple function in here. It's a function inside of an object. Classes are objects. And so we call this a method. And so then we said, hey, use const Caleb, because this is not going to change. The stuff inside of it might change, but this itself is not going to change. And then do Caleb.makeSound with parentheses in there, because it is a function, it's a method. Let's go ahead, refresh our page, and we can see that it says meow. Now, why is this so awesome? Well, because now I can make another person. I can call him Nathan, and we can both make the same sound. And all I did was write one extra line of code, and it took everything in here and applied it to this one extra line of code. Stored it in a variable in a const called Nathan, and now we will both make the sound of meow. So this will show up twice, meow, meow. You see that 2 there? That means it showed up twice. Let's go ahead and undo that. Now let's go ahead and add some default values. So let's say a person needs a name, an age, and their favorite food. So unlike a function where it would be like name, age, and food, we sort of do this, but we have to go kind of the long way for this. So we create a new function, a new method in here called constructor. And this is a magic function name. You can actually see that it's pink. That is a reserved word. That is a keyword. And then we can pass in these values in here. So we can say, what is the person's name? What is the person's age? What is the person's favorite food? This is a function. It just doesn't say function in front of it, but this is a function. And then we could say console.log name, age, food. And let's go ahead and throw the default values in here. So my name is going to be Caleb, my age is going to be 30, and my favorite food is going to be za. Refresh. It says Caleb 30 za. So now we actually have put values into our new class. We could go ahead and create a new one. Let's get rid of make sound. We don't need that. New person. This one's going to be Nathan. And he's going to be 28, and his favorite food is going to be a salad. And we're going to see Caleb 30 pizza, Nathan 28 salad. And we could do this over and over and over again. And anytime we add more code in here, this is going to affect both of these equally, which is really nice. So now we're writing one piece of code that can affect multiple sections of a website or multiple pieces of functionality. Now, what if I wanted this to say, Caleb says to, and then whatever the food is? Well, unfortunately, because this is an object, we can't just say food. And we can't just say name. This just simply is not going to work. So let's go ahead, do Caleb.makeSound, make yummer sound. Let's actually fix up that syntax there. Save that and refresh, and food is not defined. Although food is here, we gave it here, we even passed it in here and here. But for whatever reason, our code is saying food is not defined. And that is, again, where this idea of the this keyword comes in. So in our magic constructor method here, we can do this.name is equal to name. This.age is equal to, we could cast it if we wanted to, age. This.food is equal to food. And we can get rid of that. And what this is saying is, hey, there is a property in this person class called name. There's another one called age, and there's another one called food. And so when we pass in our parameters into this person class, Caleb 30 pizza, this is going to say, oh, okay, well, yeah, sure, I understand that these are all being passed in to the first function, but also make these available through the entire class. So now I could change this to this.name says food to, says to this.food rather. And let's put this on multiple lines because we can. And so now this will say, Caleb says to pizza. And again, all I'm doing here is saying const Caleb is equal to a brand new person class. The name is Caleb, the age is 30, favorite food is pizza. And again, that just matches up here, just like a regular function. It just happens to be this one has to be called constructor. Let's go ahead and refresh this. And it says Caleb says to pizza. And again, the key here really is the this keyword. This is what allows you to transport this variable to any other function inside of the person class. But if it helps, I find this actually helped me when I was originally learning this way back in the day. It sort of looks like this. Name is equal to whatever the name is going to be. This.age is equal to whatever the age is going to be. And this.food is equal to whatever the food is going to be. And all this is saying, hey, there's a variable outside of this function scope called this.name, and just assign it to whatever this is. There's another one called this.age. Assign it to whatever we want it to be, age. And this.food. And so basically, think of it like this. We're just taking a variable from a higher scope and changing the value of it. Only we don't have to write that out. And then if we wanted to, we could also come down here and we could say Nathan.makeSound, make numbers sound. Refresh our page. This will say Caleb says to pizza. The next one's also going to say Nathan says to salad. Just like that. Now this may not seem super useful at this point in time, but as your logic grows, it makes sense to group things that are together. So instead of having an array, an object, and a bunch of functions for one single particular person, and then copying and pasting over and over and over again for a second and a third and fourth person, we could wrap all of this together because it's all related into a class and then just say, hey, use a new person. We can even extend this down the road if we wanted to do additional things. So we could say that this is the base, but then if we wanted to say if person is part of the military, they have extra functions or extra features. We're not going to get into that in this video. This basically wraps up the entire class lesson. What I would like you to do though is give this a shot. Create a class, create a magic constructor function. You can take any parameters that you want. You're going to definitely want to use the this keyword, and then create a function, another function, doesn't matter what it's called, and try to access, for example, this.food. Even though we did not pass food into here, we were able to get it by saying this.food because this refers to the entire class itself. Lastly, instantiate your class by saying const your name is equal to new person or whatever your class is going to be about, and then execute the method in there, that function. Mine was called makeSound. You can execute yours with your name dot your function name and then parentheses. This is also one of those ideas that is a big hurdle for programmers to get over, but once you learn about object-oriented programming and it starts to make a lot more sense to you, life gets a lot easier as a developer, and you jump from that beginner or that junior status to an intermediate status because you start to understand how data relates to itself or to other functions or how to group things together, and it all just starts to come together. So definitely give this a shot, and hey, if you have questions, don't forget, there's a comment section down below. I'm happy to help at any time. Please ask questions if you need any assistance. All right, in that last lesson, we talked about an introduction into object-oriented programming, and we talked about things like properties, methods, magic constructors, and the this keyword. In this lesson, we're going to go over some more of that. Honestly, if you're brand new to JavaScript, this is going to be very theoretical for you right now. It will be a lot more applicable for you as your career as a JavaScript developer down the road. But as of today, if you're brand new to JavaScript, honestly, just feel free to watch this video. You don't actually have to do anything with it. It's just good to know about the concept behind it so that when you are introduced to this down the road, it's not going to be super scary or anything like that. You will be adequately equipped to deal with classes. And in this lesson, we're going to create a class and then we're going to extend it. And a really good example of this is just something super basic. So let's say we have a class of an animal. And what does every animal have in common? So we have a constructor class or a constructor method in here. And this is where we put in all of our default values, our default parameters. And so let's say every animal has a name, or rather, not a name, but a species. It also has a weight, and then just a height. So we're just going to do these three in here, and then we're just going to say this.species is equal to species, which seems really weird that we're writing this out like this, but it allows us to use these variables across the entire animal class. Weight, we could also cast this as a number if we wanted to. We could cast this as a string, so it's always a string. And then we could say this.height is equal to cast that as a number, height. And then we could create a nice little method in here just called, I don't know, get info. So get info about this particular animal. It has no parameters because it's magically just going to get the this.species, this.weight, this.height, because this is like saying animal.species, whatever this animal is, animal.weight, whatever this animal is, animal.height, whatever this animal is. And so this function already understands the concept of this. So now we can say console.log this.species weighs this.weight. We don't know if it's kilograms or anything, so we're just going to leave this one without any sort of metrics, or we don't know if this is pounds or kilograms, so we're just going to leave it as is, a regular number, and is this.height tall. So for example, a tiger weighs 400 and is 3 feet tall. Now we don't know if these are pounds or feet or anything like that, so we're just going to stick with regular numbers for now to keep this pretty simple. And I'm going to make this a little smaller so we can see more of this on the screen. Let's go ahead and instantiate a brand new animal. So let's say const tiger is equal to an animal, a new animal. And we're going to say it's a tiger, its weight is 200, and its height is 36 inches, something like that. And then we could do tiger.getInfo, and this will just console log its species, weight, and height in a sentence for us. So let's go ahead and refresh, and it says tiger weighs 200 and is 36 tall. So not the greatest English there, but you get the point. So this is a regular class, and this is basically exactly what we did in the last video. Now let's go ahead and extend this. What this means is we can write another class that inherits all of this data already, and we can add more to it if we wanted to. So let's go ahead, and what I'm going to do here is put that all on one line just so that we can sort of sum this up in one view a little easier. And let's create a new class for a house pet, like a regular cat. So we do class cat keyword extends animal. And so this cat is already going to get constructors such as species, weight, and height, and it's also going to get the method of getInfo. Now what we could do here is we could do constructor. Let's pass in the species, the weight, and the height. And we could run all of that if we wanted to, or we could say because it's extending from animal, we could just run this exact same function. You can see that they're actually highlighted when I select one, it selects both. It's because they have something similar. They have similar functionality here. So we can do this thing called super, which is really cool. Because this extends, because cat extends animal, we can run this function called super, and it says, oh, go up to animal and run whatever this function currently is. So let's go ahead and toss species, weight, and height in there. And we can also add something brand new. So we could do this dot color, and let's say I have an orange cat, which is actually false. I have a gray and a black cat, so let's do that. So now animal does not have this color. That's not up here at all. But cat does. Cat has all of this stuff. We're saying, hey, run super. So basically run all this stuff with these 3 parameters in there, which is exactly what it's doing. It's going to set the species, weight, and height. And then we're saying, hey, also add the fur color. So he's gray. And so we can still keep this stuff in here if we wanted to. I'm going to comment this out. I just got to change that there. I'm going to comment that out. And I'm going to create a new cat class. So let's go ahead. Const Zephyr is equal to new cat, not animal. We define a new class here. It just extends from animal. Species is, he's a cat. Sort of pointless because we know it's going to be a cat. What is his weight? He weighs 13 pounds. And what is his height? I don't know. I think he's like 13 or 14 inches tall, something like that. He's a fairly large cat. And then we can do console.log Zephyr and take a look at what's actually going on behind the scenes here. Let's see if color shows up. So refresh, we get an object in here. Color is gray. Look, there it is. Height of 13, species is a cat, and the weight is 13. Now what if we wanted to do Zephyr.getInfo? It's not actually in here. It's in the parent class. It's the one that we're extending from. And so this will say cat weighs 13 and is 13 tall. Again, terrible English, but that's not really the point here. Cat weighs 13 and it's 13 tall, just as expected. And it's just like saying, if I copy all of this in here and get rid of it in here, and then say this dot color is equal to gray, it's just like saying that, only this time we were able to write less code. Nice thing about this is if we ever extended this again, we could say class dog extends animal, and dog will also get species, weight, and height. And so we don't have to redefine that. It will have a method in here called getInfo, so we don't have to redefine that. And it's just an easy way to copy this over and over and over again. And so we could say const doggo is equal to new dog, Vito. How tall is he? I don't know, he's huge. It's like 3.5 feet tall. And that was actually his weight. So his weight would be about 140 pounds, and he's 3.5 feet tall. He's a big dog. But now we could run, instead of Zephyr, we could do doggo.getInfo, and this will say Vito weighs 140 and is 3.5. And so again, this is quite theoretical at this point. We're not going to be using this too much down the road, but you are going to see this in the wild, and as JavaScript grows and grows and grows, you're going to see this a lot more. You're actually going to see this in a lot of other programming languages, such as Python and PHP as well. Let's do one more example here. Let's get rid of dog. We don't need that in there. And let's create a brand new method for our cat. So let's create a method where the cat is sleeping. We'll just call it sleep. Console.log. This.name. Well, that's not right. There's no name in there. This.species is sleeping for 16 hours a day. So cat is sleeping for 16 hours a day. We could go ahead and now use this. So instead of Zephyr.getInfo, we could use Zephyr.sleep. And this is only available on the cat class. So if we wrote animal here, this would not work. But if we wrote cat, this will work. So let's go ahead, refresh our page. Cat is sleeping for 16 hours a day. Perfect. Now that's what you would call a perfect class. And lastly, one more example in here we could do. In the animal class here, let's do a speak function, a speak method. Console.log, I say a thing. We don't know what this animal is, we don't know what it's going to say. And cat, we can say, a cat always says meow. So we can overwrite this by saying speak console.log, not speak, we want it to say meow. And then, instead of sleep, we could do sleep, and then speak, and then sleep, and we could say is having a nap. So cat is having a nap, then he's gonna get up, and he's gonna speak, and then he's gonna have another nap again. Refresh, cat is having a nap. Meow, cat is having a nap. And so we've successfully overwritten this. And if this did not exist, this is going to inherit the speak method from its parent class, from the class that it's extending, the animal class. So it's going to say, I say a thing, which is not useful, but it says, cat is having a nap, I say a thing, cat is having a nap. So basically all we did was overwrite the default method that came with animal. Lastly, let's learn how to chain functions together, chain methods together. Because in other parts of JavaScript, you're going to see things like this, where it's like Zephyr.sleep.speak.sleep. And it's like, how do you chain these together? This is actually pretty easy. So when you're dealing with an object of some type, we know that classes are objects. All you have to do is say return this. This is going to return the entire cat object. And if you do it down here too, return this. Every time you execute Zephyr.sleep, it's going to console log, species is having a nap. Then it's going to return this, which is basically all this code in here. It's going to return the whole thing, which means we are now able to chain it together. So then you can use speak, and because it's returning itself, basically, all this code again, you can then run sleep. So let's go ahead, save this, refresh, and voila, just like that. Now we have an extended class and we're chaining methods together. So we are getting into really, really nice JavaScript here. And frankly, me, along with most JavaScript devs, prefer to just have this dot notation in here. So instead of Zephyr.sleep, and then Zephyr.speak, and then Zephyr.sleep. And instead of writing this over and over and over again, we can just put this all on one line. So that is extending a class. Again, you don't need to know too much about this. We're actually not going to practice extending classes in this class just because it's not something that's going to be incredibly useful to you right now, but it is one of these skills that you should just tuck in your back pocket for now, because eventually you're going to see this in the wild, and it's going to be important for you to understand what this is, or at least have a vague memory of that one time when Caleb talked to you for 15 minutes about what the extend keyword means with the constructor and chaining methods together and things like that. So just tuck this video in your back pocket, and if you're feeling a little spicy, you can give this a shot. You can try writing this out if you like. I personally think it would be a good idea, but if you don't want to, no pressure. We can head on over to that next lesson whenever you are feeling nice and ready. Okay, now is the time where we start putting a lot of these skills together. This project is going to be a little bit harder. We are going to create a modal from scratch. Now, if you don't know what a modal is, it's, whenever you click a button and then like the background of the page sort of goes black or dark, and then you've got like a little internal window inside of your page. That's what a modal is. We're going to create one of those from scratch. Now, if you don't know a lot of CSS, that's okay. Your modal does not have to be beautiful by any means. It just needs to be functional. That's the key to JavaScript, is functionality. So what I would like you to do is create a button that's going to open a modal. Create a button that's going to close the modal. And then I want you to write all of this inside of an object or a class. It's up to you. If objects make more sense to you at this point, write it in an object. If a class makes more sense to you, write it inside of a class. Make sure you have your functions or your methods inside of your object and your class, and do whatever you need to do to make this work. Now, you're also going to have to write a little HTML because your page requires the actual modal structure. I say requires very loosely. It doesn't actually require it. You could also get JavaScript to create that dynamically if you wanted to. For this, you're going to need to write a few event listeners, and you're also going to need to write them inside of an object or a class. So if you mix those two together, you should be able to create a modal fairly easily. Once again, this is not necessarily about beauty, it is about functionality. You can always make something nicer to look at using CSS. That's totally fine. That's more of a CSS thing. We want to do just JavaScript, so focus largely on functionality. Give this a shot. Try to do it on your own without Googling anything, without having to reference other videos. Make your brain sweat. This mini project, this object-oriented programming modal, is supposed to be a little more difficult. Get as far as you can with this. Try to figure out the solution on your own. But you know what? If you really get stuck and you just can't make any more progress, you can definitely reference the other videos, hop on the old Google machine, or just watch the rest of this video because I'm about to show you the way I would do it. But give this a shot. I'm going to fade this out to black, and then you can hit pause. And then either when you're finished or if you get stuck, you can just resume this video and you can see the way I would do it. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. Okay, first things first, we need the actual modal HTML. So I'm going to create a div in here, and I'm going to do some gross inline styling. So style, position, absolute. Actually, let's do position fixed. Top 50%, left 50%. Border 1 pixel solid red. This is going to be super ugly. Background color is going to be red as well. The width is going to be 50%, and we're going to give it a padding of 20 pixels. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, okay, so it's, a big red ugly box. Let's transform. Translate minus 50%, minus 50%, and there we go. It is in the center of our page. Let's go ahead and just move that over. So it is in the center of our page now. And lastly, we want to display none. Make sure it doesn't show up at all. There we go. It's as if it never even existed. Next, we need to be able to grab this. So let's go ahead and give this a class, JS modal. And while we're doing this, you know what? We might as well throw this into proper CSS as well. So let's grab that. And let's give this a class of just a regular modal. Throw our class up here, style.modal. And I'm just going to touch this up. Select all the semicolons, new line, Bam, just like that. And just to make sure this is working, let's get rid of display none. And it's still not showing up, and I bet you that's actually because I have Bootstrap installed, so I'm going to uninstall Bootstrap. Get out of here, Bootstrap, we don't need you. We know how to write our own CSS and JavaScript now. Let's go ahead and get rid of display none. Bam, there it is. Okay, cool, yeah, it was a Bootstrap thing, and it was just using the class of Modal. So we got rid of that, and now we have complete ownership over it. Okay, we need to create a button that's going to open the modal, and we need to create a button that's going to close the modal. So let's create a button here, a regular button, class, JS, open modal. That's all it's gonna say. Big ugly button, and currently does nothing. Now let's go ahead and create an event listener for open modal. So open button, so const, open btn is equal to documents.querySelector .js open modal. There's only one, so we can totally use query selector instead of query selector all. And we can do open btn .add event listener. It's a click. Function is going to be the event. And all we want to do is grab the modal and display it. So now we need to grab the modal. Const modal is equal to documents.querySelector .js modal. We're just going to select this. And we're going to say modal.style.display is equal to, let's just change it to initial, which is going to be whatever it was before we told it to be display none. Refresh our page. Aha, it works. I mean, it only opens, but that's pretty good. Okay, let's actually go and style this up just a little nicer because that red is just phenomenally terrible. Width of 80%. Let's add a max width, 800 pixels for super huge browsers. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid, black. Background is going to be white. Let's add a box shadow. 5 pixels, black. Display none, remove that. Good enough. Again, we're not looking for beauty, we are just making sure that this works. Let's go ahead in our modal, let's add a title. This is a modal. Paragraph, lorem 50. And if we refresh our page and open, this is a modal. And it just layers on top of the rest of the page. Now we need a close element in here. So let's go ahead and add a button in here. Button, class is equal to JS, close modal. We could also get it by its ID if we wanted to. It doesn't really matter. Close modal. And now we need to add the close event. So let's do this. And I know I said let's do this in objects or inside of a class, and we're going to. But because we're learning JavaScript, it's going to be easier if we write the way we know and then sort of make it more advanced from there. So we have an open button. Now we have a close button. And it is very, very similar to the open button event listener. So modal.style.display is going to be display none. Let's go ahead. We have an error. What does the error say? Close button is null. And it's because it's not JS button modal, it's JS close modal. If you're screaming at your screen saying, Caleb, you did it wrong, good catch. Okay, no more error. Open modal, close modal, open modal, close modal. Okay, we're getting pretty close. Now the last thing we needed to do was we needed to write all of this inside of an object or a class. Now again, because we're new to JavaScript, we're not going to immediately throw all of this into an object or a class. We're going to write it the way we know how to write it. And then we can make it more complicated. So let's go ahead and create a class. So class, let's call it modal. We could have a constructor in here and it could do some stuff. And then we could have, let's make that a little bigger. And then we could have an open method. And then we could have a close method. And so let's uncomment that. Okay, and then in our constructor, what is a piece of data that we need to access throughout the constructor, the open, and the close methods? Well, we need the modal. Every single time we need that modal. And we don't use consts in here because if we want to access the modal inside of the open and the close method, we do this.modal is equal to the only modal on the page. Then what happens when we say open? Well, we need to open this modal. So we're going to grab this, and we're going to say this dot modal, that's this guy here, dot style dot display is equal to initial, and then we're going to close it by basically doing the same thing. This dot modal dot style dot display is equal to none. Okay, let's give that a quick save and refresh. Do we have any errors or warnings in here? Nope. Does that work? Nope, because modal is not defined anymore. And that is because we have event listeners in here that are looking for this. So instead what we can do is we can actually do a mix here. So we have a regular modal, and let's go ahead and just paste this stuff down here. But now we actually need to define this modal. So what we could say is const modal is equal to new modal. And instead of setting this, we could do modal dot open. And in here we could do modal dot close. And in fact, we could actually keep all of this together. That does not need to be above modal at all. And so what we did was we just took our hide the modal and open the modal, that kind of functionality, plus the actual selector itself, and we put it into its own class. And now we could just do like modal.open, modal.close, and refresh our page. This is a modal, closes the modal. Aha! So that's pretty nice. And just like that, we have a working class with a constructor, this.modal, which allows us to use this.modal across multiple methods. And then we just change the styling. We used a query selector in there. We used a few other query selectors. We created a new modal, and then we added a few event listeners. Now, what if we wanted to extend this? We could easily extend this. What if we wanted to change the title and the text? Well, let's go ahead and change this. Class.js modal title, class JS modal text, and we could, fill this with regular defaults, and we could also change these as well. So we could do something like this. Constructor is going to take a title. It's also going to take some text. And right away we could do this.modal.query selector. We could find JS modal title, change that inner text to title, not text. And then we could do the same thing again with the text is equal to text. And so what this is saying is we already have the modal. This is our element node. And then we're going to find a new one in here, just the first one called title, and then the second one called text. There we go. And set the inner text to the title and the text. Let's make this optional though. So let's say if title does not equal undefined, now we can actually set this. If text does not equal undefined, now we can actually set this as well. And so when we refresh, open modal, close modal, that works. What if we wanted to open our modal with a new title? New title and new text. New text in here. So this is what it currently looks like. This is a modal, bunch of lorem ipsum. Refresh, this is a modal, new title, new text in here. In fact, we could actually even take this one step further, and we could say this.title is equal to title, this.text is equal to text, and then we could throw this into its own method as well. So let's go ahead and say new method, change content. This does not need to take anything. Let's just throw this in here. And we're going to say if this.title is not undefined, this.text is not undefined, then we're going to grab the modal, also select the title from inside of it, then select the text inside of it. And instead of title, we want this.title, this.text. And again, we're doing this because this was set up here. We've got title. For all we know, this is actually just undefined. We could even set a default in here. So let's set a default title, and let's set a default text in here. Default text. Okay, let's go ahead, refresh this page. Missing a parameter. Where are you missing something? Text is equal to default. There it is. Thank you, console, for helping me out with that, or debugger rather. Let's go back to the console, refresh. No errors. Open modal. This is a modal. The reason it didn't change is because we didn't actually use change content yet. So let's open up modal. We have this. We've got an object with a bunch of stuff in here. We've got modal, title, and text. The modal property is the actual node element itself, So let's do modal dot, and what do we have in here? We have close if we wanted to, modal dot open if we wanted to, modal dot change content, and there it is. Okay, so that was some fun modeling we did there. We did quite a few things. We extended it a lot more than I actually had anticipated extending this. But I think this is actually a pretty good exercise to create your own modal. If you aren't great with CSS, don't forget, you can always just copy my code here. That'll create a basic modal for you. I went way above and beyond what this original task was asking for, but I also think I showed some cool things in here for you as well. In fact, there's actually one more I want to show you. One more is we don't have to use title and text at all. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of this dot title. And let's get rid of this dot text. And we could say right in here, title and text. And then if we refresh, open modal, we have a modal in here, dot change content. Title is going to be new title. Haha! Modal dot change new title to and new text in here, just like a regular function. So now we're actually passing in parameters into a method. And you could write that code out in here as well if you wanted to. So there you have it. That is how I would create a modal using JavaScript classes and a few event listeners, actually just a couple event listeners. And I even changed some of the content in there as well. Feel free to replicate this. Feel free to steal this exact code and just tinker around with it and figure out how it works. If you're satisfied with your solution or you're satisfied with my solution, we can head on over to that next video. And don't forget, you can update your Skillshare project with the latest code that you have, or you can share a screenshot of what your modal looks like, or a video, or a code pen. Either way, you can update your Skillshare project with your latest code. Once you've done that, let's head on over to that next one. Okay, we are on the home stretch. We are going to go over some newer JavaScript things that you are going to see everywhere. A few of them include template literals, so a better way to concatenate those gross strings that we've been trying to concatenate. There's a much nicer way to do that. Object literals, you're going to hear this term all over the place, and they're not actually as scary as they seem. They're actually very, very nice and simple. We're going to talk about destructing and arrow functions and things like that. Then we're going to get into adding and removing classes dynamically with JavaScript so that your whole page can actually be very, very dynamic. And you can make it look very dynamic by adding entire CSS classes to an element or removing them from an element. Then you can let CSS do things like transitions and animations, which is really nice because basically we'd be offloading our general JavaScript animation, so a bunch of math we would have to figure out, to just letting the CSS engine do whatever it does. And then lastly, we are going to have one final project where, well, I'm actually not going to tell you what it is. You're just going to have to get there and find out. But it's going to use a lot of different components from things we have already learned about. So once you are ready to go, let's head on over to the next section and jump into template literals, object literals, destructuring, arrow functions, and much more. Okay, let's take a look at this thing called a template literal. So template literal, it's a nicer way to concatenate variables with your strings and basically put variables inside of, well, a string. And so if you ever wanted to print out a statement, for example, name is equal to Caleb, and you wanted to say console.log, hi, my name is, then you close your string, add a plus sign, and then your variable. And if there's more, add a plus sign, add your string, more stuff here, close your string, plus sign, add a variable, and so on and so on. And so that was a terrible sentence. Hi, my name is Caleb, more stuff here, Caleb. And so this is how we've been doing string concatenation so far. And there's actually a much better way. In relatively newer JavaScript, you can do this thing called a template literal. And instead of having to write this gross syntax, which as soon as you start writing like HTML and stuff in it, it gets pretty gross. What we could do instead is we could say console.log, use backticks. Notice that this is not an apostrophe. This is not a quotation mark. It is a backtick. And then you can say, hi, my name is $, opening and closing curly brace, and then you put the variable name in there, just like this. And doesn't that look so much cleaner? Because this literally just says, hi, my name is, oh, by the way, this is a variable coming from outside of this string. My name is Caleb. Bam! Just like that. And so that's all there really is to a template literal. Now the syntax behind it looks a little bit funny, so let's go ahead and create one more example here. Let's create a sentence, a const sentence, because we're not going to change this. We're going to use a template literal, and it's going to say, hello, my name is, again, $, opening and closing curly brace, then you put your variable name inside of there, and that variable name just comes from up here. Welcome to my course on JavaScript. And then it just has that closing backtick and an opening backtick. So it's not apostrophes, it's not quotation marks. It's a backtick. Go ahead, slam that enter button. It's going to say undefined because all we did was define a variable here, or a constant rather. And let's go ahead and type sentence. And voila, it says, my name is Caleb. Welcome to my course on JavaScript. And just for funsies, let's go ahead and take a look at type of the sentence. It is still a string. And so that is a nicer way of concatenating variables into a string for any form of output. It's really, really nice. What I would like you to do is just take a quick minute and just try to write one of these out. Just write a constant with a variable. Maybe it's your name, maybe it's your age, maybe it's the number of pets you have, and just throw it into a template literal string. Once you've got that figured out, let's head on over to that next video. Hello and welcome back. In the last video, we learned about a template literal. In this video, we are going to learn about a thing called an object literal. And so this one is a little more complicated than a template literal. And by complicated, I mean, it actually just reduces how much code we have to write, which is really nice. So let's go ahead and create a new object in here, just a regular object. So let's say const person is equal to, and then I'm going to put my name in here, and my name is going to be Caleb. And then I can access that with person.name. So that's a regular object. Now, what if I wanted to define a function in here, or a method, as it's called? We're going to make Caleb speak, and it's just going to be a function called speak, and it's just going to console log something. Console log, I say woof. I used to say meow, now I say woof. And this is accessible through speak. So let's go ahead and save that. And it says I say woof. Okay. Well, what an object literal is saying, you don't actually need this. Because this name and this name are the exact same, go ahead and cut out this stuff in here. And so you'll just see above it is a comma because there's a key value pair in there. And instead of saying speak is equal to speak, we're just saying, hey, there's a function in here, it's called speak. So let's go ahead and save that and refresh. It also works. And so that is what an object literal does. It's a shortcut in an object. So if I created one more in here, but this time I want to do it with a property or a variable inside of an object. I'm just going to use a random word here. So let's create another constant here. Let's call it computer, and it's just going to be a string called computer. Well, right now, what we would have to do is computer is equal to computer or this. Essentially, that's the same thing. But because these are the same values, let's go ahead, cut that out. And so instead of basically having parentheses here telling JavaScript, hey, this is actually a function, we're saying, hey, computer, the key and the value are the exact same. So let's go ahead and console log this. Let's do console.log. And there it is, computer. And so now we're not writing it the long way. We no longer have to write computer is equal to computer, or the way we would have originally wrote it, computer. We don't have to do it that way. We can now just do it this way, which is really, really nice. And so that's all an object literal is. It's saying that your key is the same as your value. Or when it comes to a method, you're saying that the key for the method is also the name of the function. And so it's just a shortcut. Writing less code makes life a little easier. If you're feeling spicy, go ahead and give that a shot. Don't forget, if you have questions about how this works, you can leave them down below. I am here to help. Otherwise, when you're feeling confident, let's head on over to the next video. Hello! Let's talk about this idea of destructuring. Now, before we even get into this, I'm going to tell you that there is two ways to basically pull data out of an array or an object. And so I think the best way to really learn this is just by doing it. So I'm going to reduce some of the spacing here and that size because that was getting a little large. And so if we have an array, so let's create a regular variable. It's called ARR, short for array, and it has names in here. So it's got Caleb, Nathan, and Zephyr. Now, if I wanted to get Caleb out of this, I would have to say, let's say, const Caleb is equal to ARR 0, and const Nathan is equal to ARR 1. And we could loop through this and try to assign this, but basically we'd just be assigning it back to another variable in the form of an array or an object. And so, if you have, for example, an array that has 100 names in it, you do not want to be doing this 100 times. That's pretty painful. And so what we can do instead is this idea of destructuring. And really all we're saying is, hey, we want to grab these and throw them into their own variables. So let's go ahead and destructure this array. So let's go ahead and let's use a let. And this is going to look like a list, but on the wrong side of a variable. So this is on the left side instead of the right side of the equal sign. So it's going to look something like this, which looks a little bizarre, but we'll break this down. So first we want to get Caleb, Nathan, and Zephyr. And then instead of an array here, let's just actually put the array variable. Let's go ahead and save this. Refresh our page. Looks like nothing happened, but it's all in here now. All of a sudden, these are actual variables that can be accessed in your application. Now, this is not really a super useful example, to be totally honest. Okay, so let's create a new example here, something more useful. I'm going to ask for my name. Prompt, what is your full name? And so we know that this is going to return a string, so this is going to be a string. We know that my name is going to be Caleb space Tallene, and so we can split it on here. And then we could do var, or rather let, first name, last name, is equal to full name dot split on every space. Now there are some logic flaws in this because what if someone puts multiple spaces in here? Yes, that's going to break the script. However, in this example, it won't. So ideally, when you're working in production or more professional JavaScript, you'll have ways of mitigating this particular problem where someone puts in multiple spaces. Maybe you just reduce multiple spaces into one space. Let's go ahead and console log this. Console.log first name is the first name. And last name is the last name. Let's go ahead, refresh. What is my full name? Caleb Tallene. Spelled my own name there wrong. Caleb is the first name, Tallene is the last name. And so this is destructuring in a better way. Without destructuring, we would have had to do this a different way. So let's go ahead and comment that out. What we would have had to do was full name is equal to full name dot split. So we have to split it either way. And then we could do var, let, or const. Let's do const because my name is not going to change. First name is equal to full name. And it is the 0 index, the first one in the array. And the last name. And when I refresh the page, give us a shot. Let's not use my name. Let's use John Smith. John is the first name. Smith is the last name. So it still works, but this way we had to actually write more lines of code. We had to write 3 more lines of code, or I guess 2 more lines of code, instead of just writing 1 line of code. So I'm going to comment that out, keep this up here, and you can reference this code at any point in time. So that is destructuring an array. There's actually much more to this though. So this is just regular destructuring. I'm going to actually comment out this stuff because I don't want that to run right now. What if we have, let's go back to our first example here. What if we have more than these names, but we just want the first 3 for whatever reason? So I want to get Caleb, Nathan, and Zephyr, but what if there's also Prairie, Henry, Vito, and Maya? If we run this, what's going to happen? And I always invite people to try things. You're not going to break anything by running JavaScript locally on your computer. It's okay to test things. So if it breaks, that's totally fine. Let's go ahead and hit refresh. Okay, we've got Caleb, we've got Nathan, we've got Zephyr. We probably don't have Prairie. Nope. We don't have Henry. Nope. What's the other one? Vito, Maya. These are all reference errors. These variables don't exist yet. So what if we wanted to get the rest of them? Well, in JavaScript, there's this thing called rest. And so instead, what we can say is I'm going to actually copy this because I don't want to type out all that again. So we're going to destructure Caleb, Nathan, and Zephyr. Those are just the first three. They don't actually have to be the same name. They could be anything else. And in JavaScript, we can do this thing where we have this fancy ... rest. And then let's go ahead and console.log whatever the rest is. So let's go ahead and refresh console log. We have Prairie, Henry, Vito, and Maya. That is all the other ones that are in here. Now, this is called a rest. You do not have to use the name rest. It could be anything else. It is signified by the ... notation or the ... syntax. So let's just say everyone else, just to prove that we don't need to call it rest. And voila, it works the exact way we are expecting. All right, I'm gonna comment that out, and we have one more. We can also destructure objects. So let's go ahead and create a new object. Object person is going to be me, because reasons, I guess. So the name is going to be Caleb. My age is going to be 30, and the number of cats I have is going to be 2, and my favorite food is going to be pizza. So again, we run into the same problem where if I wanted to just get my name and store that in a variable, I would have to write const name is equal to person.name. Const age is equal to person.age. Const cats is equal to person.cats. I think you get the idea here. Instead, we can destructure this. And so let's go ahead and throw these all in. Let's do a let here, I guess. So let's do a let. And we're not working with an array, so we're not going to use the array syntax. We're going to use the object syntax, and it's going to look like this. Basically, it's the object sign on the right, the object sign on the left. On the right, we can actually replace this with the actual object variable itself. So this is like saying all of this is in here. And then let's say I just wanted to get the name and food. I could do name and food, console.log, name is name, and food is food. Let's go ahead, give this a shot. Name is Caleb, food is pizza. This one didn't have to go in order. It did with the array when we destructured an array, but with an object, because everything's named, all we said is, hey, get the name. So that's the key here. Also get the key called food. All the other ones, we don't care about. But let's take this one step further. We can actually get a little more complicated with this, because what if this key name is something obscure, like first name for the user? Why this would happen? I don't know, but occasionally things like this do happen. And so you'd have to put that name in there. That is just terrible. And so let's just make sure that this does work. Let's save, refresh, and there it is. My name is Caleb. But now you have this gross variable called first name for the user. What we can do is reassign this. And because basically we're creating an object on the left here and then reassigning the key to a variable name, that was a little confusing. We can basically say, hey, this is the key that we want to extract. And what is the variable name we want to use? Let's just call it first name. And we can, if this makes more sense for you, put this on multiple lines as well. Let's go ahead, put this on multiple lines. And this just looks a little cleaner, especially with my font being so big. But this is basically saying, hey, grab that key, and then we're going to reassign it to the variable called first name. Let's go ahead, save, and refresh. And sure enough, it still works. And just to really make sure it works, definitely not Caleb. There it is. Name is definitely not Caleb. So we know that this is working. And so to reassign this, all you have to do is say food, put a colon in there so it's your key. So let's actually do this. It's going to be your key, and then whatever your new var name is. In this case, we're going to say food is going to be remapped to favorite food. And now this is a little more verbose in the rest of our application. So we could say favorite food. There it is. We could even go as far as setting properties that don't even exist yet. So I am just going to undo some of this, just to keep this looking nice and tidy. Okay, so I just undid a bunch of that so our code looks nice and clean still. And what if there's a property in here that I'm looking for that does not exist? So let's say, for whatever reason, I'm supposed to have a favorite color. And let's say that color is supposed to be blue. But for whatever reason, this person object does not have that. Well, what we could say in here is color, and then we can just say is equal to blue. And when I do this, favorite food is, let's change this to fav color. And there it is. Favorite color is blue. And so now we're actually setting the default value. But what happens if this is in here? This already exists. We change this to red. Do you think this is going to stay blue because we're assigning colors equal to blue? Or do you think this is going to try to grab this, and if it doesn't exist, then use the color blue? Let's go ahead and experiment and find out. And again, I always recommend just testing things. It can be fun just to testing to see how they work behind the scenes. Okay, so I hit refresh and it says favorite color is red despite this saying blue. It's because it actually does exist in the person object. This is just setting a default value. Like when we're writing a function with a default value for a parameter, that's the exact same thing we're doing here. Now, what I'm going to let you do on your own as a little experiment here is I want you to create an object such as this, and then I want you to destructure that object. But what I want you to do is use a rest, and I want you to figure out what is stored in this rest. You might need to add new properties in here to make sure that this rest actually shows something additional, or maybe not, depends on how you write it. But I entice you to give this a shot and just tinker around with it and have some fun. See what this rest does. Console.log.rest. So at the end, console.log rest, and just see what that returns. So go ahead, give that a shot. If you don't understand everything in this video, guess what? That's totally okay. You are not expected to know every single thing from every single video permanently moving forward. Coding doesn't work that way. Learn as much as you can, and when you're feeling a little fed up or bored of destructuring, then move on to the next lesson. And if you ever see destructuring out in the wild, maybe you're reading some source code and you go, oh, how come it says let curly brace name food color curly brace is equal to some object? Or maybe you're seeing a destructured array. Either way, you're going to be prepared for whatever code is going to be thrown at you. Hello and welcome back. Let's take a look at this new thing called a timeout. So in the world of JavaScript, we can actually tell some code to not run for a certain amount of time. And this is called a timeout. So let's take a look at the syntax behind a timeout. We use this keyword called set timeout. It's not actually a keyword, it's a function name, set timeout. And then we could pass it a function if we wanted to. And this is our callback. And then our second parameter is simply going to be how long should we time out in milliseconds. So 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second. And so we write this in milliseconds. Additionally, we could also just say callback function, whatever that function is going to be called. So this would look like function, something like that. And so this is really all a set timeout looks like. It's going to run a particular function, and it's going to wait 1000 milliseconds, or 5000 milliseconds, or 42 milliseconds before it actually executes. So let's take a look at what this actually looks like. So let's do set timeout. Set timeout. Let's add a function in here, and we're just going to console.log timeout. And we are going to wait 3 seconds. Remember, this is milliseconds, so this is the equivalent to 3 seconds. And I'm going to refresh my page here. You can actually watch me do this, and then we'll count together. And there it is. It took 3 seconds. Now that's a little harder to detect, so what we can do instead is we can refresh our page, and then we can change like the background color of the page. So let's do const body. Remember, const is going to be block scoped to this particular block here. So body is going to be document.query selector body. And then body.style.background color is equal to blue. Let's also change the color to white. Just the text color. Let's go ahead and give this a refresh, and we're just waiting. And there it is. And after 3 seconds, sure enough, the page changed. Now what happens when we put a console log up here? Console log, first console log, and we put one down here. This is the third console log. And let's just, for posterity, say this is the second console log. So because it's doing a timeout here, do we think that it's going to run this, wait 3 seconds, then run this, and then run this line? Or do we think it's going to run this, say, yep, there's a timeout here, run the third console log, and then 3 seconds after it gets to this particular line here, it's going to execute this? What do you think is going to happen? Let's go ahead, save and refresh, and find out. First, third, and boom, second console log. And so this is a light introduction into the world of asynchronous code. What that means is your computer is going to read this code from top to bottom. It's going to read this line and say, yep, okay, I can execute that. It's going to read this line and say, oh, this is a timeout of 3 seconds. I understand that. I'm going to log this. So I'm going to put this in the back of my mind and I'm going to move on. But from the absolute millisecond or microsecond that your computer hits this line right here, it's going to start counting to 3. It's going to go 1, 2, 3. And while it's doing that in the background, it's already ran that, probably a bunch of other code. And then way down here, after a bunch of other code has already been executed, it's going to run that set timeout function. So it's going to run it down here. And so that is a light introduction into set timeout and asynchronous code. In the world of JavaScript, there is this idea that you can run code over and over and over and over again until it is told to stop running. And this is an interval. And just like setting a timeout, we set an interval very much the same way. So we would use set interval. It takes a function as sort of the callback function, and then a time as the second parameter. And so let's say for every second, this is again milliseconds, just like in set timeout. This is 1 second. So we're going to use this in milliseconds. And we just want to console.log I'm running. And when we refresh our page, we're going to see this runs every 1 second over and over and over again. We can actually see that this is counting here. Every second is going to continue running over and over and over. And it's not doing anything useful, but in the wild, when you're writing real code, you might actually want to perform an Ajax request to some server every second to see if a user is logged in, or to keep a cookie alive, or to maybe send browser data back to a service. There are a lot of uses for this. There's also a good use case for getting rid of this. So what we can do is put this into a variable. So let's just create a regular variable here, and let's call it, it's a logger. And so it's just going to log, and when I refresh the page, it will still run. It's in a variable, but this function, this set interval function, actually gets executed and it gets stored into this variable. Now let's say we wanted to get rid of this. Well, as a better example, let's do it right in the console. We're going to do clear interval, and we just give it the variable name, logger. And you can see it stopped at the number 22. Number 22 is not important. It just happened to be that I stopped it when it was counting at the number 22. And so let's go ahead and create a timeout with an interval. So let's do set timeout. We're going to put a function in here, and we're going to clear this interval. Clear interval of logger. And this timeout is going to take place after 5 seconds. And so this is going to run, presumably, 5 times. And after 5 seconds, it will stop running. Let's go ahead and refresh, and we just wait. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, look at that. Didn't quite get to 5 now, did it? Now this comes down to your computer's processing time. What if we did 5.5 seconds? Let's see what happens here. So it's going to go to 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then there it is, 5. And so all we had to do there was really bump this number up just a tad, just to make sure that this always runs 5 times. There's definitely a better way of doing this, but this is just a way of mixing and matching a set interval and a set timeout together. Okay, let's take a look at an Ajax request using the fetch API. Now this is getting pretty JavaScripty, and honestly this is not super beginner friendly, but I'm going to put this out there anyways because it is actually very important when it comes to making single page applications. For instance, you know when you're on facebook.com and you click a link and the page does not flash, only certain sections actually update? That's using the fetch API. So that's basically creating an Ajax request saying, hey, server, facebook.com or app.facebook.com, whatever it is, I want a bunch of data back. And then I'm going to render whatever that data is using JavaScript. I'm going to write out my own HTML, and then I'm going to update the page just in this particular section. So you don't have to make a full HTTP request and query the database for user information and things like that. It's just going to update a little section of the site. That's basically what fetch does. And so we're going to need an API for this. So let's do the Star Wars API. Swappy, good old Swappy. And let's go ahead and let's get the Swappy API here. In fact, I believe it's down here. Yeah. This is the link that we want. So it's going to tell us in here, it's swappy.co/API/people1 or planets3 or Starship 9. So let's go with people 1. Who is this? Luke Skywalker, of course. Of course it's Luke. What if we want to get this JSON data? How are we going to make this work? Well, what we can do is write a fetch. And so let's go ahead and write some fetch in here. We could simply use the word fetch, give it a URL, which was this URL here. And it sort of looks like it's done, but it's actually not. Then we're going to use the then keyword. So basically this is going to perform the Ajax request. There are other settings in there that you can add if you don't want to do a regular GET request. You can do a POST request. Bunch of other things in there as well. We're not going to go over all those settings. So the next step is using .then. All I did here was put it on a new line, so it's the same as this. It just looks a little more readable this way. Function, whatever that response is going to be. And I'm going to return response.json. So I'm just going to make sure that whatever is coming back from this URL in the variable name called response, I'm going to then JSONify it to make sure that it is in JSON format. Now, if you've never looked at JSON before, it looks a lot like a JavaScript object. In fact, it is almost identical to a JavaScript object. You have your opening curly brace, you've got a key value pair, comma, key value pair, comma, key value pair. Granted, these could probably not be strings, these could just be numbers, but we can leave it as a string for now. So what this is doing is saying, hey, wait for this to happen, and then when that's done happening, when we get a response, in this particular function, go ahead and turn that into JSON. Just make sure it is JSON. And we know it's JSON because this is JSON format. Oops, I clicked a link there. We know it's JSON because this is JSON formatting. And then we're going to write one more in here, .then function. And we could do anything we want with this response, really. So we could put res in here for response, and let's just console log res. Let's go back to our page and hit refresh. And you can't see that it did all these different things, but it did create an object for us here. And so we have our birth year. We've got created, edited, the films he's in with the URLs that we could then go and hit. It's a list so that we could go and loop through all of those if we wanted to. Gender, hair color, home world, all this stuff. We can go and get all this information if we wanted to as well. Now this is a very simple way of creating an Ajax request with vanilla JavaScript using the fetch API. Again, just to sort of show you how this works, use the fetch word. It looks like a function, has parentheses. It takes a parameter in here. That's your URL. There are additional settings in there that you can set. I'll leave that up to you if you want to go and explore that right now, or maybe explore that at some later point in your career. Once we're done waiting for this to return, we say, okay, once that's done, then go and do this. And we said, okay, well, whatever that response is, we wanted to make sure it's JSON. Doesn't necessarily have to be JSON. Maybe it's XML, maybe you have to parse some XML, do something else with an API. And then when that's done, whatever this is returned is going to be this variable here. So I just called it res. It's short for response. You see res quite a bit. Occasionally you'll see some people just say R. That's also short for res, which is short for response. So then we chain these together and say, hey, once this is done, do this one and just console log it. Now, we can bundle a lot of other things we've learned, such as scoping, and say, hey, let's go ahead and get Luke Skywalker. So const Luke is equal to just an empty object. And then we could say Luke is equal to whatever this response is, console.log Luke. And just like in our set interval lesson, let's go ahead and see what happens here when we do console.log before, console.log after, and where do you think this is going to run? We could even do a console log in here, console.log, then number 1, console log, then number 2. And so as humans, we read this as, well, this is going to be the first one, then 1, then 2, and after. But is that how it really works? Let's go ahead and refresh the page. We get before, after, then 1, then 2. And then we get an invalid assignment to const because, look at that. I set a constant to be an empty object. What this should have been was a let. Okay, here we go. This works better. So we've got before, after, then 1, then 2, and then all the Luke Skywalker information. Before, after. This was waiting on a response from another website, so maybe this ends up taking a second, or 5 seconds, or 30 seconds. Then it's going to process it a second time, and then console log Luke. Now, what does all of this mean? This is basically your fetch API using JavaScript promises. And the nice thing about this is you can actually split these out into function 1, and then you can split this out into function 2 if you wanted to, and this just looks a lot cleaner. I'm going to undo that and keep that the way it was, though. Now, the problem with what we wrote here is if you spotted this, we have let Luke is equal to just an empty object, and we're setting Luke is equal to whatever the JSON response was. But because this runs, this has a wait time, so it's asynchronous. So it's doing something in the background, and then this runs immediately after this one, or at least it looks that way. We don't have access to Luke yet. So console.log Luke, and let's go ahead and actually say Luke so we can identify this console log. We get an empty object. That's because that's what we set up here. We set it to be an empty object. And only after a little while did we actually get the response back and say, hey, overwrite it. All right, so I just cleaned that up. I think we should do one more thing here. So let's go back to our object that we get from the swappy.co API, and let's get the films. So this is a list. We can see it's a list because it has the hard brackets here. Luke Skywalker is in 5 films. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We can also see that there's a length of 5 there. Let's go ahead and destructure this, and let's just get the first 3 films. So we know this is an array, but it's inside of an object. So how do we get films? Well, films comes from an object called, well, we called it Luke. So we could do Luke.films, and this would be an array. So now we know that that is the array, we can now destructure that data. So we could say const URL1, URL2, and URL3. We don't necessarily know what those are, and we know we're working with an array, so we need to use the array type syntax. Let's also put a rest in here. Other movies. So let's not call it URL1, 2, and 3. Let's do this. Movie 1, 2, and 3 is equal to Luke.films. Now that's not going to do anything because we aren't using movie 1, 2, 3 or movies. And also, const is block scoped to this, so we can't really use it beyond this particular function. But we could say, what is the second movie? Console log movie 2, whatever that's going to be. And here it is. That's the movie. So let's go ahead and copy link location. This was film number 6, and we are looking at Luke Skywalker here. Films in order 2, 6, 3, 1, 7, 2, 6, 3, 1, and 7. So movie 2 had an ID of 6. We can see that right here. That was movie 2. We did that with array destructuring. And that brought us to this. And then we could perform a fetch request on that if we wanted to as well. Another thing we could do is, let's comment that out because that's kind of neat, but not useful. I'm going to change that as well. We could loop through every film and get each one of those. So we could do luke.films.forEach, pass in a function. This is going to be the URL and then the index. Console.log, the index, and then the URL. This is not going to be in any particular order. It's going to be whatever order this API returns back. Arrays keep their order, so this is going to say 2, 6, 3, 1, 7. Let's go ahead, save, refresh. And so now we have 2, 6, 3, 1, 7 in the same order that swappy.co gave us, but in our loop we have index 0 through 4 in order. Now if you really wanted to get fancy with this, what you could do is you could take this for each, and you could fetch each movie in here and get that data as well, and so on and so on and so on. And as you do this, you are actually building up your own form of a single page application, where basically you're just using an API to grab data. Now this is a fairly complex concept in JavaScript. I don't expect you to know this right away. I don't actually even expect you to know this for quite some time. But it is good to know that this option is out there. You're going to see this quite a bit, especially moving forward in the coming years. Fetch is everywhere. It is a great way to use Ajax requests. And just for posterity, let's make sure that we know what Ajax is. Ajax is a synchronous JavaScript and XML. Or in this case, it's JSON. So Ajax, I guess, AJAJ. Originally, it was designed for XML. So there you go. Quick lesson on Ajax and fetch and promises. We used destructuring. We used a for each loop. We are now getting super JavaScripty with an API. That is super cool. Again, I do not expect you to know all of this, so don't feel like you should be overwhelmed by all of this. Feel free to give this a shot, to tinker around with it. Absolutely. But you know what? If it doesn't click in your brain right away, that's okay. It will eventually. Once you're satisfied with this, let's go ahead and watch that next video. In modern JavaScript, there is this idea of an arrow function. And really what this is a special type of function. This is relatively new, and it's a little bit different from the other types of functions that we've learned about in this course. So just as a quick little recap, a regular function has the keyword function, and then some name, and then either no parameters or one parameter or multiple parameters, and then it return something. It returns a thing. There's also anonymous functions, so you can put that into like a variable name. So like const Caleb is equal to function, do some stuff, return Caleb. And then we can always wrap these in an IIFE, an immediately invoked function. So this is going to run automatically, and we can do the same thing here. So that is a quick recap on what we've learned about functions already. Now, in JavaScript, whenever you write a function, just like when you have an object, you have access to the this keyword. Same thing with a new class and a method inside of it. So you've got basically a func name here. You have access to this. Same thing in an object. So const person is equal to func name here, function name here, and you have access to this. And what this really means is it's referring to this function. This means this class. This means this object. So whatever is defining it, that is what the this keyword means. When we start talking about arrow functions, that doesn't exist anymore. So when we use an arrow function, the big difference between an arrow function and a regular function is, other than the syntax looking different, it also does not have this dot whatever name or this dot whatever name function. It doesn't have that. This is not bound. Now the nice thing about that in an arrow function is if that is not bound to your function or the defining object, that means faster JavaScript. If you don't have to constantly reassign variables or store things in memory, then your computer can actually run faster. Now it's not noticeably faster for a human, but if you have 10 million lines of JavaScript, yeah, it might get a little bit faster, or quite a bit faster, depending on the logic that you're writing. So let's take a look at a regular arrow function here. So let's just say greet, let's make that a little bigger, is equal to opening and closing parentheses. So we've got our brackets there. Fat arrow, this is why we call it an arrow function. And then braces. And we could just say, hello world. And to execute this, we could just do greet with parentheses. Let's go ahead, load this up in our browser. I'm using Firefox. I hit refresh and it does nothing. But let's go ahead and run it in here anyways, and it's going to say greet. The reason it does nothing is because it's returning something. So if we said const hi is equal to greet, refresh our page, say hi, And it also says hello world. So it's just like a regular function. It just looks a little different at this point. So this is saying this is your function name is equal to an arrow function. So there is no this keyword. That does not exist. In here, this dot whatever does not exist. And it's just going to execute this. Now, what if you wanted a parameter in here? Well, if you wanted a parameter in here, you could say something like the name, hello, and then let's go ahead and use a template literal. So backticks, hello, name, and console.log, hi. Refresh our page, and it says, oh, it's undefined. Well, it's because we didn't put a name in there. So let's go ahead and put my name, Caleb. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Zephyr, and so on, and so on, and so on. We could also put another parameter in here called a place. So welcome to, and then place. And they don't have to be name or place. They could be anything you want. We're going to put a place in here of Atlantis. A place where my cat Zephyr would absolutely hate to be because it is watery. But it says, hello, Zephyr, welcome to Atlantis. And so this is how we would write an arrow function. Now let's actually undo that last example here. And let's go ahead and just get rid of these brackets. If there's only one parameter in here, we don't need brackets. It's only if we have two or more parameters that we actually need these parentheses in here. We only have the one. So we're going to say the function greet has one parameter called name, and then it's going to execute whatever is inside these curly braces. And so we can go ahead and get rid of that. And let's change this to Henry. And this will just say, hello, Henry. Now we can actually get even more slim with this. We don't actually need this in here. If what you're doing is just returning something right away, we can actually get rid of this entirely. And so this looks a little weird, but this is a function. This is the parameter, and this is going to return whatever is currently here. And so when I refresh my page, it still works. And then for multiple parameters, again, we could just put place in here. Hello, I'm going to not say anything nice. I'm just going to put place, make that a tad smaller. So function greet has a name parameter, a place parameter. It's going to say hello, whatever the name is, whatever the place is. And Henry is in Canada. And so hello, Henry, Canada. And so that is, for the most part, all there really is to an arrow function. And this is really the same as saying function greet has name and a place. Return. We'll write this the old way. Hello, name, place. So this is the older way of writing a function with the old way of concatenating strings. And this is the new way of doing it. You're going to see both of these methods all over the place, all over the world. So it's good to be familiar with both of them. But that is really all there is to know about the arrow function. That and this.name is equal to name. And then you could do console.log this.name if you wanted to. That does not exist in here. There's just no this keyword. It's just not bound. Now let's take a look at how this is going to work in maybe a for each loop. So let's comment this out. I gotta really change that. Let's comment this out. And let's get a list of things in here. So let's create an array. Let's create a const. ARR is equal to JavaScript, Python, PHP. And then in VS Code, I'm just going to type for each, hit tab, and it's going to say, what's your first array? My array is ARR, that's this array here. And then for each element, this is a fat arrow. This is a fat arrow function. So we're saying this element here, whatever this is going to be, we can now work with it. So let's change this from element to language because it's going to be JavaScript, Python, or PHP. And let's do console.log language and refresh our page. JavaScript, Python, PHP. So there we go. We're starting to actually replace the regular function with a fat arrow function. If you don't need the this keyword, you might as well just use the fat arrow function. It's technically less code and also less burden on your computer. Let's go ahead and create a set timeout using an arrow function. So set timeout. This is how we were writing it before. And we're going to say, wait 1 second. Well, we don't need to do that. Now, because there are no parameters in here, what do? We can't just do this. Instead, we pass it an empty set of parameters. And then we say console.log Yay, I waited. JavaScript, Python, PHP, and then yay, I waited. Let's make that a little more dramatic in here. And let's spam the console. Just wait for it. Bam, there it is. Yay, I waited over and over and over again. And these are your fat arrow functions. Okay, so I would suggest giving this a shot. You're going to be writing a fair amount of arrow functions in the future if you're going to be a JavaScript developer, and so you might as well get used to it now. The nice thing is, it is actually very easy to get used to it. One line instead of multiple lines is always very nice. And as always, don't forget, I'm here if you have questions. Leave your questions, comments, or concerns down below, and I will be happy to help. Let's now take a look at how we can add and remove CSS classes to elements in our document object model. So in front-end web development, we rely very heavily on this. Class is equal to, and then whatever class names are in here. So maybe we have a class name in here of red, blue, and white, I guess, where we can change the text color to red, text color to blue, text color to white. How do we go about actually removing these? Well, first things first, to set up this demo, we're going to have to create some CSS styling. So style.red, color is equal to red. .blue is going to be blue, and let's not do white because there's going to be a white background. Let's instead do black. Nope, black's not going to work either because black is default. Let's go ahead and go with green. Get rid of our classes. Let's go ahead and refresh our page. And yeah, of course, nothing happens. We haven't actually added these classes. If we added red, we're going to see our text color turns to red. So let's get rid of that. And what we need to do is grab this element using some sort of query selector. So let's say we have a const here. h1 is equal to document.querySelector. And we just want to grab that h1. Now what we can do is h1.classList.add, and we can add, let's say, blue. And so this is going to grab the list of classes. Currently there's nothing in there, and it's going to add blue to it. So let's go ahead, save, and as soon as I hit refresh, this is going to turn blue, just like that. In fact, we have h1 in here already. We have access to this. We can do h1.classList.add. No, let's not add. Let's remove blue. Okay, text changes again. So let's do h1.classList.add red. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add blue as well. And we can see when we look at the h1 node that it has class red and blue in it. Now the reason that it's blue is because of CSS styling. So red came first, then blue was the last one executed. So naturally, CSS is going to say, oh, I'm going to listen to the last row. The last one I was told about, I'm going to use that one. So that's the reason why it's doing that. Had we also said h1.classList.add green, which is the last one on our list down here, it turns green. All right, what happens if you want to add multiple classes? Well, you could do h1.classList.add blue, red, green, so on and so on. This is not going to work. This will probably actually throw you an error. Let's take a look at this. Yep, invalid character error. String contains an invalid character. Basically, it says there's a space in there, and there shouldn't be. So instead, what we do is we pass it an infinite list of parameters. The first one is going to be blue, and then the second one is going to be red. Now, this is not going to work necessarily because they're already set. So let's go ahead and remove these. Let's remove green and blue, and it should turn red again. Green, blue, and there it is. Our CSS, our h1, turns to red. And just like that. And so that's how you add and remove. And if you wanted to remove, just as a quick example once more, class list dot add one parameter blue, second parameter green. CSS is going to say whichever one comes last, I'm going to honor the most, so this will turn green, as expected. All right, it is that time. We are going to be working on our final project, and this final project is going to use not everything we've learned, but a good chunk of all the really important things. And so your final project should do this. Whenever you put your mouse over one of these letters, it's going to just animate a little bit. This is going to be a mix between CSS and JavaScript. If you are not super strong at CSS, that's okay. You don't have to make it animate necessarily like this. You can make it have a border or change the font color or something like that. It doesn't have to be as fancy as I've made it here. Now to get started with this, I would like you to create a title. So create some text on your page. I just wrote final project for mine. Select the title using your JavaScript, and then you're going to want to split the title by all of its characters. So you're going to want to grab every single character in here. And then you're going to want to basically rejoin all those characters with a little HTML around them. And then you can select every character by the class that's around it and add an event listener to each one. So you're going to have to use a couple of loops here. And then whenever you put your mouse over one, you should be able to change the class styling. So add or remove a class. Again, this is going to require a little bit of CSS, but hey, you know what? If you're not super strong with CSS, it doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to be functional. That's what JavaScript is. JavaScript is functionality, CSS is beauty. So I've mixed the two here, but we really just need to be focusing on the functionality. So this is my final display. This is exactly what I got here. And I would like you to try to write this out on your own. For this, because this is fairly complex, definitely feel free to reference the other videos again or any of the source code. Definitely use Google or Stack Overflow or Mozilla's Developer Network, MDN, as any sort of reference you need to get this done. Take as much time as you need and try to work through it yourself. So in just a moment, I'm going to turn the screen black, and I would like you to pause the video and give this a shot. Try your very best to do this on your own. Now, obviously, if you get stuck, you can just hit resume on the video and you can see the way I do it. I'll show you exactly how I got to this point so that I can do this. So go ahead, pause the video now and give this a shot. All right, getting started with my take on this particular solution. So the first thing we need to do is create a title. I'm just going to use the H1 in here called Final Project. So that one's done. Let's go ahead, get rid of that from our list. Next, select the title using JavaScript. So we're going to have to select this title. So let's go ahead and create a const. H1 is equal to documents.query selector. And I'm just going to select the H1. It's the only H1 on the page, so I can do this. Then I want to grab all the title characters. So I want to get all of these. So let's go ahead and create a new constant here called text, and that's going to be h1.innerText. And then I want to split all the title characters. So I want to grab every single one. And so what I want to do here is turn this into an array. So I'm going to use .split, and we're going to split on absolutely nothing. And so let's get rid of that one and that one. And now we need to rejoin each letter with a class. And so we need to loop through all of this text, and for every single one in here, we need to put some sort of class around it. So what I'm thinking is span class JS letter. So I can select it with JavaScript. Something like that. And it's going to go through every single one. So there's going to be a span around the F, a span around the I, N, A, L, Project, and I'm going to also want to not include the space. So how do we go about doing that? Well, we're going to need to create some new HTML to put in here. So I'm going to create a new variable called HTML, and it's just going to be a blank string for now. And then I want to loop through all the text. So this is not actually text, these are letters. And so let's do letters.for each letter that we have. We have a single letter, and we're going to use a fat arrow here, and we can just work with this letter. So now we can say HTML is equal to HTML plus span class is equal to whatever the classes are going to be. We don't know yet. Whatever the letter is, so I'll just fill that with L for now. And this is what it needs to look like, something like that. Now we need to actually put the data in here. Well, I don't want to do a lot of concatenation here. I want to use a template literal. And the letter can just be the variable letter. Now the class in here is going to be letter and JS letter. So letter is going to be what I use CSS to select, And JS letter is just going to be a JavaScript selector. So I'm sort of keeping those two worlds separate. Now at this point, I can select my h1 again and do inner.html is equal to HTML. Let's go ahead and open up our page and refresh. Open up our console. And where is our h1? Look at that. We have a span around every single one with letter and JS letter classes in it. So that's really good. That's exactly what we want. Unfortunately, it also has the space in there. So we have to detect this. So if letter does not equal an empty space, then we can set some sort of classes. Classes are equal to something. And also let's set class up here. So classes is equal to, by default, it's going to be blank. And then if the letter is anything other than a space, let's also add these classes in here. So let's do letter, JS letter, and we just want to replace this with classes. And this is block scoped to these brackets here, so I don't have to worry about this leaking outside of my scope for the for each loop. Let's go ahead, refresh our page, and there we go. We don't have any classes in there. Now there are other ways to go about doing this as well. You could basically just say this with a few extra tweaks, but we're not going to do that. All right, what's next on the list? We need to add an event listener to each one of these. Okay, so before we do that, we need to actually select every single one of these. Now these all have one thing in common, and that is this class. Well, they all have both classes in common, but we're going to use the JS letter selector. So let's go ahead, create a new const. JS letters is equal to document.querySelector all, because we want all of them, and we're going to select our JS letter. Now we need to loop through each of these and add two event listeners. One for when we put our mouse over a letter and one for when we remove our mouse from the letter. So we are going to create a for each loop. So JS letters.forEach. We're going to pass in the node. And the node that we're getting here is every single JS letter element. So this is a node, that's a node, that's a node, node, node. We're not selecting that one. Node, 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 and node. So we're saying for every one of those nodes, grab the individual node and do something with it. And it's at this point we can add our event listener. So let's just scroll this up. Node.add event listener. And which one do we want? We want mouse over. Whenever we put our mouse over the event listener. And it's going to have a function in here with the event. And let's just console log this. Console log this dot inner text. So it's going to console log the letter. Now the reason we're using function here instead of an arrow function, well, we're using an arrow function here, but we're using a regular function here is because we need this. We need this to refer to the node, which is coming from here. Let's go ahead, save, give this a refresh, open up our console. And query selector is not a thing. Query selector is a thing. There we go. And let's put our mouse over final project. And you can see it's starting to spell it out in my console. So that's perfect. That's what we want. Now we need to add another one in here for mouse out. Mouse out. So whenever we move our mouse out of that particular element. And let's just say out. So let's go ahead, refresh. I'm going to put it over the P, out, P, out, T, out, F, out. So that's working perfectly. So now we have event listeners on each one. The last thing we need to do is on our mouse over, the letter should animate using CSS. So we need to add and remove classes here. So here we can do this.classList.add, and I'm going to add a class called active. And on mouse out, we're going to remove this class. And let's take a look at how this works. Let's open up our inspector, refresh our page, and whenever I put my mouse over here, you can actually see that the classes are in fact changing. So now the last thing we need to do is make the mouse over letter actually animate using some CSS. Right now, we can use the class called letter, and if we move over it, there's also a class on there called active, so we can use both of those together. So I'm going to get rid of this because that's no longer needed, and let's write some CSS. First things first, I'm going to want to change some of the body stuff. I want to change the background color so that it's not just straight white. Let's make it off-white. Then let's text align center because I want all the text on the page to be centered. Next, let's go ahead and select letter and let's add some default styling to each letter. Let's say the font size is going to be pretty big. Let's say 90 pixels. The font family, I have a custom font loaded in here already, and it is Pacifico. And so let's say the font family is going to be Pacifico or cursive. If it doesn't load from Google, it's just going to load something cursive. Display inline blocks so that we can make some of these animations work properly. And let's change the color to 999. Refresh. Okay. Okay, it's coming along nicely. Now we need to add an active class. So .letter.active. And let's just transform this. Transform scale 1.5. Just make the letter just 50% bigger. And let's also rotate it, I guess. Rotate 20 degrees. And let's change the color to something like green. Oh, look at that. It's getting there. Okay, so this looks a little choppy, but we could fix this up pretty easily with some CSS. Let's go ahead and add a transition. We're just going to say all because I'm going to be a little bit lazy here. Say all of them. It's going to take 250 milliseconds to ease in and out. Ease in and out. Refresh our page. Bam. Look at that. Final project complete. So let's take a quick look at what I did once again. I grabbed the H1, that's this fella here, grabbed all the letters inside of it, and then I split it based on absolutely nothing. So I broke apart every letter in here into an array. I then said for every single letter in that array, let's loop through it, and let's append some HTML to a string. Now we could have used an array and used .join as well. That's another way of going about it. I just used a regular string. We use a template literal in here with a couple of variables, so that made our concatenation look nice and smooth. Then I said, hey, when you're done that, change that H1's inner HTML to whatever came out from the loop. And then I said, okay, well, because there's this JS letter in there for every single letter, let's go and grab all of those. And then let's loop through every single one. And in there, we have each node. Every single element that has JS letter as a class is its own node. And so this node now has an event listener for mouse over, and whenever we mouse over, adds the class of active. And there's another event listener, so whenever we take our mouse out, it removes the class of active. Lastly, I made it look pretty with some CSS. So just a little body background styling there. The letter itself has a larger font size, a custom font family, display inline block because we're using a span, so we need to use that in order to use transform properly. Change the font color, the default font color, and gave it a transition, so it's going to take 0.25 seconds in order to transition in and out of its animation. And its animation comes from its active state, so whenever there's an element that has the class of letter, and it also has the class of active at the same time, we're going to transform it to be 50% bigger, rotate it 20 degrees, and change the font color to green. Done and done. Lastly, we check our console. We make sure that there are no more logs, so we're not console logging anything because that's not necessary. And also, there are no warnings, there are no errors, there's no info or debug. Everything looks healthy and happy. We have finished our final project together. And this is my take on this solution. There are, again, several different ways to do this, but this is using a lot of the larger pieces of JavaScript that we've learned throughout this course. And lastly, for all you Skillshare developers out there, I would really like if you could share your code, take a screenshot of this, and put it into a Skillshare project. It'll be great for me to see the kind of progress that you're making, but I can also help you out with tips and feedback and support. So don't forget to update your JavaScript project, and then I'll take a look at it.